And so we need help with that believing. And this tool that I just gave you about saying these I am statements is the first tool. Now the second tool is called the violet flame. I dressed in purple today for a reason. So Suzanne talked about the violet flame a little bit. And the violet flame is one of those 7 major rays that has entered our universe and is totally in ascendance right now. It's coming in along with the Aquarian age, and it's the ray of compassion, forgiveness, and love. Can you imagine what life on planet Earth would be if we did not have love, compassion, and forgiveness? I think it would be very hard to live here, because these are the qualities that are the most necessary for life. So we can use the violet flame as a spiritual tool, and the main use that I have found for it is all of the ways in which you blame yourself for old mistakes. Anybody do that besides me? No? Okay, come on, you guys. And then there are all the people who have hurt you in your whole life, and there might be some anger or resentment toward them, right? Well, these energies, the resentment, the self-blame, all of that is like a pile of boulders that stands between us and the door to ascension. We have to put them away so we can walk through. So in the activation that I'm going to do next, you'll get a taste of using these powerful statements to claim your divinity, and you'll have an experience of using the violet flame to clear away some of that old gunk, to begin to break down the boulders. One of the things that happened in The Matrix, in the movie The Matrix, was that Morpheus, who was going to wake Neo up out of the Matrix, said to him, "Do you want the red pill or the blue pill?" If you take the blue pill, you wake up in the morning and you believe whatever the Matrix wants you to believe. And if you take the red pill, then you see how deep the rabbit hole really goes. And so this is about going down the rabbit hole. How many of you here have taken the red pill? Okay, we got a room full of red pillers. All right, so you're going to be totally ready for this next activation. Get into a comfortable position and just close your eyes. We'll take in 3 breaths together. Breathe in to the count of 5 and out to the count of 5. So we'll do that now. Breathe in and out. Breathe in and out. Breathe in and out. Place your hand over your heart and silently and lovingly call call yourself home by speaking your name into your heart 3 times. All right. You can move your hand down. Now drop your grounding cord as wide as your hips, all the way down from the base of your spine, down into the core of the earth, going through all the layers of the earth instantly, connecting with that diamond core inside the center. Wrap your grounding cord around it 3 times and know that it is connected and you are secure. Ask Mother Gaia to bring her crystalline diamond white light up through your grounding cord and all the way up through your central channel and out the top of your head. As the diamond white light exits the top of your head, it shoots up to the great central sun in an instant. There is an explosion of light as the 2 lights mingle, and now that light re-enters you through your crown, all the way down, through your body, down your grounding cord, and back into Gaia. You are now connected as a sphere of light through Gaia, your own body, and the great central sun, which is the heart of God. This is the first activation. Next, as you feel that diamond white light in your body, let it expand all the way out through your entire body, beyond your central column, into your arms and legs, into your head, down your torso, down your feet. As it expands through every cell in your body, is now being bathed, capsized in an ocean of crystalline diamond white light. This energy surges through your mind and body, your aura, your subtle bodies, replacing any old stuck energies. Take a moment to just feel into the deliciousness of this light. This is the second activation. Now, to connect to your I Am presence, send a silver cord of light from your physical heart all the way up through your crown to the highest part of your beautiful light body. That is your I Am presence. And send love from your heart all the way up through the silver cord. And as it pours into your I Am presence, a powerful connection is made. Your I Am presence responds by overflowing a fountain of love back down through the silver cord and into your heart. Take a moment to just feel or visualize that. The flow of love going up and coming back down, connecting you. And as you sense into this connection, you are now enclosed in a circuit of love between you and that divine part of yourself. You are completely connected through love. Sending and receiving just become a circuit. Basking. This is the third activation. Staying in that circuit of love. Now say silently to yourself, I am the pure radiance of divine love. Let it land deep in your heart. Say it again, silently, I am the pure radiance of divine love. Believe. Next, I am the great abundance of God, manifest now and continuously. Say that again to yourself. I am the great abundance of God, manifest now and continuously. Next, I am the resurrection and the life. In this one, you are claiming your own resurrection and the ascended life. This is from Yeshua. I am the resurrection and the life. Say that silently into your heart. Know that it is true. Believe it. This is the fourth activation. And now call forth the mighty violet flame. I am presence will do this for you. See yourself surrounded as in a sphere of violet light and violet powerful energy. And then say, as you feel the flame moving all around you, because it's a living power, as it moves around you, say to yourself, I am the violet flame consuming all self-blame and resentment, now and forever. I'll say that in pieces, so you can follow after me silently. I am the mighty violet flame, consuming all self-blame and resentment, now and forever. And know that it is so. And finally, I am the mighty violet flame upgrading my DNA to the DNA of the divine human. I am the mighty violet flame upgrading my DNA to the DNA of the divine human. Believe it. Know that it is true. And now we'll bring this activation to a close. That was the fifth activation. And I'll end the meditation with 3 breaths. We'll do this together. Breathe in and out. Feel your feet on the floor. Feel your body seated on the chair. Breathe in and out. Open your eyes. Look around the room. The colors in the room. One more. Breathe in and out. Wiggle your fingers and toes. Feeling fully alert and back in your room, completely connected to your divine self and cleansed and purified by the violet flame, and know that it is true. Thank you so much.
And I felt the presence of Saint Germain descending upon our beautiful gathering and blessing us all with that incredible violet flame of transmutation. And Amanda Romania will be coming up next, and you're welcome to come out and set up your tables with you. I met Amanda shortly after I moved to Sedona, and she is such a beautiful, beautiful soul sister. She is a world-renowned psychic, and her journey started in Egypt, and she'll tell you all about it. But during that visit, she discovered that she could see and read the Akashic records of herself and others who were on this trip to Egypt. And so it changed her life forevermore. And I am so very honored to call Amanda my dear friend, and she offers just profound transformational sessions. So I highly recommend her services.
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, everyone. It's great to be here, and I'm glad that we're moving. Samaya, that was really powerful. Wherever you are in the room, thank you, dear sister. That was amazing. Thank you so much. And I also wanted to take a moment to just acknowledge the star lineage and the star families that are here today. Because you might be here in this room, and I can see there's many, many star seeds are here with us. In fact, we're all star seeds. So I'm just going to get past that one of being polite. Yes, my name is Amanda Romania, and I'm here in Sedona. I've been here for 6 years, but I'm not from Romania, I'm actually from England. So I'm an import. So I know what it feels to be in a certain place at a certain time where you're classed as an illegal alien or a transplant into a certain location. And that's been great for the work with the Starseeds because I'm an Akashic librarian, I'm an oracle, so I work with many of the different races. And you can be sat here today and there may be nobody for many million of miles connected to where you're from. So just in your hearts, making a call out to your star family, acknowledging, and we'll also be doing an audio today, a download from the Akashic Records so that you can have a little conversation with your star family. So if you're having what I call your Earth School time, I really salute you. This is one of the toughest jobs out there. But people like Suzanne and Shakina, they make these incredible experiences that it's not so difficult. Sedona is a university. All of Sedona, even down to Cottonwood, up to Flagstaff, you're actually on campus. So everywhere you go, you're having a cosmic experience. From even if you're going into the Starbucks or you get lost in the vortex of Whole Foods, or you're out in the trust me, I get great. That's why I have to go with a very large trolley, as we say in England, just to keep my balance. So know that you're in that university. I'm kind of here on staff, I'm on what we call the faculty. But everybody that comes through here, you're either alumni, you're graduates, you're first grade students. So just when you know it's like that, you can go through your lessons and know that they're all in this together. We've acknowledged who we are, and I know many of you have this morning acknowledged that you know where you're from, and that's great and that's wonderful. What I've been asked to present to you today is to consider who you're working with. Okay? Who you're working with. What missions are you on? And no, that doesn't mean to say that we're all flying spaceships or we're doing big cosmic activations. Just even going about your day with some kindness, some compassion, connection, you're doing some of the cosmic work that's so vital and needed. Okay? So please use these 2 days to interact with others, interact with some of the speakers, the amazing people with their tables, because they may have some profound information that connects you on this journey of where you are, where you're going, and then when you're looking back to where you've been. I don't just work here in Sedona. For the last 20 years, I've been working in and out of a place called Glastonbury, but also a place called Egypt. And I've been very, very blessed that I can work in the Great Pyramids and I take groups in on private visits when there's no camels, no tourists, no vendors. We have that place to ourselves. And that's one of my sacred callings and one of my sacred missions. And the reason that I connected so deeply with Egypt was that when I visited a temple called Abydos, anybody visited Abydos or familiar with Abydos? Yeah. Familiar with the flower of life? Anyone familiar with that? Yeah, there we go. So when you visit Abydos Temple, you think that you're going on a tour and it's a beautiful, serene temple in the desert. When you actually get into that temple, what's very, very interesting is that in every other temple that I work, there is one high altar, or we like to call it the Holy of the Holies. Now, Abydos has 7. And if you go past an area in Abydos and you go down into the inner sanctum and you see the wall, it has the pictures of the flower of life. And on most people's books, they have the 2 flower of life symbols just tucked. But because we haven't had many visitors going through Egypt in probably the last 6-7 years, it's allowed the archaeologists and the Egyptologists to really go into these temples and begin to clean up. So much so that on one of my visits, while I'm dealing with my guide and the security, my little group had wandered off. They were then down the stairs, they were around the back, and when we got to the back and we looked up, the whole entire wall was covered in flower of love symbols. And that was there to show me that the ancient Egyptians, which it all came, in my belief, from a lot of the teachers and connections through Atlantis, and the mystery schools there, they knew about these star seeds. And that for me was when I went into Abydos temple and I went into the center of these 7 chambers. I found home. I found my star family. And I found a presence that came through the wall, that connected with my heart, that told me that I was here, that I was not alone, and that I had contact. I didn't just have contact for myself, but I could help others have contact too. I come from a star location known as El Nath, or El Nathian. It's a blue-white star, and it's a very old star that connects through the Akashic records, through the libraries. Very similar that if you're connected or you're working with or you're from a space called Lyra, these are seeding areas that have seeded many of the star races. I do believe we come from a central star, a central light, but then I believe that we kind of jumped around the universe, picking up different energies, different frequencies. It's like our DNA strands. So for me, knowing that I was from El Nath and had that location in my heart, it always kept me moving through with compassion and always helping other races to do the jobs and the work that they needed to do. 3 of the races I work with in Egypt is I'm adopted by a race known as the Hathors. Anyone familiar with Tom Kenyon's work? Thank you. Shout out to the Hathors. They're like 14 feet high, and they come like my guardians. They really help me work in the temples, know the hot spots, know the initiations, and know when to go in, when to open the Stargate portals, and when to close them down. I also work in the Great Pyramid, I work with the Syrians, and I work with the Orions. And when I do the work in the Great Pyramid, in the King's Chamber, and my initiates go into the sarcophagus, and we do have that initiation to send them home, what happens is I've got my Orion brothers and sisters and my Syrian brothers and sisters holding space. And both of their constellations kind of come in through that pyramid area at the same times. So if you do have past life memories connecting you back to ancient Egypt, and I've also worked in the Maya lands, and I found exactly the same sort of setup and protocols there. Just allowing yourself to know that these are representations here on Earth of what I call potent starseed energy. Sedona is the university for it all, as far as I'm concerned, because it has all of those different races that are connected in through here. So that's a little bit about where I came from, what I was doing, and like I said, I've been here for 6 years, so Sedona, she's really supporting this work and helping me do what I wanted to do, or what I needed to do. One of the big missions that's coming on board right here, right now, 2019, is the mission that's going to start 2020, and because all of you are very in tune, you're probably already picking it up now, and that's the mission that will run from 2020 to 2022. So any of you that are waking up at 2:22 a.m. in the morning, that's the reason why, okay? Because you're hearing the messages. And a lot of what that mission is about is helping and supporting our Syrian brothers and sisters, because they were very strong, very active during the 40s and the 50s. They were kind of working here alone. They've come back in their presence now, and they work on the frequency of truth, trust, integrity, okay? And the way that they're supporting and how you can work with them at the moment is if you've been working or connected through anything that you've heard of, such as the indigos, the rainbows, and the crystals. I don't necessarily say that these people are from those locations, but they've come down on specific programs. We saw the indigos come down first. And the indigos basically have a different mentality set up to us. They see through the illusions. They don't take any nonsense. They will call people if they see it's their own truth. But the challenge with that is that when they're in those conversations, sometimes people don't understand them. Sometimes people get confused. So if you're connecting with those races, or you've been a leader in those races, and what I mean is you came down with the first wave of that race, then please call to the Syrians, call to the Syrian ships to help you to find the communication and support for them. You might even have some of them in your families. I've had many families where they come to me and said, okay, so I'm a Palladian, I'm a grandmother, and my grandchildren, I just don't understand where this is coming from, and I need to get a conversation. And as soon as we kind of understand where their grandchildren are coming from and their purpose and their passion, because these new children that are coming through with very little or zero karma, so they're here to get on with their missions and do their work. So they're coming through with some very, very profound messages and mastery. And by listening and encouraging and holding space for them, we can help them do their missions, which can be our missions here on Earth. If you're thinking about what is the mission of this room at the moment, well, I did a star read map at 9:30 this morning. So no, I wasn't taking pictures of people. What I was doing was a star read map. And what I'd like to do is just point out who and what is around us that you may have been connecting to. Above us this morning was the Andromedans, our teachers. So they've been beaming lights of education and new missions, new thoughts. So if you find that in this 2 days you're channel writing, you're getting downloads and missions, you're obviously connecting with what's going on in the room, the full moon, the time that's on us, but you're also being what I call cosmically connected. Underneath us, we have the Syrians, which I thought was really interesting, that they were working from our Earth star chakras. They were holding us grounded so we could take the steps forward. Behind us were our Arcturians. And I'm on a mission with a lot of Arcturians here. The Arcturians are really working with the Jermaine energy, working with that violet flame. So if you start seeing purple orbs, it may be that the Arcturian brothers and sisters, which are our healers, there's a lot of them here in Sedona, they're really reaching out to connect and help with that. Now, behind me were the Palladians, the Mars planet, and I also had the Orions kind of behind me, keeping my back and keeping me safe. I always believe in building light around myself, but also covering my options when I'm investigating these cosmic connections in these areas. And then I thought of something very interesting when I started looking at this side and that side. And you have to remember, when these planets and these star systems are connecting with you, they are beaming elixirs and columns of light into you. Okay? So just being aware of that, that when you look up at the sky, even if you're not connecting with it, it's beaming a signal to you. We're all those mobile phones. On this side, we have the planet Venus. And on this side, we have the Draco constellation. So we had a feminine and we had a masculine. And another mission that's come around is actually the mission of the divine matriarch and patriarch. So by being in this room, you've got healers, you've got peacemakers, you've got the Orions and Mars, which are the change makers. The Venus councils have really been stepping up and supporting us with love and compassion. They're beaming in light from here. And what I call the mothers of Draco, which is an interesting concept because with the Draco frequency, you're getting the dragons. And I know we've had a lot of dragon activity here around Sedona. And the dragons bring fire, they bring change. Sometimes they fall into chaos. And we're going through times of change. So I feel that having that masculine and that feminine presence, which is actually within us all, by being able to hold our ground and work with the Syrians and the teachers, the Andromedans, we can really start to get our missions complete and done here on Earth. So, what I'd like to do now is invite you to kind of connect into your cosmic families and invite you to take an initiation, should it resonate, to connect with the Akashic Records. All of my information, I work in the halls of Mente and I work beneath the Sphinx. And yes, I do physically go into the pose of the Sphinx. And that's where I work and that's where I bring a lot of my information. I pick up my information with my eyes open and I pick up with my eyes closed as well. So while you're here in Sedona, they're giving you all the information. You just have to find and read the signals, be clear in your heart. What I brought forward is an audio script that's around about 11 minutes long. And with that audio script, you'll hear me say the audio script. When I say that, you'll have your eyes closed. Imagine that you're sending a column of light that's going into the Akashic field, that's connecting you from below and above, and you're divinely in your hearts and protected because of the work that Maya just did before me. And allow yourself to go into that Akashic field. Allow yourself to connect with your cosmic family, maybe have a conversation. If there's something of concern to you, you need help with, or understanding with, go in. And I was remote viewing trained, so we detect and we decode, and then bring that information, that energy, that frequency back. Because this, the time of times, in our golden age, we're not going to see this time for very long. Maybe, another 30, 40, 50, 100 years. This is the time we came back for. So please make the most of your time here on Earth. And I think he's going to start my audio script. So as you are just relaxing into your chairs, time before lunch, giving your left brain permission that you're going for lunch after this, and just relaxing. As you're ready, close your eyes and enjoy. Cosmic Light, Akashic Therapy Audio Script. Welcome to the Akashic Records Cosmic Light Meditation. Just relax and feel comfortable and safe in your surroundings. This is your time for sacred space and time to work with the Akashic Records and libraries of light. First of all, give yourself permission to access this wisdom of subconsciousness and superconsciousness. When ready, gently close your eyes and breathe deeply. Relaxing and breathing deeper and deeper. Allow your awareness now to connect with your heart. Allow the light from your heart to connect to the center of the earth. Allow the light from your heart to connect to the center of the universe. And now see yourself in a column of light. Imagine yourself in a beautiful sanctuary garden. See the green grass, the blue sky, the sun is shining. Sense the flowers around you and watch the butterflies floating by. Imagine you're seated in the corner of the garden, and across this garden are wonderful, radiant, light approaches. Allow this light to take a form that resonates with you. Feel kindness and support around you. As you are present in this garden, standing now in this calmness, peacefulness, loving energy, open your hands in front of you and imagine a small pearl starseed in the palm of your hand. Feel great gratitude and now gently place this star seed pearl into your heart. Bringing greater and greater light into your heart, focus now on sending a beam of light out from your heart into the sky, and imagine that your energy is following and flowing and taking this energy, this beam of light, back to your space and place of cosmic creation. Now imagine you are saying your name in this lifetime, and the energy, the frequency, the sound of this sacred word will call out to your star family, brothers and sisters. They may be far away, a long, long way away, but they will hear you. They have never forgotten you. Now in your garden, begin to create a large golden stargate. See it shimmer and see it surrounded by light. And know that through this stargate, you can now journey to your cosmic origins and the dimensions that your soul has moved through and connected with over and over the many, many years since you were first created. In this moment, imagine you are holding up your hand and the stargate begins to change color. It now opens, and from the other side, your star family begins to enter through to your garden sanctuary. There may be many, there may be few. Receive all with love and light. What do they look like? How does this feel? What do they tell you? And what do you now know? What gifts or messages can they share? Do you have any questions? What clarity do you gain? And for a moment, breathing deeply into your heart, just take some time now with your star family, knowing they never left you. They know how lonely it can sometimes be here on earth. They know how brave you are, and they celebrate that with you. And they may have great messages or inspiration for you here now on earth. It will help you in your path and your ascension journey. Seeing your Akashic record book now floating by, and allowing you and your family to start sending the energy of the messages, the clarity, the learning, the wisdom. And they're hope for you. And this will help you in the days, weeks, and coming months as you move through this earth journey. And now when you're ready to say your goodbye, know that it is but only a moment. And now this connection has been made. You're always, always connected. Allow their energy to venture safely back through the stargate. And allow this stargate to close for now. All is well in your world. Place your hands together now, knowing that that starseed pearl is always with you and safe. As you open your hands, you see this beautiful iridescent, this beautiful pearl, this starseed energy that is always with you. And when ready, gently returning to your present space, bringing back your new skills and awareness. On 3, gently moving back into the sacred space. On 2, move your body and feel yourself grounded. Wiggle your fingers and toes. On 1, eyes open, awake, refreshed, and smiling.
Wow, welcome back. Everyone looks like they've had like 30 minutes deep nap. So you've probably been all traveling out in wherever you need to be and connecting. And I just want to say, you know, my Starseed brothers and sisters, you're not alone. You know, Sedona is your home, whether you're from here or you're traveling through. And we love you and we're honored that you've taken this time at this journey. And I know that we all signed up for this in some shape and form to be here at this moment, on this day, at this time, at this special, incredible week. And yeah, it's going to be sometimes a roller coaster, but we signed up and we wouldn't be wanting to do an adventure that was anything less than.
So thank you so much. You can always find me at the Atlantis Metaphysical Center. I am traveling next month. I'm working in Peru. In May, I'm working in Paris, and I'm working in London. And then I'm going home to Egypt to work in September. So I'll be taking the vision of this all with me and sending my love and light. So please connect with me. There's some brochures out there with my details if you don't get my email or my cell phone number. And have an incredible 2 days, and thank you so much.
Who here is feeling transformed? Bathed by the love and light. So beautiful. So for lunch, I suggested that people try to bring a sack lunch so you can hang around here, enjoy meeting the presenters, the vendor tables, and enjoy meeting each other and making new friends. There's plenty of places outside in the Creative Life Center complex to enjoy your lunch. We can't eat inside, but it's a beautiful day, so we can certainly eat outside. If you are going out, there are plenty of restaurants in the near vicinity. Please return to us at 1:15 and enjoy a beautiful lunch. Many blessings.
I've always worried until you get I don't mind at all.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. I'm not in 2022. Anyway, but I'm very good. I will do. I think we can do
See, all I have to do
Up until he's coming through.
is just go. That's it.
Okay.
Ready? Yeah, baby.
Not loud though.
Do you want?
Can't hear it.
Can you turn it up?
No, I'm turned up. You're not.
Oh, I could do that. Yeah, yeah. Good. Woo! Love when a plan comes together.
Well, I'll tell them when they get
How you doing? All right. Hey, you were looking for Excel or a direct line. Sorry about that. I apologize. We're all doing well set up. Everything's working fine. But yeah, I'd say I've got so much little beer and stuff I forget what I got. Yeah. If you can't like Energizer or Duracell, the cheaper ones, they don't last as long.
I'll see what I can do.
Awesome.
Thank you
very
very
much.
Oh my God.
All right. Good. We're all good, I think. Yeah, I think everything is fine. I don't know. Good. Interesting.
Wow. I want to do it. I don't know what it feels like up right now.
You see with your eyes or your mind?
I would imagine. Well, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, you're north out. Yeah, yeah. We thought that a long time ago.
Yeah.
I love colors.
She's got a massive.
No, there are actually some rooms that are good.
I texted about parents.
But let's connect and do a little thing sometime before this goes. I mean, I don't know when, because there's nothing happening, but maybe after this would be fun. I really want to do it. Yeah.
Geraldine.
I'll be out there till like. There's one you do fully aware of everything. So that's a positive.
Thank you. And Eric is bringing sandwiches. Yeah, I'm hungry too. But he should be back shortly. So you should have, like, this goes, you know, it's an hour and 15 minutes. Yeah, have a little sandwich.
I have to be aware, so.
We should. Yeah. Very fun. Yeah. Eric is happy with this. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, she started to get dementia when my father got cancer. I mean, as soon as my father got cancer, she lost it, and she has never recovered. No. And he passed, and when he passed, she really went on really good, but she is now recovered quite a bit from it, because he passed in 2013, and now it's 2019, 82.
What you think?
She's in a home. Yeah.
That's basically what the future is. They eliminate grains and sugars, and you turn the water and turn it into fats. Just like this one.
Thank you for that. I personally use that advice too. I have a sweet tooth.
But here's the interesting part. It's the intestinal flora that will dictate to the human mind what it's hungry for. So if you eliminate a specific food, let's say for 21 days, then this bacteria body on that, all of the bacteria back in, and they do not even
Beautiful.
What
about gluten-free bread?
Okay, let me tell you about how that whole thing goes. Gluten is a protein, and it's very difficult to food proteins. The body can't use any of the proteins does it. It has to keep it with all the individual amino acids, and the body recombines those amino acids into its own form. Gluten now has changed so dramatically, does it change so dramatically, that it's not the same creature that used to be.
Yeah, I would
Gluten
imagine.
has more gluten, crazy,
Wow, I knew there was something that was causing all this,
and I'm sorry, so I'm very
really.
But generally, a person who's gluten intolerant will not get that if they just straight up. You have to get rid of all the that's a lot more complex, but it's doable to do it. Or even pressure cooking, with the exception of these on the water, never pressure cook.
So pasta has gluten, what about rice?
It has a form of lectins in it.
White rice? Is brown rice okay?
Because it shows on the rice. You only do white rice.
Oh,
Rice is
I like white rice better, so that's good.
If you can get that rice,
Rice pressure cookers? That's what it's called, okay, okay.
then that would be the lectins.
Wow, okay.
One of the worst foods for lectins are beans. Beans and beans, very high lectins. If you take a handful of kidney beans and eat them all, they're pretty. It's that simple.
Wow.
Not the incubators.
I don't like beans, they've never agreed with me. I eat a bean and suddenly I'm so gaseous.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
The only way to do it is soak them in right, water and pressure cook them.
Probably not gonna do that. Yeah, it's too tempting.
There's a fellow that I've done, Steve Dunn, who basically devoted his life to lectins. And has a whole list of acceptable lectins. It'll change your life. That's all I can tell you. You'll, like, I mean, not much you can do.
Fantastic. Yeah, and so, thank you. And so, what about pastas?
Houses are basically meat.
There's no pastas. Rice pastas. Okay, okay, very good.
And then, especially if it's non, if it's non, because
Nice to see you, dear. Oh my goodness, thanks for coming.
Oh, thank you, sweetie. What about gluten-free bread?
okay,
I like sandwiches.
It's okay, but here's the problem. It's filled with grains and corn and other grains like that, which will immediately turn into sugar. And yes, you're better off eating gluten-free.
What about sprouted bread? Or that Ezekiel bread? So there's no bread, really? You just kind of have leftover bread if you're really gonna.
I mean, it depends how serious you want.
I don't have that much bread, honestly, but when I feel like having a sandwich, okay. White gluten-free?
Yes.
Okay.
And you don't want to do grains. Contrary to popular belief, all this nonsense in the 1960s was whole, hard, healthy, whole wheat grain. Complete crap. It's not true at all. The ancients knew that. When you go to China, they get rid of the rice. All right? They get white rice. They don't eat brown.
Right? Yeah, that's true. And then what about granola?
Granola is generally not a terribly healthy combination because it has sugars in it.
Ah, right. And what about soy?
Don't touch the chemical in any form. It can never be fixed. It will destroy your thyroid. Touch soy. All this nonsense in the 1960s and 70s aren't healthy. Soy milk, you want milk.
Okay.
Rice milk.
What about coconut milk,
That's
almond milk? And then I could do almond milk or coconut milk, yogurt.
yes.
Okay, okay.
Dairy, you can buy should get grass-fed milk. Creams, heavy creams, organic. Go organic. Because I'll give you an example. Wheat, for instance, it completely changed wheat in the last 50 years. It has 14 times the number of gluten in it than it previously had. It has white acid, it's all seed stuff. The reason for that white acid is it latches on minerals and it was a seed to grow. When you eat it, it latches on the minerals you ate with that meal. You transport it right out of the body. So now your mineral deficient. You're not touching it. And in addition to that, they spray it with glyphosate just before they harvest wheat because it desiccates the wheat all at once and you get 4% more wheat. And it forces you to get 4% more wheat. Unless you're using organic food.
Thank you, thank you.
I just look around and see these people here, and they're spiritually, they're physically.
And what about then dairy? I understand that can be an inflammatory.
It can be a dairy, there's two types of cows, there's A1 and A2. AC. And most of the cows today are Holsteins and Guernseys and Jerseys and so forth, and they produce a lot of AC. So, it's plus, you destroy the enzymes unless you get it wrong. If you get it wrong, otherwise,
It's not like one. But butter's okay, but grass-fed butter. Do you live here in the area, Peter? Oh.
and I said,
Yeah. I would like to interview you. Would you be willing to do a video with me, like a video interview? Well, no, you don't have to do it live, you can do it online. Do you know how to do like Zoom, online video conferencing, or Skype can't be recorded, but there's an app called Zoom. And with Zoom, you just upload the app Zoom, and it's online video conferencing. I send you a link, you click on the link, and suddenly we're looking at each other on a split screen. And I can record it.
so it's an app.
It's an app, which is Zoom. And if your email address is on here, you can go back and forth like that. Your knowledge is incredibly important for people, and you are incredibly well informed. And I value nutritional input. I used to be a nutrition coach way 10 years ago. You know, we just didn't know this stuff.
No, this is all.
You know?
Come out the last 10 years.
Yeah. Right. So.
It's really a shame that the whole industry is just geared towards making a profit at the expense.
That's true. I so appreciate your time. Thank you, and I'll keep thinking about that when I'm feeling
It was a friend. Well, you're always an actual dealers. How do you want to? I don't know how to do it. 95. Because the pharmaceutical industry is all they have cured all these diseases like cancer.
Yeah, I love that.
I always.
So, you're gonna laugh at what I'm just about to throw away. Oh, where is it? My soy yogurt. Look, it didn't come in my bag. Was that some kind of spirit orchestrating it?
Yeah, and search it out. I was looking at people say, search it out. Just search out the story.
Well, I had estrogen and receptive cancer 20 years ago.
Okay.
So I'm sure I should be eating soy yogurt.
I will send you an email. I know people that ask me all the time, what should I do? I can do some feedback. Let me see if I can find it.
I just posted that we're at lunch break today, that it came online, and saw nobody talking.
There are numerous things to do. Cancer and cancer. Give me your email address before we do all this.
Okay, Suzanne Ross, 6'4". Okay. Sezanneross. Suzanneross64@yahoo.com. Yahoo.com. Light rather than the works. My husband won't let me get away with not working on it. He's like, come on, you got the trilogy. Where is it? Yeah. So, yeah. Coming around, my dear. It's so good to see you in person.
Yeah,
right?
Really great opening to the whole event.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you never know, right? You just pray that everything comes together and that you remember what you were going to talk about. But you know what's been happening is, like, I'll sometimes have a whole plan for how things are going to roll out, right? You know, I'm going to say this, I'm going to do that. I was going to just throw it out the window because every time I get on stage, Spirit has something else in mind. And whatever's just meant to come through ends up coming through. Do you experience that when you speak?
Yeah, I got a really big initiation into just being in the present moment and spontaneity the first time I ever did it. Because the guys would not give me any information and said, you're not going to know what you're going to say until the moment you grab the mic. So just stop trying to figure it out. Well, of course I was trying to figure it out. And I didn't get it until the moment I grabbed the mic and suddenly it started to come through. And I was funny, I was spontaneous, and I was animated. And so yeah, it's great to have that.
Right, you just open to the flow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you did great at opening it, and then I just love the whole chakra meditation that we started out with. It was really great to hear.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
I love seeing you and Shakeen out there.
Really? We hear that a lot.
Yeah, your energies together are awesome.
Thank you.
I mean, you synergize really well with people around you anyways, but the two of you are like really good synergy.
Ah, I appreciate that. Every time we do an event together, we at least have a few people come up to us and tell us how powerful we are together.
Yeah. So
it's like, she'll be like, I'm not doing another event. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe it'll work out closer to the day.
Yeah.
And ultimately she goes, of course, I'll do it. She's really busy, you know, and events are very, I got to see your table. Sorry, when I said this book needs to become a feature film, I meant it. I have 500 books, and I could not put this down. I could not put this down with how busy I am.
Well, you say that on stage.
I tell
people that, because more people need to hear that kind of stuff, because, I mean, there's only, a few other people who have read it so far. So we're still at the very beginning.
Yeah.
We need to, get people aware of what it is.
Uh-huh.
But I'm so glad that you got all the way through and you saw, you just can't see where it's going, There's some pretty big revelations that get unpacked when you get toward the end.
And you are a prolific author. I'm not kidding. That is why you're glued to it. It's the content, of course.
Yeah.
But the way that you write it is like edge of your seat, suspense. And I love the characters. You totally fall in love with the characters. And for this audience, you touch on everything. From the inner earth worlds to, the sort of good and bad, dark and light in the inner world, on the surface, and in the higher realms.
Yeah.
And how that all ties together. And then it's these beautiful things about how they go out on the water and they descend into, it's just magical. And you just touch on everything that
thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Audience is tuned into.
Yeah.
So that's why when I talked to Patricia, I was like, Patricia, I really don't think this should be categorized as a preteen or teen, because... Yeah,
I think we sort of got that. I'm glad you told her that, because I think that helps us to get a different framework around what we're doing.
I mean, you could. I'm sure a teen, especially teens these days, I think they probably came through a portal of higher or advanced, but
I mean, I wrote this for the kind of teenager that I was, but I was really rare, and maybe those kinds of teens are still pretty rare even today, but I don't know. It's hard to say.
But I definitely think it's a book for this particular audience. And there's, millions, if not a billion people around the world just waking up. And so I just think this is amazing. So
Quick
bravo.
question. Thank you. So the meditation tomorrow, we're meeting here, right?
Well, yes, the out-of-town presenters will be meeting here and going with Crystal Starweaver. And so that'll be at 6:30 and you'll leave at 6:45. So I want to get who's going. So you and Dixie will go with
We'll
Crystal.
go, we're gonna take two of our big bowls. And so is there somebody else that's facilitating it and we're just adding in? Or are we going to facilitate how do you envision that?
So
I want to
Yeah.
co-envision this with you so that, because I could facilitate something easily, but I didn't know if we were co-facilitating with other people, how it's gonna work.
yeah, so I'll, welcome everybody. I've already been promoting you as the spiritual guide for this
Okay, awesome.
event.
Yeah.
But there might be someone who might want to stand up and share something for 5 minutes.
Okay.
But it's not in the plan, so.
I think what works best for something like this is if it's co-creative. So I think that I want to kind of, bring in the synergy of what people might want to add in as an invocation or prayer or whatever.
Beautiful. So, you could do that just by saying, would you like to add something?
Yeah.
Like, I know Crystal Starwood would like to say something.
Sure.
Like, she's an indigenous, wisdom keeper,
Absolutely,
and
yeah.
You'll really like her, and so,
So we're actually meeting in here at 6:30?
not in
Just
in the
out
parking lot. A big van that says Sedona Spirit Journeys.
At the parking lot there.
In
Yeah.
Bell Rock.
No, here.
No,
Here,
she's
okay.
meeting you
Yeah.
guys here,
Okay.
in this parking lot.
All right.
Okay.
And
That's good.
I'll tell her to come into this upper parking lot and not the one down below.
And how, are we hiking very far up, just a little ways?
Although maybe she should do the one down below because I don't think you're meant to park, but it was 6:30. I'll ask Sheriff.
Either
If
way,
it's
but
okay, where to meet in this
but-
parking lot.
about how long is this experience?
Yeah, so we'll get there at 7 and we'll hopefully leave by 8. So it's meant to be an hour because it would be
Including the hike.
nice to get back here by 8:30. It's not a long hike. We can be up there in 10. And then, so if we did it for 45,
Oh, yeah, that's plenty of.
and then we come down in 10, we'll leave at 8, between 8 and 8:15.
Yeah.
And then we can still be back here by 8:30. But I've got another MC
Okay,
who's
awesome.
gonna start and open the event.
It's
So that
totally all doable.
no matter what happens, we're all good, none of us have to be on stage right away.
So you and I are going to.
I'm enjoying this so much, by
Thank
the
you
way.
for
You're
coming,
amazing.
Dixie.
I love your.
Oh, thank you, dear.
Your faith, your brilliance, your passion.
I told her,
Fantastic.
Suzanne comes to write the joy ray.
I know. I could feel that.
Same to me, she's been talking about the joy ray for months, and it's been added into the violet ray. And there's this other joy ray frequency that's.
I got goosebumps all over.
And I know, like, ever since we've been talking,
Body pump from
you feel like you're just that joy ray
Like
energy.
straight from the middle of it.
Aw, thank you. When I was growing up, my parents called me Susan.
Oh, even they knew it.
Yeah. Well, thank you for
I
that.
love this. This is made by,
Shakina.
Shakina. Yeah, I saw some of her pieces before. I met her. We came here. We have the Shakina painting.
Oh,
this is
yeah.
The
Yay!
was ridiculous.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm so glad you're here. I'm sorry. Thank you, dear. Sorry that you had to wait in line
So
here.
she read the whole book, and she said it was a really
Aw,
big
sorry.
challenge. She, even though she had like 500 books to read, she just couldn't put it down.
I know, that's gonna be a great testimony for you. I don't know if we brought enough books.
Yeah,
It was a big crowd.
Like, almost 50 books.
Okay, good. I'm glad it's closer to 50.
46 maybe?
I'm glad it's closer to 50. Well, because we have this event and the other one.
Yeah.
I mean, anyway. I always wanted to have enough books that if everyone wanted to buy one, we have it.
Yep.
So we need to ask more questions about how many people participating.
I think we brought.
I think we brought enough though, too.
How are you doing?
Good.
So you and I are going to take the lead with presenting
Up on Bell Rock.
up on Bell Rock.
Nice.
And there may be another presenter coming who's indigenous and will want to contribute something.
Participate.
And I think we'll, leave a bit of a co-creative space in there too, so if anybody else wants to chime in with something, because it's kind of an intention-setting thing
Yeah,
for the grid.
yeah. Yeah, let's talk about it tonight,
Yep.
how we want to do that.
Agreed.
It's going to be really awesome though. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. I feel so honored that we get to do that.
Yeah. Super fun.
I think we want to take our goals to the hotel and do a little singing with them together to see if there's some chanting that would sound pretty with those two goals.
Okay, yeah, we'll take those.
Yeah, because I feel like it'd be nice if people chimed in and there was some toning together. So I'd like us to just see what notes those are and tone with them before we take them up. I'd like to sell $16,000 worth. Soon. I want to sell $16,000 worth before the expo. Because then that would pay for the expo, pay the account back, and pay the full payment. That's the vision I'm holding. I like these, so I got these words. This really would be fun. I am the pure radiance of divine love. I am the great abundance of God manifests now and continuously. I love that one. I am the resurrection and the life. I am the mighty violet flame consuming all self-blame and resentment now and forever. I loved that. Those things that she shared. Those were powerful. Anyway. Whew. I would like to go to the car because I think my phone is down there.
Yeah.
Do you have the key? Can you go with me to
Yeah, I'll go with you.
real quick? I'd like to have that handy.
You said you're doing your own presentation, right, John? You said you're doing your own presentation with the computer?
Yes, I'm doing a PowerPoint.
You got 300 photos.
Yeah, I did see it.
You know, multiple, I'm trying to keep track of who's
Yeah,
here.
yeah, I totally understand.
Okay, so we're
Tomorrow, I'm doing the PowerPoint, and I'm also going to be doing a sound meditation like she did earlier. And then I get to run into the system of classes.
I'll use the thumb drive or the MP3 or the MP4 to the video file.
Okay.
And that's what they are. The files, yeah. So you have a thumb drive? Okay. I mean, if you want to run it, like we're hooking up this other lady today, she's gonna have her computer up there. She's got 300 photos. Yeah, you can get the button if you want to do that.
Yeah, well, I have a remote, that I can run. You know, I'm a newer computer, and the newer Macs, they got rid of the ports, but they got rid of the red eye. You know, remotely go to your pages, under your phone.
Okay.
You know, you used to have a little tiny device, this size, you just press, and they got rid of that. So now I have a separate jump drive to go plug in, and then my remote connects to the jump drive. It's nuts. I mean, it works, but.
Because it should just be USB.
You want my PowerPoint on this USB? Can I just try to?
You have two options. You can do it yourself. Well, the computer up there, and I get 2 hour break.
Yeah.
But if not, then we'll plug it in my computer to go straight to the projector.
Yeah, I'm doing a guided meditation, and, it has to go through the, so that I publish it in the.
Yeah, no license. You got to type in either an MP3 or an MP4, or you do it, unless it's in a PowerPoint, and that PowerPoint as well. So.
No, when you say no iTunes, I can't use my.
You can, but I'm not gonna have it on my system. That's my personal computer, I don't do it with iTunes because they're a problem for me.
Yeah.
So, I just do strictly MP3s.
All right, well, I'll see if I can put my hands on a jump drive.
Well, I have a jump drive. I'm
Or
just
maybe I
saying,
can just borrow one.
yeah, you have your laptop here right now,
I do,
but yours is tomorrow, right?
Right.
What time?
number 2.
Okay. So in the morning, I'll just do it right now. Oh, we just bring it over. Oh, okay. Yeah, just bring it over here, because we're gonna transfer the stuff. I don't want to. Yeah, I'm having her next year. Everybody that has any kind of technical stuff, they'll have to turn all that stuff in
Ahead of time.
a day before.
Yeah, and that's typically what I'd like to do, so.
You know, it's right, everybody here just kind of, oh, here it is right now.
Yeah, frustrating. Let me bring it up first. I do have it on MP3 that I can transfer, because I'm a creator.
Do you have a thumb drive?
No, you have it.
Okay. So that's. This is my lunch break. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There she is. This is somebody else. Alright, so.
So this is 2 parts, and I'll bring my computer over to you. So the intro, and then the, but I'm happy I didn't get to think that I could be ready.
It's really starting to become more difficult. You want to control what you're about.
No.
Okay. Then I just need a PowerPoint presentation, and an audio file on this drive. Play. And then start explaining whatever.
Okay, I misunderstood you asking. I thought you were asking if we can be charged of this meditation. No. But I do.
That we brought from home?
Yes.
I brought from the hotel?
That is something we must.
Or if you want to do PowerPoint and do control it, you'll have to play directly into the projector right there. And since you have no sound, you don't have to worry about that. I'll just be controlling your microphone and the 2 audio files. Right.
And you're going to come so.
Yes, but you see mine in this laptop. Oh, it's very good. Okay,
It's
so.
that amazing, so they took away the red eye, and they gave me an HDMI. And plus I have HDMI cords for more that.
So there's a cord there that's plugged in, you set it on the table. And we can obviously right here. So you just do just say.
Well, you don't have my name on it, how would you know it's mine?
What was the title of it?
Golden Home Meditation.
Okay, then I'll have to leave over meditation. So it's got. You can do it at the same time.
I could if anyone's doing that, but the problem is they bring up something.
It's okay. You can go back and tap on the same individual. You're getting shorter.
Well, I lost 20 pounds in Antarctica. Very fast. So, stormy and good losing all my food for the last 2 days, 3 days not eating fried either. Well, this is one of the 16 fastest in the world. We got hammered. Difficult getting down there.
And I'm kind of out of myself.
I think she's gotten down from some very tall.
She was starting from Apple to PC, so.
It should be fine.
Well, great seeing you guys, man. You're real for this one. And you said you were second tomorrow after school, or Kina, or
Say it again.
you're going at 9:40 tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Great, we look forward. there one that must be first?
Yeah, it
Which
is.
one?
That's why I gave it to you earlier.
Okay, it didn't say because it's an apple, so it didn't remember, so I just asked. That's what I'm saying, you gotta be careful with PC and Mac. They're two separate operating systems, so.
Yeah, you can label it 1 intro, 2 meditation.
Chiquito was up there for Instagram,
Alright, that's good.
Your book? Your what? I mean, I brought one of each of the current ones. I got, this is a negative, it's for the book. Why I didn't bring it because it's cheaper to buy it on Amazon. By the time I got it in the publisher, and then some pay shipping, and hopefully give me a understand what that bought me. So it's stupid, I just made it for, yeah.
Well, it's so kind of you though.
Say it again? Have you? Excellent. Maybe you give a story. Yeah. You just told people that. So much. That's awesome.
I'm at Unity every week, so, yeah. Smart.
Faith
Is my. People need to be room.
I agree. Well, and it's very cool because it answers so much.
It does, and so that, you know, there's so many people, I don't care if you've been in it a long time, or just new to it, it just answers a lot of questions. And that's what it was, sometimes she's like, this is like a guidebook. It is a guidebook. So, stuff is going on.
Yeah, very cool. And the new book is Alpha Meanings of the Kosher Records. And I did a step reciprocal. I don't do what she does. I do step reciprocal. And lots of ways to know for sure you can.
We need to use the Bible. And so we'll go from one destructive thing to
Thank you. Thank you. This is the only bread.
No. No, the other one's a girl.
Well, you know what I tell myself, and I'm sure you'll appreciate this. Sugar. Right. Entirely like in the first half.
There you go. Yes, yes. I'm sweet enough.
Oh, that's lovely.
Thank you, Maureen.
When should I be here tomorrow to help you set up my camera?
I'll take 5 minutes.
So should I do before you start for the day?
Yeah, just have to set, so we're at the book, it's a record, we're at somebody record. So I go, you're only one for how long? Oh, yeah. If you have a video camera, not like a camera that does video, right?
No, it's video.
Yeah. They have a stupid international law with photography where they send cameras and it records over like 5 minutes. It's considered a video camera. So that's why. Anyway.
No, this is a nice Sony video.
Well, yeah, I actually learned about it, so I want to record my presentation.
I'm not the video recording guy.
Okay.
I'm just the sound guy with video projection.
So you don't know anything about that?
Anybody wants to record themselves, film themselves.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I can't be in two places at once, you know. Right.
Oh, no, I just didn't know if you knew like where we were supposed to set up.
Set right there, the cameras. Right. Yeah, I shot live streams on the corner. Yeah, those sticks sticking up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's somebody else.
It's being live streamed?
Yeah, it's live streaming right now. Awesome. Yeah. So, you have to go to Suzanne's YouTube page. I didn't share today because I figured you wanted to pay for it.
Oh, you know what? We ended up putting it on that channel that is open to whoever's subscribing.
I'm gonna set up the video and I'm gonna record myself over to that.
Oh, just maybe beside that one, so just not to block, you know, or,
Slow down, thank you.
okay, sweet dear. Okay. Okay, I actually don't have the business card. You know, I don't have enough cards to do this right now. I'm gonna bring more cards tomorrow and put them on everybody's seat then. When I have enough, I've got thousands of them. I just didn't bring that many. So I'm kind of trying to think, Tom, what could I give you?
Well, see, just, so I was just something I stick in my pocket, and I'm hoping that, you know, I find out.
I mean, this would be wonderful. If you don't mind holding it, let me put my information on it.
Yeah.
Because this is my, you know, television. As they should. Thank you so much. Fantastic, super appreciate it. Hey, hi, how are you? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Thank you so much. Very funny. I am so excited. I have been telling my husband, you know, my books, here's my books. I'm so glad you came to this event, so you kind of get a taste.
Yeah, we're gonna be here the rest of the day.
Fantastic.
And try to come to part in the morning. Wednesdays are our crazy, we have tons of classes scheduled, so we're gonna try to finish at least a few hours in the morning. But, hey, we wasn't here earlier, but. Yeah, there was some architects.
Even at 7:30 this morning. So, yeah, it's good for I think there's more people coming. Goddess, and out here, sure caught a lot of people. Yeah,
Well, this
For the event?
Yeah,
yeah.
We got up to 100 people coming. And this is,
Yeah.
this is we're really excited about it.
And here's my services that I was telling you about. If you might want to take one of these flyers.
oh my goodness.
Yeah, and then, after the event, I'll come down and talk to you in a little bit more detail about, yeah. Oh, and do you do consignment at all?
That is something that we decided for. Absolutely.
Yes, this is a small. Okay, so because we kind of learned that, so, okay, fantastic. That's not bad.
And I also charge a lot of the merchandise in there, just to be able to get it bigger. So if only get a percentage discount.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
This is one thing that's.
Thank you for that. Feels like it. Like, I don't want to go in today, I don't know what else. I got it, yeah, okay, and then we'll talk a little bit more about maybe renting space for session event or classes. Thank you.
I get another one? Good presentation.
Really?
So long. Thank you. Very
Oh, so.
harsh.
Thank you. Yeah, very passionate about this. Thank you. Yeah, and you're still like, I don't know what's happening to me. I'm not sure. Yeah, they're crazy.
Process is big time. I think that's a great idea. Have you read this book?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been on my student council. Wake it up.
No worries.
How
Look it up and announce that. The reason I'm not
It
is
is a
because
great
I
idea.
don't.
Yes, I might start it as a blog first and see where it goes.
Yeah, really needs to be yourself. Oh, bless your heart. I don't have a religion like that. I get a little, my knees start to get weak. Well, yeah, it's not necessarily like my religion, I start to get weak. I get too hot, and I get it right out.
It's like a second worst nightmare. I'm sitting here thinking I've got feedback somewhere. What's wrong with the system? Yeah, yeah, this is like it's so good. It's so good. But you see me like lean over there.
Oh, wow, look at that, see, you're on the professional. I just like, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. That's right. Listen to your instincts, if you're feeling it. I saw her picture, I thought it was very nice. I've always thought, if I was to climb any higher than I do, that I should have some kind of shoe, Right, and maybe some rope. And maybe the number for life, what do they call that, life doctor?
I'll look it up. The name on there.
The ultimate VIP comes with dinner. The meditation on Bell Rock was 40 additional. The dinner table was 100 additional. You never paid. Okay. So do you need to have dinner? Do you want to have dinner? Okay. Oh, okay.
But recently, I've been doing some news where, like, short comes in, you have to watch the tax rate and everything. What I do is I imagine it as, we're not doing I see a fire plane going into the plane. Oh my God, this is a new thing I'm doing. It's not around me, but it's like here. I'm like, okay, that's off. Yeah. You know, help me out now. Stop it. And thank you for that. I forget things. There is a book. That's not, this is a pure product. That's not, this is pure product. No, totally not for this is the things to make to a live community. And they recorded the section Oh, thank you. One of the things that I do is I put all the words. Oh my God.
Let's start.
What is it? Oh.
want me to go yell at people again?
Thank you.
Sure. All right, we got everybody, please take your seats. Thank you.
Welcome back. I hope you guys had a wonderful lunch break. It looks like there's still some people who are still out there. It's spring break. I mean, Sedona used to have, I understand, only about 5 million people a year coming through here, and now people say it's upwards of 10 million plus. So it's no doubt that people are feeling drawn to these crystal cities of light around the planet. Spirit has shown me 13 sacred sites, and then it showed me the 13 constellations that they're aligned with. And so Sedona became Cygnus. And then I connected with Andrew Collins. I don't know if you guys are fans of Ancient Aliens. He's quite a big star on the show Ancient Aliens. And he wrote a book, The Cygnus Key and The Cygnus Mystery. And so I read his books, and it's the celestial swan. Whereas in the last golden age in Egypt, it was more about the celestial warrior, Orion, with more of a divine masculine energy. But now in this age of the emergence of the more feminine energy in all of us, it's no surprise that it would be the celestial swan or the white dove. And so a couple of authors, Robert Bavall, and my friend Gary David, who lives down in Tucson, he wrote a book, The Orion Zone, and did overlays of the constellation. And of course, Bavall showed how it aligned with the 3 pyramids of Giza. Gary David did it for Arizona, and has the 3 Hopi Mesas in Wupaki, north near Flagstaff, aligned with the 3 belt stars of Orion. But now Andrew Collins is coming in and saying, it's time for the celestial swan. And he has, rather than the belt stars, of course this is the Northern Cross, the hand, the heart, and the other hand for 3 stars. And he shows how they align with the 3 pyramids at Giza. And now, because he's coming here in a few weeks, he is showing how they align with the 3 Hopi Mesas. So I really do believe that, Sedona is connected with Cygnus, the celestial swan. How beautiful is that? Goddess Sedona, right? So,
explosion in signals right now that they're calling the second Big Bang. And the last time it happened was 16,500 years ago, about 14,000 years ago, in the golden age of Atlantis.
Oh, thank you for that. Thank you for that. And we'll look forward to her presentation. She's going to give us a lot of information about that stuff. And, but without further ado, I do want to introduce the next speaker, who is such a dear, dear friend of mine. I really love Light Star. The first time I met her and her partner, Stansworth Bear, it was like an instant love affair. I just fell in love with both of them instantly. And they are both so incredibly gifted, so talented on many, many levels. Stansworth Bear is a musician as well as doing energy work, and Light Star is an artist, a high frequency attunement artist, as well as speaking many different galactic languages. And she also offers sessions. So I am truly delighted to introduce to you the very beautiful Light Star.
Doing? Great. No, really. How's everybody doing? Okay, you guys just had lunch, so you should be doing better, right? So, yeah, thank you, Suzanne. Thank you for this amazing event, and all the awesomeness that you guys have been experiencing has not been amazing. I mean, Sumaya, thank you. And, I didn't plan this, but I was wearing purple also. So we kind of just had the by the flame thing going today. I don't know how that happened. So, yeah, I am really honored to be here. I have a really awesome little slideshow thing. It's not really a slideshow, it's just going to be playing in the background. And it's a video of all my artwork. And there's some music in the background. And so it's kind of my way of doing one part of an activation, which is going to just go from slide to slide and just, looping and stuff too. And it's going to show you some of my artwork. And some of my artwork is the activation. So as we're listening, as we're just going and some get activated from the screen and the images, and some of you will get activated by some light language that I'm going to speak. And so I want to just tell you a little bit, how many of you guys in here are familiar with language? So most of this room, right? So you guys have had some experiences with Shakina this morning. She did some really incredible toning. And I'm going to just tell you a little bit about what I feel is light language, or language of light, depending on how you want to say it. I'm going to try to stay out of the visual here for you guys too. So light language is an energetic language. It is not something that is similar to our language here on Earth, where we have French, German, English, all these different languages. Those are languages. So I almost feel that light language should be called something else. It shouldn't be called language, really. I almost feel like expression is maybe a better word for it, or a better term to describe it, because it is really more of that energy frequency of our energy rather than speaking language. But in some ways, the language comes through our voice, and that's how we express down here on Earth. So there is a point to that, and there's different levels of the energetic language too. We have different angelic frequencies, angelic tones, and then we have galactic languages, which is from the many different races that we've been hearing about. We have elemental languages, and some of you guys have seen some of my YouTube channel videos because you came out before, and we're talking about that earlier, about some of the elemental languages, like from the fairy language, and from the dragon languages even. So Amanda was mentioning that too, about the dragon energy coming onto the planet now. We've had a lot of influx of dragon energy. It's not all of this like negative connotations about the dragons. So sometimes people, they get scared, or it's difficult to look at them because it's scary. But the energy is very strong and the vibration is very strong, but they come from different places for different purposes as well with some of these other dragon energies, whether it be the white dragons, or blue dragons, or in my case, I actually had a silver type of dragon that came, silver water dragon, that came, I don't know how many months ago that was, I don't know if it was even a year ago, but that came through really strong one day, and it was not in a dream time. A lot of my artwork comes through my dreams, but this was one that came in full waking state. And if you've ever had a dragon come visit you, it's like, whoa, you know, this energy was pretty intense. But this one dragon that came to me was sharing his name, and he calls himself Valion. And he is not the scary type of dragon, it's almost like the friendly dragon, if you will. Very, very wise and very intense energy, but very wise, very loving, and very patient as well. So these are some of the experiences that I've had with some of these different languages coming out. My artwork is also an expression of some of the codes, the light codes, that are also coming through for a lot of people right now. There's light codes coming onto the planet in many different ways, with symbols, sacred geometries, and different types of, you know, verbal languages or toning. And the purpose of, I feel that light language has several different types of purposes, okay? Some of the purposes are for activating, to awaken the DNA that lies within everybody here and can activate. So that's one of the play purposes, if you will, for light language. The other one I feel is for when people are doing blessings or ceremonies or things of that nature, and they're also bringing energy forth to set the tone or set the sacredness of the space. And they also can use it as healing. So it can be very healing and it can be very activating. Sometimes people have situations where they will feel or experience light language and not understand at all what's going on in their body. Like, wow, I was feeling this, but I have no idea why I was feeling this. And the reason why is because it goes beneath the surface of our 3D language. And it goes to the heart of us, it goes to the energy of us. And it shifts our DNA and also the energy that flows within you. Your chi, if you will, it also affects that. And one of the things I've noticed about light language is that there are people having all different kinds of experiences with it. Some people have chills, some people feel light, and you know, some people feel warmth, they're having an expanding feeling in their chest about, you know, life, or something opens up. But one thing that I've had a couple people that have had these experiences have also experienced tension or pressure. So has anybody experienced that in here from when you hear light language and maybe you felt a little bit pressure in one area, maybe in your head or somewhere in your body, okay? So a couple people, I want to just touch on this because I feel it's really important to, because some people get a little bit like, why would I feel that? And what I feel happens with experiencing this is if you are in, it could be anywhere in your body, but it's like energy flows, right? If energy's flowing through your body and then all of a sudden it hits a spot that is maybe it's a spot that's like a little bit challenged, or it's, you know, a spot in your body that's just a little bit blocked or something energetically, it's going to hit against that energy frequency coming through, and it's going to come in the form of a little bit of pressure. So one of the things that is the easiest things is to breathe. Breathing through the experience of this, because it allows that energy to flow, especially if you're feeling it in one area, in your head, focusing on breathing through that area. So it's something that I feel happens with a lot of people that maybe not know or understand about why some of the pressuring feeling comes into play. But the expansiveness and the openness is what we want. That's what we want. That's the expansion, and that's the expression that's coming through. So it's funny, when I was listening to Amanda going through her guided visualization, which was awesome. But before that, I was listening to her saying about the room, okay? And I had gotten this download yesterday. So I was like, wow, we're both getting the same download at the same time, where I was actually seeing the same exact, as she was pointing to it, the same exact shape in this room. And I was noticing it being like a triangle, or I'm gonna say a diamond shape. So it came from up at the top, and then one side of the room, the other side of the room like a triangle. But then it goes down below and back up, a diamond. And I kept seeing this like sort of diamond shape with all these other filaments coming in from all sides. And so it's very interesting that we're both seeing that, because energetically, when we're in this room together, as you guys are going to be experiencing some of the language and some of the, the energy that's being brought forth here, that all those little filaments that are coming in from your soul, your higher self, your angels, your guides that are in this room. And so it's getting kind of crowded in here, right? Everybody's angels are all over the place. Everyone's kind of like, wow, we got angels here. But every one of us have several different personal angels. And so in this room today and tomorrow, when you're experiencing these things, I want you to see it as a collective experience, the moment where we're all connected as we're all in this diamond together, and then each one of those points of the diamond have angelic or galactic, whatever, elemental energies as well that are coming in specifically for you. And that's what happens when we're all together, is we actually collectively, whether you know it or not, we're actually releasing energy, you're receiving energy as well from these different elements, galactic, angelic, and all the different realms for the most part. So we've got this energy point of this diamond shape. Now, I was also getting this last night too. I don't know if you guys, a lot of times when we're doing chakra, everyone's kind of familiar, I think, with the chakras and the different types of chakras, colors and things of that nature. Well, I was seeing the colors around the room. So we're still looking at that diamond that's all the way through, we're all in this diamond, and the colors of the chakras that are around this room. So for me, it was up at the top. We're looking at the room chakra, back behind, and then going around the room was the colors of the chakras, all of them. Mostly we're focusing on 7. We know there's much more than 7, but the main ones is what I was seeing. So this room is filled with light, is filled with golden energy, because that's the other thing I was seeing, was these golden strands, these golden energy light. So as I do these languages, what I was being told is for you guys to have a visual of that, this diamond shape. And since Amanda was also pointing out all the different star races, let's bring those in as well as the colors. So we have a full spectrum here in the room of the chakra colors around the room, emanating with the little filaments that are coming in for you guys, and the diamond shape with the golden energy with the angelics at the helm, because I feel like they were coming in really strong from the very beginning. So, you guys ready to experience? Yeah? Okay, well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring through what I feel was most important to bring through, and that is the Arcturians. Now, I'm bringing through Arcturian energy because we have a lot of stuff going on in our planet right now. Well, lots of the planets, but in the cosmos, it's really good. We're kicking off spring, but we're also in Mercury retrograde. So at the same time, what happens in Mercury retrograde is we bring up stuff from the past. There may be things that are coming up from you guys from the past, and I want to focus on the mental field. So the Arcturians wanted me to focus on this mental energy field right here, that bringing up some stuff from your past, or things that you have to let go of, or that are in your energy field that may be confusing or you're not sure what's going on, or maybe there's some negative thoughts floating around, but in the energy field. So, because the Arcturians are so good at that, they really help to clear the field. So as we're going through this, I want you guys to focus on a little like diamond shape, and it can be a crystal of any kind that you like, but you're going to put all of those thoughts, things from the past, things you have to clear up, communication issues, whatever it is, you're going to put it into that diamond space. And as I'm doing the language, I want you to see and feel it dissolving. Okay, so that's what you're going to be seeing, experiencing while I'm doing this. Okay. Okay. All right. So everybody, just close our eyes and take a nice deep breath in. As I speak this energy, please do not try to figure it out from your mind. Put the analytical mind off to the side just for a moment. And as you breathe in and breathe out, be more relaxed and more centered and more balanced. And also seeing and putting all those energies, the past, things you would like to release into that diamond crystal in front of you. It's also bringing in past thoughts, other people's thoughts that are in your energy field that you want to clear. Yes, yes, will send Chishak, Nas Miashikisa, will saw sure son of a sea, Ishi Shaknis, D Teraton, San Tia Shia Shanta, will see Shia San Su, Ishia Kakiso, Mahite, Ishi, Titia, Usanchia, Isiti, Titia, Karamase, Yashuya, whereas Titira Tar Sud, She, Siriash, Nikia Santa, Sa, whereas Titia, Ansati Chuntia, Santo Tiam Taisu, who are such Nashias, Maki, Sun Taishi, Sis Nash. Lashia song tai ki song, ka kia song shi, bahasu titiya tananta song, yashi song tishia, makati, hadiasu, tu, akas, mas, ashia, takanase, tanakiyashe, tunagish, wasmadishi takanantia sudan, ish yatamunta, ishi otanaka, usi, usa, tishia asum, akushia, mas, washi, iti, ukuyas, nashi, Masa, Masa, Ukushiti, Atarata, Tete, Tereshi, Seven, Wakasi, Marashi. Everybody take a nice deep breath. Seeing again all those energy fields in that bubble of light, in that crystalline diamond shape, releasing, dissolving, clearing, cleansing. Feeling lighter, more clear, more balanced in the mental field. Breathing. Everybody take one last deep breath in. And breathing out once again, relaxing, releasing, feeling your shoulders dropping, clearing the mental field. So, pretty powerful stuff here. And for those of you that want to continue to do that, please do. This is something that I feel is important right now on this planet, to clear our mental energy. We need all of the clarity, all of the calmness in the mind to be centered and balanced. Arcturian energy is really powerful for that. So allow the angelic, galactic, and the elemental energies, as well as the Arcturians, to do their magic, bringing in your higher self, of course, with all of this. And on the heels of this, while you're in this space, I want to also open it up to talk about the Pleiadians a little bit, which I was also feeling wanted to come through. We've got the mind, now we've got the heart. Pleiadian energy is all about the heart and to opening the heart. It's kind of interesting that I had my Magical Dimensions Oracle cards out by my table, and before the morning, 3 people came up, one right after another, and picked up the same exact card. Guess which one it was? Heart chakra, heart portal. Well, there's no accident for this, because I asked Spirit too, my higher self, to become aware of what was happening in the room before I would come up here. So actually, I had a whole plan. I talked to Suzanne about this before. I had a whole plan that I was going to, do before this. It was like a week ago. I'm going to do this. Well, I get to like a few days before this event, and my higher self, the Spirit's like, "Oh no, you're not doing that." I'm like, "What?" So sometimes you get kind of sideswiped to do something else and just be in the moment, spontaneous, and that's what I'm doing in this moment, is tuning in to what was coming up. So the heart, okay? So I want to have you guys have a heart opening, heart expanding, and also for people that are perhaps feeling emotionally, maybe you have some heartbreak or emotional pain going on at the moment for whatever purpose, whatever's going on, to allow the energy of the heart to come through and dissolve that as well. So we're putting that same diamond, golden diamond, inside of the heart now. And as I'm speaking these words, speaking this energy that's coming through, focusing on where in your life do you want to clear your heart? Where do you want to release? What do you feel you need to let go of or release at this time, or situation with a person, or a loved one, or whatever you want to heal as well with that, okay? So everybody close their eyes once again. Focus on the heart and that golden diamond within the heart. Mira kalai Asuya Amayai Yaka Ulashya Mea Parakai Urasarako Zai Ishulai Kulakalen Saramahilea Kulash Lerosuya Urakakai Nai Baranso Urakai Uresui Abulan Arme Kulai Maria Sora Almai Shuyakai Uini Urakahanai Urini Sui Ampara Shori Uraka Hanai Ali Vera Naime Uransai Shwa Arme Uraka Urasuni Armaish Akaya Noiru Udura Kamashe Yesua Kan Tamayale Urasaiya Kan Aransaula Ale Ukaram Eos Ura Shuaya Ai Ura Bamara Baranso Oma. Again, breathe in through the heart, seeing, feeling, experiencing that diamond, gold diamond, releasing, dissolving, allowing the angels, your personal angels, to take any pain, any emotional pain, releasing that now, letting it go, opening up, expanding into the light that you are, the love that you are. Opening, expanding heart, feeling that coming in, this beautiful light, that golden expansion in the heart that opens even wider, even larger, as that diamond begins to grow larger, wider. Experiencing that in your entire field as this golden light grows from this room into the size of this room, and feeling that golden light expanding out even further into the world, expanding to every living creature, every animal, every plant, every person, expanding that love that you are into this world and beyond. And breathing, expanding, awakening a new love that you are. As you take a nice deep breath in, once again, feeling your body, feeling your mind, feeling the heart. And now what I'd like to do as I was standing up here, I know we have some Syrian beings in the room as well. So I would like to tune in to the Syrian energy, which their energy is very strong. It's much different than some of the lighter energies, but I'm also feeling there's a push for a lot of us to get on our path. Not some of you are already on your path, but to really push forward on your path, and maybe you're opening up to a whole new genre of what you're doing in your work or new type of relationship. So we're going to open up and expand this even wider. Syrian energy also, the Syrians are really powerful. And they come through with a lot of energy of planetary shift. That's how I see it. They're extremely powerful workers of the meridian points on a planet. And they work with the ley lines and the meridian points of a planet. Doesn't mean it's Earth, it's any planet. They're master terraformers. And so they are also working a lot with the energy of being in the moment, very expressive, very assertive in their words. And so I want to also put this kind of energy force, if you will. This time we're going to put the diamond energy field into our stomach area, because we're going to be putting that into the solar plexus, which is going to empower. So this is an empowerment. Now we got clear the mind, we get into the heart, now we step into empowerment. And we're going to really push this to putting anything in your field here of what you want to release, old stuff also, but things that you have outworn. Okay, maybe you're in your jobs and careers or in your own business, and you need to step up to a whole new thing. Maybe you don't know what it is, but you're kind of fear a little bit. Fear comes in, like you don't know what to do, so there's fear. So we're going to put any fears, any doubts, any insecurities that you have about any area, relationships, career, business, I don't care what it is. Just bring it up and put it into that diamond. And whereas I speak these languages, we're going to dissolve all of that so that you can move forward out of here. Okay? So once again, everybody close their eyes. Again, put that diamond into your stomach, right in the center of the solar plexus. And breathe in, put all that energy in there, put all the different things that are coming to you, put them in there energetically. Breathe. Yash akalakek, vasti akalak, shukal mash, nestukai, bash, yit, alam ukashik, nasubashiak, beste barakal, mashiak, nastubarak, mai, vakutish al masur, nas, washikekia akal masek, winchia, kal mashitu, washua, makulak, rukishia, usakal makish, beasakela, wakal, lakilek, shulakmai, vakanse, washiak, not my tushyak. Everybody breathe once again. Feeling the energy of that, feeling the empowerment, stepping forward, dissolving all those lower frequencies, stepping forward into the stomach, bringing your energy even more into your center, into your balance, bringing all that love, all that clarity down into the stomach, right in the solar plexus. Feeling confident, feeling clear, knowing what you have to do when you step forward and your next moves forward on the planet, and having clarity and calmness and balance and energy and passion along with that as well. So everybody take a nice deep breath in, bring in energy and breathe out. A lot of energy in this room. I'm seeing a lot of rainbows, lots of colors coming up from a lot of you guys, top of your heads, expanding. So this has been awesome. So I want to actually give you guys a chance if anyone has any question. Does anyone have any question about light language, or if they want to share anything? I just want to have like a minute or so to do that, but if not, so move on. Everybody good? Okay. Oh, you got one?
Why do you get so tired after being activated?
Good question. When energy comes through our bodies like that, it's coming through in a very different way than we're used to. It's not like, we're going out and doing exercise, you're going to work out, right? So this is like, energy has to work its way through your body, and sometimes it also requires you to have more rest. So sometimes your body may be signaling you, if that's happening, that you actually need to integrate, and it might be you need to take a nap, or you need to kind of chill your body. We were just talking about that before, like decompress. There may be too much anxiety, there's too much stress going on in the body, and then you activate, and it's like, give it some time. I always tell people not to listen to too many activations in light language at once. That's usually why I only do 3, 4 maybe at the max on here, because we want to give integration time. So whenever you're feeling tired, or maybe you get more energy, everyone's different, but if you get that, it's your body signaling, I need to integrate, take some downtime, and it's okay, your energy will come back. I've had people dietary changes afterwards. So strange things can happen, but just, allow yourself to kind of be in it and breathe through it and get the rest that you need to integrate, okay? All right, you guys, that's my time. So thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
Don't you just love Light Star? Such powerful galactic language. You can just feel right away the energetic shift in your being. So we are going to actually take a quick little 10-minute break. We're not going to be taking the break after Trisha's presentation. We need to stay on track with our time because we have to leave at a very specific time at the end of the day. So Trisha needs to set up a bit her computer and such. And so when that's all done, then you guys can come back in 10 and I'll introduce her.
We have to leave.
No. You don't have to leave, but.
The pedestal?
Yes.
Trisha, you can help do things up here.
I think there is power behind.
It's right there. There's a power button right there.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Deb. You can call me Sheriff. Sheriff.
Sheriff?
Yeah.
I hate being called ma'am. Air Force grad.
I know, I'm adjusting, it's a cultural thing. Can we move this over and scoot this over? The fire won't You don't want
How's it going? She's going to be doing it on the screen. Do you want the screen or her? Or otherwise I just pull the camera back to get them both?
I would pull the camera back, yeah, because I think her slides are a really integral part of her presentation. I know, I got to get off the heels once in a while, although they're really comfortable, but.
I wanted to, I'm a guide now for Crystal.
Crystal Star Weaver. Fantastic.
Yeah, and she said she's taking you out with someone.
Agua, and Andrew Collins. Yeah.
I asked her if I could go along, but I figured I'll ask you.
Of course, sure, Robert. Absolutely. It'll be fantastic. Andrew Collins is amazing.
Do you know where you want to go?
He knows where he wants to go.
Okay.
So we'll have a.
Stand right where you are.
We'll have a.
Sorry.
Yeah, you know what?
Damn it.
We don't need a Jeep to get there, do we?
Okay. For the live stream, I need you to be aware and conscious of this camera. If you're hiding behind your laptop, they won't see your face. This is live stream. So I need you to tilt this.
Yeah, she said she'd get the 15-person band.
Oh, okay.
Maybe she borrows it from somebody. Yeah. No problem at all.
Fantastic. On dock, by the way. Maybe I look like an Eric. I don't know.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, so she said she would borrow the 15. When was the accident? Okay. I don't know what band she
You good?
But what you're
Yeah, okay. I mean, why not follow us if you want? Oh, okay. No, we don't. No, I mean.
I just wondered if where you want to go requires full
You know, my husband this weekend is going to go out to this Turkey Creek trip. You're probably just totally. I'd like to go see it this weekend. But I mean, do you have any available time this weekend? Yeah?
Yeah, the users, I'm not with her.
Okay, okay.
Never very dramatically ended.
Okay. Because I would really like to go out to Turkey Creek and just see it. I'd like to.
We go there a lot because it's very close to my house. Heavily traveled.
That's the first place we want to go. We start out on the Creek Trail. And then from there, we're going to go to the Serpent's Head and the foot of the Thunder Mountains. So you want to talk about if you're going down Dragon Creek Road, and then you're going to go to Point Canyon, Lizard Head. And so Crystal is going to try and figure out what would be the best place to park and to walk to that. We don't want to park on Dry Creek Road. But pull off on Dry Creek Road and
Devil Bridge, that's the most popular place in Arizona.
Is there any
Better to go through.
Oh, so maybe start there and end at Turkey Creek Trail? Okay. And then he has a presentation at the Sedona Pub, Posse Gardens. So it's Posse Gardens. I don't know that answer. But Posse Gardens, they have this one. Okay, so there's a screen. And so then we'll take a break from noon to 2, and then he has a 2-hour talk. So logistically, do you think that if we went to Lizard Rock first and then down to the VOC, right, the Turkey Creek, and then back up to Posse Grounds and then Sedona?
All the traffic. It's called HDMI, that's what it says. HDMI. We have to work with what we have today.
Oh, that's not how that's yeah, you have to go to the adventure first part of the day, and then we take a break at lunch. Yeah, Turkey Creek Trail, then go superintendent from like 8 a.m. to 12, so about 4 hours to go see lizards. And we're hoping to go to Turkey Creek Trail down to.
I think you better do this. Once the traffic
yeah, that's what I think. So if you start the Turkey Creek Trail, go up to Lizard Head, and then
Okay, we're gonna start, guys. Get your seats.
Do you want me to introduce you, dear, or are you? Okay. Would you mind, Don, would you mind peeking your head out the door and just say, Christian's getting started, you don't want to miss this?
Can we make it?
Doc, do we have control of the lights?
What?
Do we have control of the lights? Is there a way to make it a little darker around here? Okay.
Split up.
Got it. He's gonna just get the lights when everybody gets up here.
Thank you for taking your seats.
So, what an honor and a privilege to have with us today one of the world's most well-respected spiritual teachers, Tricia McKenna. I get a little teary-eyed on this because it was a few years ago that I came across the book Divine Sophia. And I was reading her book, Divine Sophia. I was thinking, this woman is magnificent. Her knowledge is so extensive. And she's just so heartfelt when she writes, too. You feel like suddenly you have a new best friend. And for her to be standing next to me today is really phenomenal. She has such extensive knowledge, it's going to blow your mind. She's a 4-time best-selling author. She's taken priestess journeys around the world to sacred sites. She's been doing this for decades. Please put your hands together for Tricia McKenna.
Thank you, guys. So let me just do a check-in before we start. How many of you have heard me speak before? How many of you have heard of me before? How many of you have no clue who I am? Okay, great, good. I know it was a good starting point. So Today, let me just tell you, we have a 3-hour slideshow I'm doing in 2 hours. So we're going to be going at light speed, and it's a lot of information. I'll just tell you a little bit about myself. I live in Atlanta. I was raised in a traditional Christian family. My older sister married a preacher. They're evangelical and fundamentalist. My mother's did speaking in tongues and laying on hands, you know. I was talking to the fairies and the divas in the forest as a little girl. And when I was about 8 years old, the angel of the forest came and began to teach me about the great chain of being and how the light and sound of God are stepped down from the higher levels to eventually create the physical world that we know. As Suzanne said, I'm the author of 4 books, and I'll just tell you a little bit about these. I only brought like 6 or 7 copies of each book, just because, you know, I came in last night, had to ship everything in, so I don't have a lot of inventory with me. I didn't bring any of my DVDs, but I do have like free things you can take, like pamphlets, if you're interested in the great spiritual mysteries. This first book, which didn't come yesterday, we hope it arrives at Suzanne's house tonight, and so I'll have about 7 copies of that tomorrow. This is always the book I tell people to start with, because like a lot of you, from a very early age, I was very tuned in, I think, to the natural world. How many of you feel like that was true for you? What a great teacher nature is. So, you know, I grew up across from a great forest, and I would go and spend hours there because, you know, I have one of those great American dysfunctional families, you know. I mean, you know what I'm talking about? Right, so like this was like my escape. I read books and spent time in the woods. And so I think that because the elementals are not used to having people see them, when I would see them, they went and told the overlighting angel of the forest that they would see them. So he came and began to teach me about the hierarchy of dimensions when I was 8. Well, I mean, that made perfect sense to me, wouldn't it to you, right? You know, spiritual beings, we're down here, there are many, many dimensions, and the light and sound are stepped down in different vibrational rates in order to create each of the dimensions. I was like, sure, that sounds right to me. So the whole time I was growing up, we all had different coping, you know, devices in my family. Mine was talking to God, many times ranting and raving, you know, to God about the unfairness of suffering and the challenges that we were having in my family. My dad was a very brilliant lawyer, and I still have that big research piece in me, and I think my sisters do too. But because he had a massive stroke at the age of 37, you know, it crippled him, and my mother became his caretaker for 40 years, and he became an alcoholic. And he was still a brilliant attorney. As they said, it took 2 weeks for him to wake up to give them an answer, you know, that he had his little finger rather than get a new county attorney because he was that smart. But it, you know, impacted all of us. And so the spiritual realm is really my way of kind of coping. The second book that I wrote, Jesus, I didn't intend to write this book. I mean, the last thing I thought in a million years was I would write a book about Jesus because, you know, that fundamental part of my family believed that me and probably all my friends, like all of you, that we were all going to hell because we didn't believe their version of it. How many of you have families where you relate to that, right? So what happened is I was writing a book about the great spiritual mysteries because in this book I talk about, you know, we start off with the angel, but within 3 chapters you're with the Brahmi masters. I did a lot of praying growing up that someone wiser than myself would show up. It could help me to connect the dots because I was very active on the inner planes. You know, one night I'd be in the temples of golden wisdom in the astral plane or the mental plane. The next night I was in the battles of the lower astral, and I was kind of like, where's the roadmap and how do I steer this? You know, do any of you know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. So when I was 19, I was at school at Florida State University, and a group of masters called the Viragi Masters appeared to me. And Viragi comes from the Sanskrit word virag, meaning detachment. So these are masters who detach from the world. They're not going after the big house, the fast car, sex, money. you know, all the classic things we're all taught to go after. They're going after spiritual enlightenment. So they have charted these spiritual realms. And they taught the ancients art of soul travel, which is an ability that every single soul has while we're still living in the physical body to shift our consciousness and to actually go and visit these planes. And I was like, hot diggity dog, that is like my kind of place, you know. I don't have to die to find out what's true, what's on the other side. I can find out now. So I became initiated when I was 19 years old. You know, when I finished school at FSU, I came back to Atlanta as an art director and graphic designer, and then I opened up my photography studio at 24, got my first national spread. I shot for Macy's, Calvin Klein, Ralph Lauren, AT&T, so that was my straight Clark Kent life. But my inner life was about learning to travel in these realms. And I never intended to, you know, do this for a living. I never intended to be a clairvoyant for a living. I've had that gift of sight since I was little. But when I was young, I didn't have any control over it. Sometimes I view people and look at them and I'll be flooded with information, and other times I try to see and I couldn't see. So when I was about 30 years old, I was dating an English man who I was engaged to, and I went to Stonehenge for the first time. I didn't know at that time that I would be engaged to him or I would go to England 30 times. That was my first time. So I was like, I'm going to Stonehenge. Yes, that's where I'm going. And so I wound up going, and I had this very powerful experience. It was a blustery, cloudy Tuesday. There were maybe 15 tourists there. I was meditating with my back to a stone. Everything got very quiet. I opened my eyes, and there were stones standing that weren't standing before. And there was, the visitor center had vanished, and the paved road had become a dirt road. And there was an angel standing about where you are, about that far away from me. And he had his finger like this. He very deliberately moved his finger very dramatically. And I was like, what? What does that mean? It's like, am I supposed to keep a secret or something? Well, when I broke contact with the rock, everything went back the way that it had been. And of course, I was getting up like, are you still there? Where are you? You know? Well, what I didn't realize was from that point on, he had unsealed the Akashic records so that I could access the soul records of anybody that I met at will. It was like I had graduated after about, 11 years of study. So I've read for over 6,000 people all around the world. And of course, if you have any compassion at all, when people come in crying, you begin to pray to be given the gifts to heal them. So I'm trained as a hypnotherapist for over 25 years. I do everything from soul retrieval to holographic repatterning. I do a lot of things about emotional healing. And pulling off the layers, particularly for what I would say are the reincarnations of the ancient priests and priestesses, the ancient healers, because we've taken a lot of hit points through the last, 1,800 years of, the Inquisition was about 6.5 centuries. It was a hard go. 15 million people murdered, really, by the Catholic Church in the name of religion. And I've done the research. Those statistics are actually accurate. So this book takes you to where I meet my guides, the Council of Nine, and the whole last third of this book is about how I eventually, because of the power of them as my spiritual teachers. And I'll show you a picture of one of the members towards the very end of this slideshow. So I was writing a book about the great spiritual mysteries of the change of the ages, and I put 3 little chapters from this book on Jesus, why he came when he came, the change of the ages between Aries and Pisces, what his secret teachings were that nobody seems to know about, and what he did during the last years. Well, I had always collected esoteric information on Jesus. I always thought Jesus was cool, but not exactly the traditional version of him, but I loved him. And so before I knew it, I had 200 pages on Jesus inside what was now a 600-page book, and it was like, Mama Mia, they're having babies. What am I going to do? My publisher is not going to be happy. What am I going to do? I have to make this book shorter. So I decided I would just pull out the 200 pages on Jesus I was just going to solve my problem. Yep, indeed. So I was laying on the floor of my office. It was that week after Christmas where everything's, very still and everyone's tryptophan down on turkey and we're all broke and you know what I mean? It's like a great time for a writer. And I had my hand over my eyes like this and I became aware of this brilliant light shining down on me. And I moved my hand and Jesus was standing about 15 feet away, all in his light, totally golden. And without any preamble, he said, I want you to write a book about my lost years and secret teachings. There has been enough war and bloodshed in my name. And I tell you, it was like an arrow, it just pierced my heart. And when I could even gather myself enough to respond, I was like, well, could I finish this other book first because I'm running out of money? And we're so human, aren't we? We're just like so, flawed. And so he smiled and he waved his hand. He said, don't worry, I'll open every door. It'll just take a moment. And of course, it took 3 years. And I wound up remortgaging my house twice in order to just pay bills because once I committed, I was in the cave. And so this book has over 1,200 footnotes. I had people appear at my door with secret documents and books that Joseph of Arimathea had brought to England that had been hidden for nearly 2,000 years. I had books materialize on my bookcase. I wound up getting access to secret documents from the Vatican. So these are not channeled books. They are divinely inspired because Jesus and this whole group of masters was in my house day and night for the 3 years I was writing this book. But it's a tour de force of the great spiritual mysteries and his time among the Essenes, among the Celts and the Druids, among the Indians, among the Persian and the Magi, and his 7 years in the temples of ancient Egypt. And all of my books, because I'm a visual, have about 100 illustrations. And I've done a lot of them. I mean, there are better artists than me, like that last beautiful, beautiful artist that we just saw her work, but they're pretty good for black and white. So after that book came out, I was on tour with that book. It was like 3 months after it had come out, and my total attention was on the solar lords, these great solar lords that come to the planet. And I was in the bathtub one night, and I have a fireplace in my bathroom. That is the coolest thing about my entire house, is I have a fireplace. And I can't be on the phone. The guides know they can get me, water, fire. She's alone. She's not on the phone. She's not on the computer. So they always come in and talk to me. And so suddenly this presence came in, and it was like this enormous opalescent pearl with violet swirls and smoky swirls. And it was surrounded by 10,000 petals, like sunflower petals. And they were all the incarnations of the solar lords and all the planets throughout the galaxy. And I mean, in my wildest dreams, I could maybe have named 30. And there were 10,000. And this presence spoke, and she said, I am Sophia. I am the pearl of great price. And it is that which they seek. They seek me to understand all things. And I will make you a vessel of my wisdom. And I was like, okay, yeah. Look at all those solar lords. Oh my God, they're so good. Look at them. They're amazing. She's like, I will make you a vessel of my presence. I'm like, okay, well, that's really cool. I heard you, but look at all those solar lords. I mean, I was just like, how we are. But it's right over her head. The next night, I took another bath. She came in again. She said, I want to just be sure you understand what I said. And I said, oh, okay, I'm really glad I got about them. You know how we are. We're just like so human. So when this book happened, the over 100 illustrations here, I would have one aspect of the Divine Mother after another come into my house. And when I would draw, they would come into my body. And for 4 to 6 hours, it would be Kuan Yin inhabiting me, drawing her own picture. So again, very powerful teaching for me. I'm a student of all of these beings. Although I'm a student and a teacher of the great spiritual mystery schools in the Egyptian, the Native American, the Celtic, the the esoteric Christian, the Bragi Masters of the Far East, but I'm always a student. And we always have to remember we're always students, no matter how much we're teaching, because there are always beings that are ahead of us. And there are always people that are behind us that we can help. This book was almost called The Landscapes of Heaven, because in one of the sections of the book is about that. I have had 3 near-death experiences. I just had my 3rd big one. I had surgery 4 weeks ago, and I've only been kind of eating for about 10 days now. And it was real touch and go as to whether I would be able to come to the conference, but I have like big, scar here where they opened me up 4 weeks ago. But I always ask, okay, if I'm going to leave, what's the most important book you want me to write before I go? So they said, you should write about what you've discovered from the 6,000 readings that you've done. How the planes are structured, how we all come out of the angelic realms, how we fall asleep, how we forget who we are, and how we enter the worlds of karma, and how we can awaken from those worlds. So this is very much about the landscapes of heaven, where we come from, where we go between lives, and how to free ourselves from that wheel of karma. And it's got a really gorgeous color folio. I've had a mystery school that I've been teaching for over 14 years, and for many years I just taught it in Atlanta. But so many people from around the world asked me, do you have it online? And for years I had to say, no, sorry. And then finally, about 5 years ago, I got the first 12 discourses online, and I have a brochure you can pick up there, and you can go to my website, and they're like, each of these is 100 to 180 pages with, table of contents and introduction and 200 images and processes. But it's about great spiritual mysteries, and because I'm trained in many traditions, it integrates all of it. And so, they're like $99 a piece, or if you order the first 3, they're $225, so it saves you $75. So, those are all things you can pick up a brochure. And I have a whole lot of DVDs that I've created. Most of them are 2 hours that are, probably have 30 of them. I didn't bring any of them, I'm so sorry, but it's really hard when you have to ship everything back and forth. So our talk today is really about what's happening galactically and how the cycles of time actually work, and where we are in the evolution of consciousness. All of us have heard from the 1960s on, this is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Yeah, exactly. So we are entering this age. And we are probably, in 1939, we entered 0 degrees of it. And every degree takes 72 years. So in 2011, that was the last year of the 72 years. So 2012 was year 1 of 1 degree of Aquarius. That's what 2012 was. So let's just take a quick look at what the age of Aquarius is about. Well, we know it's an air sign, but it's also ruled by ether. So as an air sign, how many Aquarians do we have in here? Aquarius is very much futuristic, and it's very much about information and communication. So it's an age of increased technology when all sorts of new forms of communication have been discovered. And if you think since like the 1939, we had the television set. We went from the telegraph to computers, electricity, nanotechnology, the internet, DVDs and CDs. Now we've got digital, fiber optics, lasers, magnetic imaging, and miniaturization, just to name a few. It's a time, because of its connection with the ether element, where the ETs are coming back, where space travel opens up to us for the first time since Atlantis, really. Atlantis was the last time that we had a global civilization where we could do space travel and we were interacting openly with the ETs in a way that wasn't, a servant-master situation. It's a time when we begin to ask deeper questions and really look out into the universe. We didn't even know there were galaxies until the early 20th century. I don't know if you know that. But we didn't know that all those galaxies were out there. Now we know that our star is one of at least 100 billion stars in our galaxy alone, and that there are over 100 billion other galaxies. And each of those that are circled, they just pointed the telescope at a pretty blank space and left it on a time exposure. Those are all galaxies. So we know, and this is conservative, There are at least 100 billion other galaxies. It's a time when in medicine, even though we know allopathic medicine has its, challenges, that there are really great advances in surgery and magnetic imaging and infectious disease control, despite the fact that we know that the pharmaceuticals have kind of gone too far. It's a time when some doctors are actually combining Eastern and Western medicine. I know many doctors who actually are very open. My doctor I just had surgery with, they couldn't solve my throwing up everything I ate and drank by regular means. They couldn't figure out what was wrong. And I was off of the painkillers about 5 days, and my higher self came in and brought me a dream. This was just 2 weeks ago. That said, your 5 elements are off, you need to go get acupuncture. And the next day, I found out that sometimes when they take out an organ, like my gallbladder was taken out, that they punctured my small intestines and a bunch of other stuff, so that was why it was all so messy. That sometimes the meridian shut down. So that was what had happened is instead of the acid that, the liver and the gallbladder produced just draining, it was backwashing into the stomach, and that's why I couldn't hold anything down. But Western medicine didn't know that. Eastern medicine knew that. So I had 4 acupuncture treatments, which is why I'm like standing here today and able to eat and, digest food again. Yay! So it's a time when there's more of that happening. And I told my doctor, who's from Argentina, he's a really good surgeon, despite the fact that he punctured my small intestines, it really wasn't his fault. I mean, it really wasn't, because I had had a previous surgery where they opened me up and pulled all my organs out, and so they stuffed them back in. They didn't put them in the right places. So when they made the cut in the right place, it was the small intestines. So, like I said, it wasn't really his fault. But anyway, he got the name of my acupuncturist for his wife that's pregnant with her 4 kids. And he wanted the name of my naturopath too. So it's like more and more there's an openness to it, which is great. So there's discoveries, of course, because we have telescopes and we have microscopes about the very atomic nature of our reality. And of course, that led us to the atom bomb, which we all know, can be extremely destructive. So it's the question is how we use it. It's like a knife. Do you use it to chop up your carrots for your juicer, or do you, go stab somebody? So it's what do we do with this knowledge? We discovered quantum physics in the 1920s, and it took a long time for scientists to get their brain around it, because what we knew was Newtonian physics. Newtonian physics is big physics. It's kind of like, drop an apple, falls on the ground, okay? Quantum physics tells us that our thoughts actually affect submolecular reality, subatomic reality. That means magic is possible. That means telepathy is possible. That means power of consciousness pervades everything at some level that scientists are still grappling with, because it implies a spiritual universe. It implies a consciousness that is a hidden web behind everything. And, for a long time, science and spirituality were together. The only way they got separated was 500 years ago. The only way science could be born, because the Catholic Church had such a hold on everybody, was to say, hey, the province of the soul is yours, church. We're just saying, when I look through a telescope, there appears to be a planet up there. Okay, that's all we're saying, okay? It has nothing to do with God. No, it's just a planet, okay? So that's why it had to get separated. And we're at a time when we're starting to reconnect spirituality to science, and that's extremely important. We're also decoding some of the sacred geometry. For example, the entire universe moves in a spiral. That's Rigel. That's the divine masculine, my teacher. The hair on the top of your head goes in a spiral. When you flush the toilet, it goes in a spiral. A nautilus shell goes in a spiral. Everything moves in a spiral. Flowers open in a spiral. It's all connected to an organic template that really is the way that the divine began. In the beginning, it was one, right? And then the one split itself into 2, and it became the divine Father and Mother. And then from the 1 and the 2, you add them together, you get the 3, which is the first Trinity. And then you get the 5, which winds up being, that's the Fibonacci spiral. You guys know that, right? See, 1 plus 1 equals 2, 2 plus 1 equals 3. So it's, and then 3 plus 2 equals 5, 5 plus 3 equals 8. So it all goes on. It's all connected to the template of how God created the universe. And that's why that template literally is the nature of reality. And that's why it exists in everyone and everything. It's in the growing of plants and trees, all organic matter. It's in the growing of a child inside of a mom's belly. It's literally in the movement of a planet, of solar systems, and of galaxies. And the energy that comes out of the top of our head, that spirals around, goes down to the bottom of our feet, and then we pull it up. This is our personal tree of life. So, you know, as above, so below. One of those great hermetic laws. So it gives us keys, basically, and I think you don't have the bottom line. I guess we're being cut off here. I don't know, Doc, if you can adjust the projector so that we see what's on the bottom. But the end of that is giving us keys to understanding the nature of reality, basically. And understanding that the universe repeats in these beautiful, sacred geometric patterns that we call fractal geometry. Now, today, modern science is also exploring the microscopic world of our bodies, giving us insight into the very nature of our cells, which is incredible, and the structure of the universe. And of course, this is an eye and an iris, isn't it? And it looks just like kind of like a black hole in the center of every single galaxy. We've discovered we have a black hole, which is really the divine feminine. Really, it's the infinite plenteum from which all things are born. So it repeats one of those 7 hermetic laws: as above, so below; as below, so above. We're also, of course, have been hot on the heels of decoding DNA, haven't we? And literally trying to figure out how to manipulate it. So that brings us to the question, have we gone too far? For example, you know, cloning. Do we really want, oh, thank you. Uh-oh. Pretty good.
Good.
I think got a little bit of top cut off, but hopefully that'll be okay. So Dolly, the sheep, you know, so far as we know, I mean, who knows what they're really doing behind closed doors, but so far as we know, cloning isn't so great, but we've gotten into crossbreeding. I mean, for example, they're mixed rat DNA with tomatoes. Believe it or not, the body doesn't know how to read that. Why have they done that? To make the tomatoes more climate resistant. But that's crazy. Rats and tomatoes. No, I don't think so. So, you know, we really, you know, we kind of have gone too far in some of these places. They talked about reviving prehistoric animals. Well, I mean, maybe the mastodon would be cool, but even though I love those big tigers and lions and bears, I would not really go for the saber-tooth or the, you know, Jurassic Park version of reality. I mean, those, you know, reptiles had their day, and I think we could really throw the world out of balance if we had Jurassic Park. Plus, we've got genetically modified foods, and the body can't read it. So wheat and corn, because, you know, the corn syrup and everything, and soy, tomatoes, peppers, chickens, not all of them, of course, apples, strawberries, and more. So this is something we have to stand up to companies like Monsanto, who is just like, you know, as far as I'm concerned, the evil empire. Sorry, Monsanto, if I've offended you, okay? But, you know, I think they need to change their policy. And I think they need to look at what's healthy for the human race, not what just makes the money. We've got some brilliant things with drugs. But, for example, I just had hydrocodone. I don't want to be on hydrocodone. I mean, it's nice little opioid, but, you know, they wanted to give it to me every 4 hours. I was going 7 hours. And as soon as I got home, I went totally off of it because I'm a clairvoyant. I have to be clear. I can't do my work if I'm not clear. So, of course, we know what's happened with some people is like, you know, oh, my knee hurts, I'll take another one of those pills. Well, it does help with the knee, but then what does it do with our motivation in our life, you know, our get up and go? Not to mention the fact that who really wants to be dependent on anything? I mean, if the world were to end, I mean, the worst that would happen with me would couldn't have highlights anymore, okay? I mean, that's the only thing I'm really dependent on. So, you know, you have to think about this. So with the DNA, you know, it's interesting. Suzanne and I were talking about this earlier, and she made a really brilliant point. she was talking about the different dimensions, and one of her downloads was that we use basically about 10% of our brain, although personally I think we could definitely use 15 or more. And she said that was because that's kind of the only access we had in this dimension, but in the next dimension you get to use more. So the more we become third dimensional and fourth dimensional and fifth dimensional, the more access we have to more of who we are. But of course, what has happened in the world of science is they have lumped the other 90% as junk DNA, which is complete garbage. That is ridiculous. It's not junk DNA, but it's like telling us, don't look in the trash pile, there's really nothing there, okay? Well, what's there is clairvoyance and clairaudience and clairsentience and your healing power and your ability to walk through walls, your ability to levitate. All these things we know that the great masters have done, we have those potentialities within us as well. Now, we might not choose to take it, but the more I think we can access who we are, the more those gifts naturally come online. We don't have to chase them. You know, they'll come to us naturally. So, of course, I really look at the junk DNA as like the hyperdimensional doorway to our transformation. It's really the ladder to heaven, and this is what the ancients taught us. In the Egyptian teachings, there are all these things about going up the ladder. The ladder is the DNA. It really is. And the tree of life is the DNA. And there's a cosmic tree of life. There is a planetary tree of life. And there's a personal tree of life. I mean, this is all cool stuff that I love talking about, but maybe one of my next books will be about the Anunnaki gods and the tree of life and the way of the return. Because all of this stuff, this knowledge is hidden in our DNA. And it's I think we're in the process of beginning to awaken it. You know, there are huge galactic waves hitting this planet, as I'm going to be showing you. And we've just come through a really big one. In January, February, March, there are a lot of people that left the planet. How many of you have loved ones that you know of that died in the last 3 months? I have human friends, and I have dog friends, and I have cat friends, and a lot of friends that have left. So we've been in a big galactic wave. So this junk DNA, and we should probably rename it because maybe it's hunk DNA. You know, because spiritual hunks. Hunk DNA, they hold the ultimate potential for ourselves really as a species. And what's interesting is stress contracts the DNA. And of course, we're in a very stressful world. I mean, we're all like little chipmunks on the wheel, aren't we? Like running as fast as we can half the time. So stress makes it harder for us to access, or the DNA doesn't relax. It contracts. And when it contracts, you feel it in your muscles, then you can't access it. The more we can be like these beautiful women who've been doing these gorgeous meditations, the more we can be in that space of love and flow and sedoniness, you know. Yeah, then the more we can actually have these gifts start to rise up within us, which is why we come to conferences like this, right? We step out of the maddening crowd in order to let ourselves be in this space. So love opens up the DNA, and fear and stress close it down. So what's interesting is our DNA looks very similar, of course, to the Kundalini, doesn't it? And as we know, we have the Inda and the Pingala, the two snakes moving up the spine, just like we have the two strands of DNA creating like the Vesica Piscis, which is this incredible portal connecting us with the great central sun. This is why Thoth, the great master initiate, chose the caduceus staff. Here's the base of your spine, here's your spinal column, here's the end of the Pingala, sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems, going out to activate the third eye so that you can be free and do soul travel and leave your body. And so the parasympathetic nervous system is the feminine system. The sympathetic is the masculine. The masculine, this is masculine. I move my hand, I'm talking my mouth, okay, move my mouth, that's masculine. The parasympathetic is our respiration, our blood circulation, our digestion. It's just like it. Women behind the scenes don't get any credit. They're doing all the work. We can't stay alive without them. You know, the men get the credit, although not in this group, obviously. You know, you guys are pretty balanced and so forth. But yeah, I think it's very funny, isn't it? If you got the male going, but the female is not going behind the scenes supporting the inner man, you can't stay alive. If you got the female going, but you don't get the male engaged, you don't have a purpose. The male is our purpose. our drive, our action in the world. So they're a beautiful complement and they're meant to be. Both of them are equally important. So this age that we're moving into, we're just at the very edge of it, but it's actually a time of great hope. And I'm going to show you why that is astronomically in just a few minutes. So one of the things that's happening is the divine feminine is rising to come back into balance with the divine masculine. And it has to happen. The men in this room are probably very, very enlightened men. And when I talk about the patriarchy, I'm not picking on men because, believe me, I've been a man about 64% of the time. And so, you know, I think men are great. And what would the goddess do without our wonderful men? We'd be lonely. We love our men, okay? We want to be champions for our men, and we want them to be champions for us. But it's a time when the divine feminine reemerges to offer us a better way besides war, competition, and destruction. Cooperation is the way. It becomes a win-win for everybody. And of course, this is an image really of that pearl of great price that all those solar lords honor. And they are the active agents that come into the world. But what it is that they're bringing forth is the union of masculine and feminine together. And this was actually at the heart of Jesus' teachings. He talked about God as the Abba, Amma, the Father, Mother, God. You know, he said there was a female Christ. He said, from time to time, we come into the world, even as I and Mary Magdalene have come into the world. And he said he cannot return until the divine feminine is re-enthroned in the world. So it is imperative that we bring the divine feminine up, not as a dominating force, but as a balancing force. Both are equally important. Now, you may not be familiar with the work of Maria Gumbatis. She was born and raised in Lithuania. She was an archaeologist at a time when women weren't archaeologists, the 1950s. She studied in Austria, Germany, and the US and was fluent in more than 25 languages. She became a graduate fellow at Harvard in 1950, taught at Harvard for 12 years, moved to the University of Los Angeles in 1963, and began her own archaeological excavations in 1967 for 15 years in several countries, Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, Turkey, and Greece. And that's a picture of her. What she discovered was that for thousands of years, when we considered God the divine mother, men and women ruled together in a partnership model with absolutely no war. Now, this is a piece of human history most people know nothing about. I knew nothing about it. I was raised in the same culture you guys were. And my book, Return of the Divine Sophia, is about how I was taken into these secret initiation circles and I began to learn about this hidden history. And because I am a person who likes science and history and research, I went out and did my own research to find out what was true. And of course, all the time I was having experiences with these spaces of the divine feminine. So because she'd been raised in the old country where Christianity did not exist in Lithuania until the 14th century, Gumbatis had grown up with many symbols of the ancient mother religion that once existed in her own country. Thus, when she began to discover them in Greece and the Mediterranean, she had an innate understanding of the symbolic language of the goddess. It's because of this that we have, and these are just one of thousands that we've discovered, the Wildendorf goddess going back 40,000 years. Yeah, she looks like she needs to go on a diet. But you know what? It's not about our version of beauty. It's about the abundance and fecundity of the all-giving mother, the one who is pregnant with all of life. 40,000 years. The Spurge goddesses from France, 24 to 26,000 years ago. The Venus of La Salle, 20,000 to 30,000 years ago. This is in front of a cave where, and there's 13 lunar moons marking the 13 lunar cycles. And they definitely knew the women were not having immaculate conceptions, that men and women mated together and that's what produced a child. So these have all been extensively looked at. So this really takes us back to a time that, you know, the current version of reality is, you know, we were swinging out of trees like monkeys, and then we were squatting around fires, and then poof, there was ancient Egypt with metallurgy and pyramids and sacred geometry and mathematics, and that's the version of reality we've been taught. Oh yeah, there was that earlier culture. Yeah, Right, Samaria, oh yeah, right, well, let's not talk too much about that, because, Samaria, they're those big old tall, 20-foot giants, let's not go there. Okay, it started with Egypt, that's the story we're gonna stick with, okay? That's the version we've all been taught. Imagine if we had a world where war was not something we did. Imagine that. So it went from God being the divine mother, the creation of all life, who not only was transcendent, out beyond reality, but was what they call immanent, meaning she is in everything. She's in you. She's in you. She's in the flower. She's in the food I'm eating. She is in all of nature. She's right here with us. She's going through the dance of life with us, with all the celebrations and all the sorrows that we all go through as human beings. Imagine that. I don't have to say, is anybody there? Is anybody there? I know you're way up there in the clouds. So the God we've been taught is thought to be transcendent. God is both transcendent, meaning beyond this sphere, and immanent. We are like fish in water, swimming around in water, going, do you think there's any water? I heard there was a rumor there was water. We're in the body of God. We're in the body. Everything we see is the body of God. It's all made from her. And of course there is a him, of course. Those are the beings that I work for. He's spinning the whole thing. He's setting in motion. So, the mother of all living things. And I think people that attend conferences like this are people who love animals, who pay attention to nature, who are interested in growing their own food, or at least eating healthy food. I'm preaching to the choir here, but imagine if we begin to treat everyone and everything as if there was this sacred spark within each one of us. It would change our world. We would probably stop having all these crazy wars and conflict and, stabbing each other in the back in politics, because we would realize that we're just doing it to ourselves. So there have been over 250 appearances of the Divine Mother all around the world, and I'm just going to name a few. The Lady of Guadalupe in Mexico, 1531, Lourdes in France, 1858, Fatima, Portugal, 1917, and Medjugorje, 1981. So, when they say that, I have this wonderful book on Mary that's like all these apparitions, but the Catholic Church wrote it in the very beginning, and I don't mean to pick on the Catholic Church. I was raised Episcopalian, which is Catholic light, we get all the good stuff without the guilt. It's really good. So in the beginning, it says, we want to just make clear that everyone realizes that Mary was just a mortal woman. She's not really special. She's not God. She's not, they don't even use the word goddess. They're afraid to bring that up. But she was a human woman that lent her womb to the Son of God. So we just want to make sure everybody realizes there's nothing really special about her. And then that's the introduction. And then the whole rest is all of her apparitions and miracles. Okay? Like crazy. It would just make you a crazy person if you believe this stuff. The proof is in the pudding. So this is a time, I think, when people like us are part of a community that is waking up to the importance of having wonderful, balanced men and wonderful, balanced women. And it used to be, I've spoken all over the world, but when I go to New York 15 years ago, the men would say to me, Tricia, please tell the women not to yell at us when we open the door for them. Because the women were so mad. They were like, they'd gone from being the oppressed to becoming the oppressors, And I would say, now, girls, you have to treat your men with respect. That's what you want them to do for you, right? And they'd be like, all right, I'll let them open the door for me. So it's, we have to look at that pendulum, okay? And we went really far over, then we went this way. And I think we're starting to get a little more in the middle, which is good. And this is the only thing I think that will allow our planet to really return to balance. It's a time when people like myself and some of the other wonderful speakers here are beginning to bring forth the mysteries. And I am very much a student of the mysteries, and I have been since I was little. A lot of my lifetimes, been priest, high priest, priestess, high priestess. And most of my clients I attract are people that really have come through in some lifetime or another, mystery schools, or if they've been nuns, or, like you've been a nun, I can tell. I mean, I just look at you, I can see you. And, in other words, they've been deeply dedicated to the divine. They committed their lives to the divine. And some of them haven't had such easy times. But it's a time when we're beginning to bring philosophy, science, and religion or spirituality back together. And there's scientists like Michio Kaku, Brian Greene. These are quantum cosmologists and physicists who are talking about marrying spirituality with science. Albert Einstein was another one. The deeper he went into science, the more holy he became in his perspective. It's a time when we begin to bring forth the teachings of the masters that have had to be part of an underground stream for the better part of about 1,800 years. So, of course, these are some of the heavy hitters. Okay, we need a little room at the top. Can we manage that, Doc? Can you bring it down just a little bit, or is that something that we have to do with the projector? So Jesus, we all know, Buddha, Krishna, Rumi, Zoroaster, Lao Tzu, Saint Germain, Shamsi Tabriz, I don't know if you know who he was, he's Persian. Mohammed, I don't really know a lot about the Muslim faith, but despite the fact that there are a lot of crazy jihadists out there, there are also a lot of wonderful Muslim people that are peaceful and heart-based. Mary Magdalene, Mother Teresa. For the first time, we're starting to ask real questions about our human origins, because what we've discovered is that there's something that's been laterally inserted in our DNA that doesn't appear to be true in any other DNA of any other species, telling us that we've been messed with. And, hopefully messed with for the better, our evolution accelerated. And so it's a time when we're beginning to decode our ancient history. And I talk a lot, I have a lot of presentations, probably 50. And one's totally on Atlantis, one's totally on Antarctica. But as we begin to have the satellite imaging and sonar and radar and from above, we have found thousands of pyramids, telling us that there was once a worldwide culture. So we have to look at some of the indigenous wisdom that has come down to us. For example, many of the Native American people, the first peoples, talk about the fact that we came from the Pleiades. Now, how many of you know who Billy Meyer is? He's a one-armed Swiss farmer who from 1975 had ongoing contact with the Pleiades. They say that they are our closest genetic ancestors. They are our same height, they look like us, but they live about 350, 450 years. They live longer than we do. And the Pleiades, of course, is the seven sisters, but the truth is you can only see 6 of these stars with the naked eye. So how the heck did we know there were 7 big ones out there? There's actually about 2,400 of these stars. It's about 400 light years from Earth in the constellation of Taurus, the Bull. But certainly we can see from the alignments of a lot of the ancient pyramids, monuments, temples, and even Native American grounds that the Pleiades always factored into who had seeded the planet, along with Orion, Andromeda. Lyra is another conversation, but Lyra is definitely in that mix. The Cassiopeians. I mean, there's 12 major ones. And this has to do with, this is twisted hair tradition. I'm trained in the Native American twisted hair tradition. That's not one tribe. There's 300 to 500 twisted hair scattered throughout the Americas. And they teach the history of the planet from 230,000 years ago on forward. And so my shaman teacher that I studied with over 30 years ago was trained in that tradition, so that's part of my lineage. And that's a book, another book I need to write, but how many books before they're done with me and I get to go home, So anyway, the Incans, another, it's all sun culture. But look at this. This is the layouts, literally, those temples literally repeat the Pleiades. And I can show you about 10 of these all over the world, from the Celtic lands on. So again, I have a lot to cover in this presentation, so I'm literally just touching on a few things for you. So it's a time when a lot of the hidden records are really being found again. And some of these records, of course, are found in rock, and of course, we're in a perfect place out here in Sedona, where the petroglyphs are here. And if we have time, I'll tell you that story of one of the times I was out here filming, and I wound up going up to the petroglyphs and filming some of them about the star people. And I stopped at this taco stand, and I heard this couple talking, and they were talking. I went over and said, "Do you know of any petroglyphs that, you know, relate to the ETs?" And they were like, "Oh yeah, we do. In fact, what we do for a living is we copy them and we etch them and we sell them on stone so people don't have to break off the real ones. We have a whole trunk full." I was like, really? And so, you know, we sat and we talked for a while, and after a while, Doug said to Charlotte, "Do you think she's the one?" And he said, "Oh, well, she could be the one. Maybe we should tell her." I'm like, "Tell me what? The one what?" Okay. Well, they had a hidden map for where the ETs will land in the last days. And this had been given to them by, it was on a bracelet that was given by a shaman to this woman. And she was like, "Well, what am I supposed to do with this bracelet? I don't even know what it means." And he said, "You'll know when the time comes." Okay? So 5 years passed, and then she was at a party, and a Native American shaman came up to her and said, "Oh, I see you have a map where the star beams are going to land in the last days." And she was like, "Oh, yeah, well, I don't know how to read it or anything." He said, "I'll draw it for you." She said, "What am I supposed to do with this?" He said, "You'll know who to give it to when the time comes." So for about 5 years, she tried to give it to different people. Nobody wanted it. So she gave it to Doug and Char, and they said, "Well, what are we supposed to do with it?" And she said, "You'll know who to give it to when the time comes." And I said, "Well, the time has come, and it's me." Okay? So let's get the map. So before we went to get the map, we went to Airport Mesa. And it was blue sky, poofy clouds, you know. I was filming them. And I was like, "Tell them about the prophecies of the coming of the rainbow tribe and all that stuff." So, and about the map. As soon as I said that, it was literally like a storm swept in like 2 minutes flat. It started raining behind them, and a rainbow appeared in the sky, like, "Oh!" like that. Let's go see that map. Oh my God. So Sedona is a very magical place, and there's a lot more to that story, as you can imagine. But you know, I love coming here, and it's been too long. But so some of these are in stone carvings, and you probably recognize this. This is Sumerian and Assyrian. And these are some of the Anunnaki gods. And that's a tree of life. It was a real tree that they extracted and made a soma, or a drink from, that doubled their lifespan. And so there really was a real tree. And of course, they didn't want the humans to have it. You know, don't drink from the tree of life. Then you'll live a really long time. We don't want them to do that. So that's a whole other conversation, but the tree is replete with all sorts of symbology. Here are 7 planes, it's like the flower of life. And if you go into the ancient world, I'm like a museum person. As a photographer, I've been in all these museums all over the world. And if you go back in the ancient world, all of these designs are everywhere. These are reliefs and statues, of course, and some of these, we have strange artifacts that we can't explain that look just like astronauts visiting our planet. These are all, literally from ancient civilizations, complete with the respirator here, and the spotlight here, and the, looks just like our little astronauts. These are not modern. Now these are from Mexico. And these were discovered 80 years ago inside of a pyramid in Calakmul, Mexico. And of course, they were hidden by authorities because they didn't know what the heck to make of them. Here we have a UFO with a tractor beam going down. Okay? Here we have a little astronaut, looks like a little dude here with a little cap on, He's in a space capsule. Here's the UFO here, and the beams coming out of it with a big old headdress, kind of like they wore in Atlantis. Here we see another UFO with a tractor beam, with a weird old headdress and big slanty eyes and a sweet body, okay? So this wouldn't be one of the Greys, this would be somebody else. And here we have the planet Earth. Here we have our little dude in the space capsule. Here's the UFO. This is like a bubble, like a cartoon. And here's the UFO. And inside the space capsule is our little astronaut. Yes, indeed. Okay, so, of course they didn't know what to do with it, so they hid it. But this is the actual pyramid inside of a pyramid from Calamol. How do you say that? Calamol. Say that again. Calamol. Yeah, we'll guess that's what it means. Okay, now some are in plain sight. This is Persephone and Demeter. These are human women. See bosoms? These are not children. Bosoms? These are human women. Let's put them 5'4", 5'6". These are the gods. Much taller. 10, 11, 12 feet. Okay? Here's Persephone and Demeter, her daughter. Here are the human, male and female. Their child, little pig over here. Here again, here's the humans. Bosoms, it's a grown up. Okay? These are the women, and here's one of the gods. Here we have gods, and we have demigods. That means half human, half Anunnaki. Not quite as tall as the gods, but, usually the high priest or the ruler. Here we have Persephone and Demeter. This is a Greek warrior dude. This isn't a boy, so let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's 5'11". So that's going to make them, 8, 9 feet tall? It's hidden in plain sight, if you know where to look. So here we have, of course, angels visiting humans. Here's one of the humans with a little turban thing around his head. So most of you may not know this, but in the 1820s or 30s, there was a city called Nineveh that was discovered, and they began excavating. They found over 100,000 Sumerian cuneiform texts. But in the temple precinct, they found 22,000 that specifically related to the seeding of our planet by the gods. Okay, those are the Anunnaki. And so, the other 100,000 were like things like marriage transaction, land transactions, just regular kind of everyday practical records. But the 22,000 really told this amazing story, and I don't have the time in this presentation to tell you all of that story, but the Anunnaki gods are definitely big players. And Zachariah Sitchin, who's passed now, he's a colleague on the circuit, he wrote 10 books in the Earth Chronicle series, where he, began to look at modern day discoveries like warheads, harpoons, planes that were called eagles and things like that. And he was able to go back and take the translations. He was one of about 10,000 people that could read Sumerian cuneiform, the whole planet. And he compared it to things that basically until the last century, where we became technologically sophisticated, we really would not have known what those things meant because we hadn't caught up with the aliens. What we do find is that's really interesting to me is that there were creatures down here that are not down here anymore, okay? Now, whether they came from that planet or whether they were genetic experiments, I have no idea. This is a set creature, so he was probably a little bit on the vicious side. In fact, he has a little snake head on his tail. Okay, I'm happy that he's gone. Sorry, he looks cute, like a greyhound, but I wouldn't trust him. Okay, so this one I kind of like, a griffin. He's kind of cool, but he does look like he's got lion paws and wings, and I don't know about the teeth, because he could be a little scary. This is Ninhurta. He's got one of his lightning bolts. He was known for his weapons. This guy is very interesting. You can see the scale. When I go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City, there's one of these beings that actually communicates with me. And that's a whole other story. But so, of course, we've begun to find these incredible, large skulls all over the Americas. And this is an Egyptian skull looking very much like Akhenaten's kids and Akhenaten himself, telling us he probably came in to try to, I think the priesthood in Luxor or Thebes was becoming corrupt at that time. And, as with usual, people get invested in their job descriptions and how much money they can bring in. And so any initiate understood that Egypt taught that there was one divine creator, and that all these different gods with a little g were actually expressions. Bast was the god of joy, love, beer, and marijuana. Yeah, I'm not kidding. She's friendly. They had a 70,000 people party like Mardi Gras down the Nile every year, for her. God, Isis was the goddess of wisdom, love, and civilization. Osiris was the god of, like Jesus, of self-sacrifice for the good of the people. There were expressions down here. But what happened, of course, is, as with anything, it starts off pretty good, and after people kind of really start getting rich on it, they become invested in continuing to get rich. And so I think Mountain probably came to say, hey, look, there's just one God behind it. If you need something to worship, use the sun. It's a good symbol. It represents enlightenment, okay? And of course, he was such a pacifist that in his 17-year rule, he basically did not honor the war treaties so he angered the priesthood and then the military, and so they still haven't found his body, but maybe they took him up to the mothership again. Mission not accomplished, Akhenaten. You tried to go too fast. So this is probably what they look like. That's pretty interesting, isn't it? She's quite beautiful, really. But no wonder they wear big old hats, because you have to kind of do that to help your cranium to give it some support, right? And this is because of an increase of gamma rays on their planet. Whenever their planet comes close to our planet, we're flooded with gamma rays. And scientists have long speculated that the development of our cerebral forebrain has been created by the inflow of gamma rays. Where did they come from? And it's because their planet has gamma rays. The ones that came down here and were born down here, they don't have the elongated heads. But if they were born on their planet and raised on their planet, they had the elongated heads. But the ones that came down and were born here over thousands of years, no, they don't. Isis doesn't have it, Osiris doesn't have it, Horus doesn't have it. You just look at them, they have normal looking heads because they were on Earth. So I have whole presentations of 30 slides like this. This is a 21-footer. This is from Greece, okay? So again, I'm just touching on a few things so that you have a clue the depth and breadth of what's going on out there in terms of this awakening of remembrance of what our hidden history has been. Look at this one. This is a cowboy, and the giant skeleton's literally, that's probably a 30-footer or something. He's in rock. This is Bubba going, I don't know where this skull came from. Oh my God. He's like, it beats me. I don't know. This is South Africa. This is a footprint. Okay, so, if we are, 12 inches, that's got to be, and we're 6 feet tall, an average guy. So that's probably 12, 24, 36, 48, 60 inches. What did you say? That's 6 times 5. So if you're 6 feet tall and you multiply it by 5, that's a 30 foot taller. So there are a lot of different sizes. Look at this one. This is Java. So, there's a big, we've had a lobotomy. When they burned the Library of Alexandria with 700,000 scrolls, and the Serapeum with 40,000 scrolls, we had a historical lobotomy. We're just discovering the evidence now that tells us that there have been much earlier cycles in human history. Go back like Tepe. This goes back 12,000 to 14,000 years. The flood happened 11,600 or 700 years ago. They covered this up before the Great Flood. Okay? And they excavated 3 of the circles, and they think that there are 50 of these circles. Okay? That's what the sonar tells us. So, the Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm one of the people who's, really followed a lot of the research with this. There's some wonderful translators who have begun to come forward, and, I think it's because the words of Issa, which is what he called himself, Issa means firstborn. The Greek, he calls himself Jesus. That's the Greek rendering of Issa. Okay, and Issa comes from a much longer word that I spent $40 for a book just to get that one footnote. It's like Issa, to whatever it is. It is an ancient name for Brahm, the creator. meaning firstborn of creation. But he was known as Saint Issa in Egypt. He was known as Saint Issa in the Celtic lands. He was known as Saint Issa in India. You know, anyway, like I said, I only brought a few of these books, but I think that, and in the Sophia book, I have 5 chapters of his secret teachings where he talks openly about reincarnation and the Divine Father and Mother. So, you know, his messages are perennial. The kingdom of heaven lies within us all. Forgiveness is the key. Love is the answer. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This goes for all ages, all times, all nations, all people. And he's not the first to have said it, but he's the first to have understood, I think, the depth and breadth of it and brought it down to very, very, very simple terms, okay? And, you know, these are all things we could stand to live by more. So a time, I think, when there's a recognition that perhaps Mary Magdalene was not a prostitute, and after all, the Catholic Church finally came out in 1979 and said, oops, sorry, she wasn't a prostitute after all, we lied. Sorry to tell you that. After having set up brothels in the name of the Magdalens, where Pope Innocent III went and they all slept with women who took their money. I mean, believe me, I have a part of me that could absolutely, you know, get my machete to those boys, because I think it went so wrong for so long. But we're at a time now when I think it's shifting, and there are a lot of people that are awakening to the Magdalene energies, and there was a Magdalene order there for many, many centuries. And these were women who were waiting for the next Horus king, or the next Osiris king. We call it the Horus king. And Jesus was thought to be that king, because they knew that every several centuries, one of these great solar lords comes down to help us. And they wanted to support him. Now, each of us has a masculine and feminine side, and we really need to make peace with them. Probably most of you in this room have done that. But it would be really great if some of our political leaders could be a little further along on that path. And it allows us to heal parts of ourselves, whether they're parts from this lifetime where we've been wounded, or places where we've judged ourselves, or where we've judged others, or where we have been wounded from past lives. Because we have to be able to love the shadow within ourselves to bring it back into wholeness. And this is a beautiful image from Egypt. Here's the tree of life within the person. And this is Set, who represents lying, cheating, murdering, jealousy, greed, ego, all those things. And this is Horus, who represents truth and light and healing and all of that. So they're in a tug of war over every soul. And this is the heart, which is the key, okay? So they have their foot on the heart. Which way is the heart of that person going to go? And here, this is the symbol for the Bach. The Bach is an aspect, one of the 9 aspects of the soul. And here is Kepler, the scarab beetle. And here's the sun right here, the light of lights. So the Bach is like this symbol, okay? So it's like saying, I raise my soul to align with the Creator and the light of all things, okay? But the heart is the decider for all of us. It's in the heart that ultimately, you know, how much love do we have? Who do we love? Who loved us? Who do we care about? Who cared about us? Who do we help? Who helped us? That's what they care about. When you go to heaven, I've been to heaven. They don't ask you how much money you made, how big your house was, or did you get a new car? Did you send your kids to college? That's a good thing too, but they don't ask you that. They ask you, how much love did you share? How much did your passing through the world make a difference to other people? And it can be over a cup of tea with your neighbor. It doesn't have to be on stage or writing a book. We help in little ways every day. And that's really what matters up there. Now, the Theosophist in the 1920s and 30s said that this new age would be called the age of Horus. And Horus, we know, represents truth. And you can see from the symbols, he's along with the great central sun, he deals with enlightenment, he deals with the opening of the third eye, he's holding the Ankh, the symbol for eternal life, and here's the Shen. The Shen is a symbol for mastery. It looks like a circle with a line, the feminine and the masculine, the infinite and the finite. We must, unite our male and female in order to attain eternal life. This is hermetics. This is the feather of Ma'at, the feather of truth here. Anyway, all of these hieroglyphics have meaning in hermetics. So the age of Horus is an age of light and truth, and it ushers in a time when those that have kept the secrets begin to resurface. And many of those people are you. I mean, that's why we have conferences like this, so we can come together and share and increase in numbers. And we're here, of course, to awaken our brothers and our sisters and to learn how, like many of our earlier beautiful presenters did, to help us connect more with our higher selves. And this, of course, includes many masters that are coming in right now because they realize we are at a pivotal point of decision, and I'll be telling you and showing you why. So many of them have returned to help us because Earth is a beautiful, beautiful planet. Earth is, in this galaxy, there are 12 major vortex points, like acupressure points on the body, okay? Our solar system is one. You know, Mars is gone now. I mean, there's some people living underground on Mars, and the military has installments there. But, you know, it was once a thriving planet. Tiamat, where the asteroid belt is, it's gone. This is the last planet where it can really happen, except maybe fourth dimensional Venus. You know, Venus supposedly has people in it in the fourth dimension. But the third dimension, I have no idea. But because we are so important, there's a lot of attention being paid to us. And nobody wants to see this planet destroyed. You know, also, most planets have, you know, just like the meridian lines in the body, you guys have ley lines, if anyone wants to know, of course you know about ley lines. They're galactic ley lines. Most planets have between 2 and 5 ley lines. The more ley lines, galactic lines, they're called synchronic lines you have, the more flora and fauna you have, the more variety on the planet. How many do you think we have? Anybody? We have 18. 18 is a lot. That's a lot. That's why we have so much variety on this planet. Nobody wants to see this planet be destroyed. This is a very precious planet. So that's why there's been a struggle between even the dark and light ETs. So these are some of the masters that we know of that have come in: Sai Baba, Babaji, Yogananda, Amaji, Mother Mira, and you guys, I know others that we can add to that. It's also attracted a lot of advanced star beings, and these are, of course, called the indigos. I'm sure how many of you have heard of indigos? Everybody? Yeah? We're going to take a quick look at them. Why are they called that? Because they come from a higher dimension where the predominant ray is indigo. How many of you are attracted to that indigo color? Strongly attracted. If you are, it's probably because you are an indigo. And many of the souls are really us. And they've been arriving in 3 separate ways. There were some that were born before World War II, but then, you know, when Hitler started taking prisoners and stretching their skin to make lampshades, they were like, whoa, that planet is way too primitive, you know. Let's hold up on this mission and see what happens. So after World War II, the baby boomers came in. How many of you were born in the 40s? Raise your hands. Be proud. 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. Okay, this is the wave that came in, okay, to change the planet. Like World War II, out. We are going to change this paradigm. And then since the 90s, there's been another group. So there have been 3 waves, and these are some of the traits. So raise your hand if any of these fit you. A strong connection to dreams. Be proud. Lower than normal body temperature. Love of nature and animals. Naturally psychic. I love this crowd. An interest in ancient knowledge. Forward thinking and unprejudiced. Spiritually knowing and questioning. Natural spiritual healers and teachers. They can inadvertently make watches or magnetic things stop. Yeah, that was an annoying one, but sometimes you can outgrow it. So you guys are the ones that have come in and really changed the planet, and there's a million ways to do it, through dance, through art, through electronics like Doc is doing, through conferences and teaching like Suzanne is doing. There's a lot of ways to do it, and she's happy. She's so adorable. I love this planet, she says, and then she meets the educational system and goes, there's some problems here. So the paradigms have been changing since the 1960s. If you think about it, Earth shoes and organic food and all this stuff, now it's in Kroger, it's in Publix, you know? I mean, thank goodness, we have made a difference, but we still have a ways to go. And many of us are working together in groups because, you know, it makes us stronger together. And many crystal children and rainbow children have been born since the 90s, and they have kind of a similar mission, but we're meant to be their support and their teachers. And a lot of us didn't have those teachers, so we're there for them. So often they're very smart, they have strong self-esteem, but they don't feel like they fit in. How many of you know people like that, kids like that? They're often bored with typical school and often diagnosed with ADD. And so, of course, they did Ritalin to try to shut the nervous systems down. This is all part of the dark agenda. So these souls, of course, come from the higher dimensions, and many of them have special abilities. This is why there are all these shows about the X-Men and the Gifted and all this, because we are waking up to those abilities. There are people who can shoot light out of their hands. I'm not kidding. There are people who are highly telepathic. These are some of their abilities. Imagine being in a world where the military wants to, kidnap you and use your abilities for war. Telepathy, telekinesis, communication with animals, love of nature, light coming from hands, can heal others, accelerate plant growth, precognitive dreams, and innate understanding of God, the cosmos, and ETs. And many of these, of course, are the star seeds, and they've done a lot of research before they've come down here. Many of them have not been on this planet before, but they've observed it and they've done imprints. And if you read for them, like I've read for them and they catch it, they'll depict 6 or 7 or 8 lives. They're not really theirs, but they've imprinted those lives from the Akashic so that they had a chance of adjusting more quickly when they came down here. Because let's face it, this is a weird society, isn't it? I mean, it's a strange planet. So they're known as the star children, and they have come to teach us how to reclaim the planet and balance. And it's really important that we become advocates to protect them from the manipulation of, dark agendas. That's really critical, especially the whole medical industry that's like, the mother doesn't know what to do with them. The doctor says, oh, put them on drugs, okay? And then, how many years does it take for them to recover from that, if they do? And of course, we have to remember that there's only really one race, and it's the human race. So this is the time when we're reactivating sacred sites around the world, and many of the other speakers have talked about going on sacred trips. I've taken groups to Egypt and Peru and England and Scotland and Ireland and France and Mount Shasta and all of these. And it's because when a group goes, if they can literally activate those portals. And those portals can activate them. And a lot of those sites are overseen by the Star Nations. And this is a Pleiadian photograph from Billy Meyer. So it is definitely a time of the return of the Star Brothers and Star Sisters. There are a lot of different ships. This is one of the plasma ships. This was shot by a 15-year-old boy. This was actually shot by a waiter in there was a restaurant that I go to in Atlanta called First Watch. And the waiter was at his aunt's house, and he heard a noise and went out on the porch. It's 8 a.m. in the morning, and the ship was over the house next door. And what's interesting is at the same time that happened, this 14, 15-year-old boy in Tennessee, it's the same exact ship, took these pictures. You can see the night here, the plasma coming down from the exhaust. But look at the hieroglyphic writing here. You can go back to this one. Oh, sorry, I did it wrong. Same ship, hieroglyphic writing. So very interesting. So it's a time when researchers like myself and Robert Ball and Graham Hancock and a lot of my colleagues, where we've been looking at the astroastronomy, the geoastronomy, where we've discovered that the ancients were deliberately trying to harness the energy of the cosmos and the earth by building these temple sites in specific places and particular alignments in order to work in harmony with the cosmos. Just like we talked about the 3 belts, the 3 stars of Orion being linked to the, and by the way, this is Osiris. And what he's doing, he's in the boat of 1,000,000 years, and he's carrying an instrument called the WASP, which is a tuning fork. And so this is put at the base of the spine in order to activate the chakras and the kundalini. So he says, come, follow me. I have this sound of God and the light of God, and it will lead you to eternal life. And the star was always used as a symbol of the higher self. Will lead you to your true soul self. So Egypt was Egypt was incredible. So it's a time when we're starting to really look at the gods as more than mythology. In fact, in the temples of Dendera, the higher registers, we literally find submarines, airplanes, ladders like Luke Skywalker, helicopters, and it's all connected with the gods. This is the symbol of the gods, the beekeepers, and this is in the higher registers. So it's definitely a time of re-examining ancient civilizations and asking these deeper questions about who these beings actually really were, and if the legends of the gods were more than mythology, and that maybe we should take a deeper look and ask the questions, where did they come from? And who were the angels? Were they the angels? Are they connected as messengers from the gods? This is from Warsaw, one of my many trips to Poland, and this is a Christian community in southern Egypt. And look at the size of the angel that's overseeing this community. And this was painted by early Gnostic Christians on the walls. So we really stand at the brink of a lot of new discoveries that will revolutionize our view of human history, and discovering that perhaps once long ago in the time of Atlantis, for thousands of years, we were part of a galactic community of planets. And we were able to sustain a very high civilization for a long time, but eventually, like everything else, greed and corruption and war factored in. So it's a time when these new discoveries about these ancient legends, like this is a sunken city of Heracleion in Egypt that they've discovered. Incredible. It's been underwater for 1,200 years. And this is Dwarka, India. This went down 22,000 years ago. This is Rama's city, 21,000 years ago. It would have been up at the time of Atlantis for sure. Göbekli Tepe, we talked about. Stonehenge, this is Scotland, that predates Stonehenge, goes to 3200 BC. England, of course. Now they've discovered Woodhenge, they've discovered Bluehenge, and all of these are ancient sites where they were harnessing the energy because they were connected with the stars and the solstices and the equinoxes. These are pyramids in China. They're over, this is the Shanghai province, and you can see it's just like the same. This is Giza, and this is Shanghai. Very similar alignments. There are over 751,000 pyramids that we found all over the world, telling us that there was once a worldwide culture. Bosnia, this is 750 feet high. The Great Pyramid's only 450 feet high. Okay? And Alaska, and again, I'm just touching on this briefly. Now that the snows are melting, we're discovering pyramids in Alaska and Antarctica. And I think Brad's going to be talking to you about Antarctica tomorrow, which I think will be great to hear what he has to say. But they definitely discovered about 7. Now this is in the Azores. The Azores were part of Atlantis. This went down 22,000 years ago. And you can see a pyramid here, and behind here, there's another one. Okay. And it's off the coast of Portugal. It's part of, it starts over here, the Azores, over in this area. And you can see from the sonar images, one of the pyramids. You can see 2 pyramids and what looks like a ring around and then 2 other pyramids here. This is actually a photograph. This is not a painting. This is off the coast of Spain. This is the Bahamas. This is like Hathor. These are ancient cities we know little or nothing about. This is off the coast of Cuba. There are in fact cities that are they look like New York City. This is underwater. Entire cities underneath the waves. So these all appear to be connected with a much earlier time, probably of Atlantis. And so how are these cycles governed? They're governed really by specific laws. And that's what the second half of this presentation is about. But I need to check on our time to see how much time I'm actually going to have. How is our time?
Until 4:10, so.
Lord have mercy. Okay, well, I'm just going to do the best I can.
35.
Is that okay, you guys? You want to stand up for just a second? Just stand up so that we get our blood going. Are you having fun? Are you enjoying this? I know it's a lot of information, but really there's so much to say about every one of these. I could just go down ET land or Atlantis land or Antarctica land, but I just wanted you guys to get a sense of what is actually happening now. It's changing our paradigms. I wish it was on the news, okay? But at least it gets to be in conferences like this one. Okay, so let's just jump in. So now let's look at the mechanisms of the cycles of time. So first, I told you everything moves in a spiral and also a circle. This is the North Star. So this was a time-lapse photograph of the North Star as over 24 hours. And you can sort of see how all the stars, go around this central point. So everything works like a giant cosmic clock. And this clock, I'm going to explain to you, affects not only the atomic nature of what's going on the planet, but the consciousness of everything on the planet as well. So this shift of the ages, in fact, affects everyone. So the forces that are trying to suppress this, they won't be able to ultimately, because they can try to spin it in different ways, but ultimately it's like a tidal wave coming. You cannot get rid of the tidal wave. You're a puny little human, and the tidal wave is like 60 feet tall. So all of it is governed by our connection with the center of the galaxy and our movement through space-time. If this is the plane of the galaxy, this is how we pass through the galactic center. We are not like a record player going around on a flat plate. We actually pass through at an angle, okay? And this has to do with Hermetic symbolism called the chi rho that looks like an X. It has to do with the cycles of time. So we know that there are 12 astrological ages. Each age takes roughly 2,100 years. So 2,160 years times 12 signs equals 25,920 years. So that's one great year. Now the way it works is in the spring equinox, which we're on the Earth, and we look at dawn, at the sun rising, and we say, what is the celestial backdrop behind the sun in the spring equinox? And that's what determines the age that we are in, okay? So this is Leo. That would have been 12,000 years ago when Atlantis fell. Now, if you just flip the sun and the Earth, the sun is beginning to rise right here at this point between Aquarius and Pisces, okay? So each of the signs, is governed by air, earth, fire, or water. But what makes them different is that one is cardinal, one is mutable, and one is fixed. Fixed is loyal and faithful. Like the fixed signs are Leo, Taurus, Aquarius, and Scorpio. One is mutable. That's Gemini, Pisces, and Sag and Virgo. Thank you. And the cardinal signs are Capricorn. Cardinal means initiating, starting things. Aries, Capricorn, Cancer, and Libra. Thank you guys. Okay, good. It's hard to remember everything I'm saying up here. So during the age of Gemini, the celestial backdrop would have been this. This is an age when we had, Cancer, we were cleaning up from the flood. It's a water sign. So this is when writing came back into vogue, 6,600 to 4,400 BC. Then in the age of Taurus, we were building lots of temples in Egypt and even over in Greece. That's 4,400 to 2,160 BC, stability and building. The age of Aries, we lost our minds. Alexander the Great conquered, the Roman Empire came up. It was war, 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 and more war. The Babylonians, with the Persians, with the Sumerians, with the Egyptians, with the Hebrews. Nobody could stop fighting, okay? So then Jesus came in my opinion, in the hardest possible time, the shift between Aries and Pisces, and he delivered the message for the age of Pisces, but the Roman Empire was in charge, and so it got turned to the Holy Roman Empire, the militarized religion. Okay, and of course there were some great mystics and saints and stuff that incarnated through the last 2,000 years, but it was the victimizer, Aries, meeting the victim, Pisces. That's the worst expression. And the good expression, you know, Aries is the innovator, courageous leader, and Pisces is the mystic, you know. So here we are now entering the age of Aquarius. It's about information, space travel, ET contact, and world unity. Now this image is really important because over and over again, whether it's a man or a woman, she's shown pouring down the waters from heaven. So it's about the download of information coming from the galactic center, and it's all connected with star beams, okay? So each age eventually brings us full circle after 25,920 years around the circle. So the reason, the ancients knew all this, and they really studied the heavens very, very acutely, indicating not only their knowledge of the cycle of time, but the dimensional realities within them. The snake was always used as a symbol of time because they looked at the Milky Way as a snake. There's our snake, our long snake, okay? And so the snake became a symbol of time. So it was part of the Alpha and the Omega, and you see here the snake biting its tail. This is called the Aurora Borealis, okay? And these 4 cardinal points are extremely important because they mark the 4 fixed ages, which are essential to our understanding of the cycles. So we end an age and we begin again as if for the first time. So here's the Aurora Borealis in China, here it is in Japan, here it is in the Native American Navajo tradition, here it is in the Mayan tradition, here it is in the Greek tradition, so here it is in the Freemason tradition. So why does our little friendly iguana have a crown on his head? Because at the end of every age, we have a chance to graduate from Earth. If we can achieve the kingship or the queenship of mastery, and then we can, you know, move on, if we want to another planet. And we see the elements here, air, earth, fire, and water. We have to master those elements. Here again, this is theosophy. We see the masculine and the feminine in union. We see the alpha and the omega. We see the king. This is not the Nazi swastika symbol, believe it or not. It actually has to do with the turning of the galaxy. Hitler just happened to take it and flip it around the wrong way. So instead of meaning life, it meant anti-life. You know, he was an esotericist, but he was taken over by the dark force. So here we have the fleur de lis, which is the left-hand path, the right-hand path, the masculine and the feminine. And it's the middle path that we must take. We must join the masculine and feminine together. I'm really doing a very quick interpretation of Hermetic symbols that are very profound and deep. But Hermetics is the key to understanding everything. It really is. So here we have the tree of life. This is, we can think of this as the activation of the road back home to the great central sun. This little snake does not have a crown on his head. That's because this little snake is below the galactic equator. This ground acts as the galactic equator. This snake has a crown on its head and wings, because when we're above the galactic equator, we wake up. And that's where we are going. We are going above the galactic equator. And that is the good news. So this is how it works. We descend into the sleepiness, and the mystery schools come out to hold the knowledge because they don't want the knowledge misused, okay? And then we begin to move up. So we enter the galactic center. It takes 1,000 years to move through here. We began about 450 years ago during the Renaissance, thank God, out of 650 years of the Inquisition. And we begin to wake up. And science had to come in, and as I say, it had to separate itself from the spirit to be able to survive. But now we're in the center. We're in the dark rift, and we're going to move above the galaxy. When we go into this phase, a lot of times the divine masculine comes forward to try to protect us, but then it can turn ugly and become the negative masculine. When we go above the galactic, the divine feminine begins to rise. But again, if the feminine doesn't watch herself, she can get too big for her britches too. You can have a negative masculine and a negative feminine. I mean, we have to watch staying in the positive feminine, the positive masculine. So this is, of course, the shape of infinity, and here we see our snake talking about the cycle of below the galactic equator and the cycle above the galactic equator. This is Egyptian. This is a being called Rowdy, or Anchor, same thing. Rowdy means yesterday and tomorrow. He's looking east and he's looking west. And this, my little light thing's dying. This represents heaven. And this is the sun, okay? So this is connected with these two great cycles of the age of Leo and the age of Aquarius. This is a being called Nefertum. Nefertum is the Christ child. It's the Egyptian version of the perfected human being born at the beginning of all time, who exists beyond time and can insert himself into time and can incarnate at any age he wishes. You see our little snake? His little mouth is up here. There's an eye here, and if we can see the other glyph, there's an eye here, okay? So he is in the third eye position of the awakened one. So Actor faces east and west. Now, when we look at the Sphinx, what do we see? We see a lion body and a human head. What are the two ages that represent this? Leo the lion and Aquarius. And the Sphinx faces due east. 12,000 years ago, Leo was rising. Regulus is the brightest star in the constellation Leo. It's in the heart center. It's 5 times the size of our sun. And so Leo was rising here. Now Leo is at the rump of the Sphinx and what's rising is Aquarius. The Sphinx is waiting. He's a gatekeeper about signaling the cycles of time. Why do these two matter? Because when we cross the galactic equator, when we fell, we were in Leo. When we rise, we're in Aquarius. Okay, and the bottom point is Taurus, and the top point is Scorpio. Now you hardly believe that since Scorpio gets such bad press, but the high end of Scorpio is the eagle and the phoenix. Okay, so this is again the Sphinx. We're looking at Leo here. This is something called the Djet or a Tet. It represents the pillar of regeneration. It's one with the Christ. It means the tree of life. It means the spine of Osiris. It means the regenerational power of the Christ within us all. And here he's facing Leo the lion, and Aquarius is over here. So this is the Greek version of that, okay? We know we're talking about time because we've got our friendly little garden snake down here. So in this one, we see male face and female face. Female face and male face, okay? It's the measure of time. And during one age, the sun rises in the east, and in the next age, the sun rises in the west. So when we cross the galactic equator, we're going to have a pole shift. This is happening with every planet in our solar system. And I'll show you pictures. And the sun will rise in the west, and it'll set in the east, okay? This was true during Atlantis. So in the great mystery schools, in the chamber of reflection, the initiate was put in for a month to write this philosophic will. This was part of what you had to contemplate, which literally is the lotus blossom, eternity, and time, mortality, and what knowledge you wish to attain. Through time, in time, through wisdom, we attain immortality. The lotus blossom, the 1,000 petals at the top of our head. You have to, hermetics, okay? It's symbol. You're talking to us in code. And we can figure this out. So time works like a great galactic cosmic clock. So we've got the ecliptic. The ecliptic is the flat plate that all the planets go around on. Okay? That's this. Then we have the North Pole, right? North and South Pole. And that's this. But over 26,000 years, the North Pole shifts continually, okay? And then we have a planet that's tilted about 24 degrees because that's why we have seasons. So what regulates these cycles is our alignment with the center of the galaxy. The center of the galaxy is 27 degrees of Sagittarius. So here it is, we're looking at it, that's the center. Here's Sag, it's at the end of Sag, and here's Scorpio. And the 13th constellation that they talk about is the foot of Ophiuchus. Now, Ophiuchus is what? He's the healer that's handling the two snakes. What are the two snakes? It's the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system that we must raise the Kundalini to become the great healer of the world. The ancients knew all this stuff. It's all encoded. It's like right there in plain sight. You just have to, put the parts together. So here we have it. When we have Polaris as our North Star, as we do, we're out of phase with the center of the galaxy. As it shifts, we move over to Vega, which is the brightest star in the constellation Lyra. So this is how we cross the galactic plane, is like this. It's like a big X. So this is a map that shows you where we've been. When Atlantis fell, we were probably someplace in here. We descended, now we're coming back up. This is Cygnus, the swan, or the dove, and this is Lyra. So our alignment with Lyra is really important. If you think about it like a television station, when we are aligned with the center of the galaxy, we are getting clear reception on our consciousness. That's called the golden age. And then we move a little out of phase, the silver, a little more out of phase, and finally the Kali Yuga, or the Iron Age, we move even more out of phase, okay? So down here, we're in conversations about whether the soul exists or whether it's just matter. Here, we begin to wake up more. By this time, our spiritual gifts are really starting to come online, and then the golden age happens. This is what Lyra looks like. He's holding the harp of heaven. He's an eagle. Here's Cygnus the swan. You can see how close together. It's the eagle and the dove, the divine masculine, the divine feminine. So the main star in Vega, main star in Lyra is the Vega, and this is what it looks like. It's called the Eye of God. And it said that all human civilizations began in this galaxy 22 million years ago in Vega. And they were huge, like 20, 30-foot giants. And they colonized many planets, and they went through many different phases, just like we have. They, had wars, and then they explored planets, and then they fell back into ruin. They went through this for thousands of years, just like us. It's the normal process. But eventually, the Andromedeans came in and became spiritual teachers for them, and they turned their culture around. Okay, so Lyra is a real important place, and I want to point out that this is the dark rift in the galaxy, and this is where Cygnus has exploded, and they're calling it, like I said, the second Big Bang because it's so enormous. Now, the Mayans call this the Hunab-Ku, one meaning and one measure, one heartbeat behind it all, and we're all connected with this because it's the regulator of the whole system. If you notice in the Hunab-Ku symbol, here's the galactic equator, and we're in darkness below, although there's a subset of light, and above the galactic equator we're in light, although there's a subset of darkness, okay? This is a gateway into higher consciousness, and the Hunab-Ku organizes matter from a whirling disk and stars, planets, and solar systems. It's considered the mother womb, constantly giving birth to new stars as it gave birth to the sun and our own planet. And the Mayans believe that the Creator directs everything that happens in our galaxy from its center through the emanation of periodic consciousness energy bursts sent from the great central sun to our sun, and from our sun to all the planets in our solar system. So our crossing of the galactic equator is actually called the Eagle's Path because it takes enormous courage to be born in this age, where there's so much upheaval and turmoil and change, but also great possibility. And that's one of the reasons why, so many souls want to come in. Now, once we get down here, we might go, whoa, this is harder than I thought. What was I thinking? My gosh, can I win the lottery? That sounds like it'd make it easier. So it was also known as the road to awe. So this is how we move. And so, December, you can see 3000 BC, we were kind of far off of it. And then now we're literally in the mouth of the snake, in the dark rift, basically. So this is the serpent path of ascension, and I love the fact that they did this whole thing of up and down, because that's how the sine wave works, as we have seen. So this is where we are right now. And of course, if you look around, here's Aquila, which is the eagle, the divine mother energy, Cygnus, the mother energy, here's Lyra. This is one of the solar lords in an earlier age. Delphinus is connected with Horus. All of this is encoded information. So they talk about the fact that at the time that this happens, there's going to be the descent of this serpent rope. And we find this is William Blake's version of it, the spiral. This is a Tibetan version of it, and I found it in many other cultures. What does it mean? Well, these are all dimensions, okay? In other words, there's an energy that comes down from the higher dimensions that becomes a road that we can travel. And these 4 fixed ages are really important. Now, in Christianity, they knew all this stuff in the beginning, but they hid it. And so it became Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, okay? But look at it. It's the lion, the eagle, the bull, and the man. It's Aquarius, Taurus, Leo, and Aquarius. So here is the galactic center. Sag, Scorpio, right there together. Across from it is Taurus, the anti-center. This is Aquarius, and we're coming out of Pisces right here into Aquarius, and here's Leo. It's the 4 fixed ages. So when we're below or above, we're in Taurus or Scorpio, but when we actually pass through the galactic center, it's Aquarius, creating these many varieties and opportunities for growth. Now, we know that the magnetic poles have shifted many times in the past. In fact, here they were in North America, and here they were south of Antarctica. Here we have a map of reverse polarity. So what we call normal polarity is actually all in the lavender colors, but the reverse polarity is in the brown. And you can see it's happened many, many times. This is all encoded even in the tarot cards. The tarot, we see our friendly little garden snake. When we're below the galactic equator, we're ruled by Saturn, which is a hard taskmaster. When we're above the galactic equator, where we can wear a crown, we're ruled by Jupiter, the Lord of Light. Here we have the girl dancing with the snake, creating the Vesica Pisces. There's the snake. Here's the eye of God, sending the beam of light down. And here we have the eagle, Scorpio, Aquarius, Leo, and Taurus, the 4 fixed stages. It's all encoded in plain sight if you know what you're looking at. Is everyone following me on this? Yeah. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Yeah. So this is how it works. We've been in the Kali Yuga. Let's call this 1 unit. The Bronze Age is 2 units. The Silver Age is 4 units. The Golden Age is 8 units. I think I need the batteries. So in the Golden Age, we are like 3/4 spirit, 1/4 matter. We remember who we are. In the Silver Age, it's more like half and half. In the Bronze Age, it's more like we become denser. And then in the Kali Yuga, we're just clueless, And so, we're basically, generally speaking. So in Hindu tradition, they're called yugas, the Kali, Dwarka, Treta, and Sattva. In Western terms, they correspond to the Iron Age, Bronze, Silver, and Golden. And notice, by the way, that they give us the 4 dots, and there's Aquarius, Leo, Scorpio, Taurus. Okay? Hidden in plain sight, but we don't know what it means, most of us. So they become ascending and descending cycles of world consciousness. During the Inquisition in that time, we were stuck in the instinctive mind. It was very hard for normal people to get out of that. And then we moved into the intellectual scientific revolution and the Renaissance and all of that. And now most of the world's still here, but people like us, we're kind of like here. We're hovering between channeled things, messages, dreams, connecting with our guides. That's all the Silver Age. But we still have to have 1 foot in the rational world, because we have to, that's why I write books to 1,200 footnotes, okay? Because I'm not just talking to us, I'm talking to us that are trying to cross the bridge, okay? So I like groundedness, I like science, I like evidence, I like proof. I channel, and I'm a clairvoyant and a mystic, but my dad's a lawyer. I got it instilled in me early on. I'm sure that's why I incarnated in that crazy family. So the conception of these different ages is shared by people all over the world, and the number of catastrophes differs by what was retained in that culture's memory. The Mayans described these world ages as separate suns, and the Etruscans believed that there were 7 ages, and at the end of each age, the gods would appear, like the ETs are appearing now, notifying mortals at the end of each age. They say that during the great year, the supreme year, basically, each year has a winter that's marked by a deluge of flood, that's what we had last time, or a summer that's called E precocis. It's hard to say that, or the combustion of the world. So ultimately, we seem to have, an asteroid hit us and we burn up, or, the sun flares become really, really strong and we, have parched famines, or we wind up with floods. So Hindu cosmology goes on to say that one age of Brahma is one cycle. It begins immediately after a destruction and a trial, and then describes a parabolic curve, ascending to a super golden age, and then descending to destruction, whereupon the whole cycle begins again. The Hopis say there are 7 ages, and that we are now completing the 4th age. They say we were first destroyed by fire, maybe the asteroid that took out the dinosaurs, then by ice. We know we've had huge ice ages before. The 3rd by flood. We all know about the Great Flood. And the Hopis tell us that these 3 ages being complete, the 4th one is ending, and that there will be a new age moving into the 5th sun. And they call this age the world of illumination. So this is the good news. And the 6th world is the world of illumination and the world of completion. So how will this age end? Well, now we're coming into the home stretch. It definitely has to do with the sun. It always has to do with the sun. And that's why the Mayan calendar shows the sun sticking out its tongue here with the 4 ages of each panel. Because the solar mass ejections from the sun make a difference, creating great solar winds of change, because the great central sun in the center of our galaxy is sending out these codes to all the suns. Signals going off, basically. And it's bathing the Earth in new frequencies. It's altering our DNA. And the Russians have discovered that when they send a coherent beam of photonic light into through a duck into a chicken, the chicken lays eggs that are half chicken, half duck. When they send this coherent beam of light through a salamander through a salamander into a frog, the frog gives birth to salamanders. In other words, light is carrying information that is literally shaping the biology inside the frog's womb. Okay, so it's bringing in new codes of light, it's waking people up, it's awakening spiritual abilities and unity consciousness. And these are, of course, some of the challenges many of us face. So raise your hands if you've seen this or felt this. Bouts of dizziness. That's because of the magnetic shifts. Interrupted sleep patterns. A strong dream life. Increased interest in spirituality. Deja vu experiences. I've been here before. A draw to past life cultures like Egypt, England, France. You're trying to reconnect with parts of yourself to bring yourself back into unity. An interest in ETs. A desire to help the earth and change the trajectory, a connection with plants and animals, telepathy, emotional issues that are surfacing to get cleared, real important piece, having old friends fall away that don't resonate in your life anymore. So these are all some of the things that are really happening. These stargates are opening to other worlds, bringing ships from around the galaxy in because they know what's happening. This is a NASA image of the sun. They've covered up the sun to look at the solar mass ejections. These are all ships, gigantic, gigantic ships. When you think how big the sun is, imagine how gigantic these ships are. These are probes that the ETs have put around the sun so that the solar mass ejections will not knock out all of our electronics. As Michio Kaku has predicted, would be thrown back 150 years. These probes are the ET's ways of giving us, buying us time. Okay, here they are. So it's creating changes in all the planets of our solar system. When I was growing up, this is what Uranus looked like in cue ball. This is Uranus now. This is what Neptune looked like in my science scopes. This is what Neptune looks like now. This is what's happening to Jupiter at the poles. This is what's happening with Saturn. A mysterious hexagon has appeared. And it's lit up now. This is Mars. They now know there's permafrost. It's all melting because every planet in our solar system will reverse its polarity. The Arctic poles are shrinking. And the solar light basically is bringing forth this energy from the higher dimensions, bathing the Earth to transform consciousness and biology. And as the sun emits these rays, it bathes the planet in solar storms. So the poles are shifting. We've moved at least 9 degrees towards Siberia. There's an area in South Africa where the compass is, instead of pointing north, like they're supposed to, they're pointing south. And researchers from the University of Rochester say it might explain why the Earth's magnetic poles flip. If the poles flip, the compasses will point south, and the Earth's power grid would be wrecked. Professor John Tarduno of the University of Rochester says in an essay for the magazine called The Conversation, there's a patch of reverse polarity beneath southern Africa at the core mantle boundary where the liquid iron ore meets the slightly stiffer part of the Earth's interior. In this area, the polarity of the field is opposite to the average global magnetic field. If we were able to use a compass deep under South Africa, we would see that that in this unusual patch north actually points south. And so basically they're saying that it can reverse, and it's going to reverse. So it's opening up these Stargate portals that these higher avatars are moving through, including the avians. Have you guys heard of the avians? They're very ancient, the bird tribes. They helped us see this world long ago. And of course, they've been appalled to come back and discover that it kind of got taken over by the dark forces and the power structures. And of course, we see these bird-like beings with, Thoth and Horus and some of the Egyptian gods. So perhaps these are, the angels. These are kachinas, of course, from the Native American tradition, with the bird heads. It's the return of white buffalo calf woman, and there's a lot I could say about that, but we don't have time. And of course, her coming is heralded by the birth of the white buffaloes and many white animals around the world. It's the coming of the Pahana, who is said arrives on a white horse, or the true white brother, who many believe to be the return of Christ and the Christ consciousness to this planet, creating a new possibility and a new direction for the whole earth. Now, the Hopi prophecies basically predict the signs that will lead to the fifth world. And I'm going to go through these so quick because I'm really about almost the end of this. When this is over, I have about 10 more slides. So basically, their first sign was the coming of the white man. Okay. The second one was the wagons, the Conestoga wagons. The third was basically the longhorn steers. They were like buffalo, but they were white men's cattle. The fourth was the crossing of the snakes of iron, which was the railroad. The fifth was the spider webs, which are basically our electrical wires and lines. The sixth is the rivers of stone, that would be our highways. The seventh is the sea turning black, that would be the BP oil spill and the Exxon oil spill, and many living things dying. The eighth is the 1960s and on, with lots of people having long hair and participating in spiritual ceremonies and rituals. That would be us, the hippies, okay? And the ninth sign, you will hear of a dwelling place in the heavens above the earth, it shall fall with a great crash, and it will appear as a blue star very soon after the ceremonies of my people will cease. This is the last sign. And of course, it's been called the blue star Kachina. No one really knows what it is. But in 1979, the Skylab space station did fall. And the Chinese space station also fell. However, the Hopi prophecies talk about the fact that humanity has two paths. We can either, ascend upward and create a whole new world, or we can be stuck in our old paradigm, basically. And the old paradigm people are the two-hearted people. So now we basically have to choose. So they're talking about the importance of, people like you and me basically working for higher consciousness to change this. And the custodians now feel positive that enough souls have arrived to reach a critical mass to make the separation of the earth a sure thing. Now, this is called crossing the rainbow bridge, and this is a concept I have no logical scientific way of explaining, so my mind stops and I go, I don't know how this could work, but okay, whatever, maybe it will. But basically it's the idea of the separation of planes, of there becoming two earths, kind of an older earth for the remedial students that couldn't get with the program, and then a new earth that basically is a higher consciousness planet, creating this new earth. Now, the Hopis believe this. Dolores Cannon, who was a colleague friend of mine. How many of you know Dolores? She was great. She's written 19 books, and it wasn't her opinion, it's what came out of the hypnotherapy sessions with people that she worked with. The Mayan calendar talks about this, and several of the Mayan tribes. And it's the awakening of these, these beings. And there's a lot I could say about this because I've been very deeply involved in these prophecies for 20 years trying to decode them. But, they follow a white dove, okay? That's the story. And there's a whole story that's connected with this. And again, I'm short of time, so I don't really have time to explain it to you. But this white dove is, is it the Holy Spirit? Is it Cygnus going off? I mean, I don't know what it is. I can just present the information. So in this version of reality, Earth, the present-day Earth becomes the old Earth. It will continue on its destructive path. And then there will be this new Earth, this higher Earth that happens. The old world will remain behind for those who refuse the opportunity to become enlightened and refuse to remember our original mission on Earth. Those who thrived on the control and misery of others, who sought material gratification and forgot how to love all God's creatures, will remain. And the new world will return to the original mission of Earth, living in service, peace, and harmony. The survivors will inherit the new world and begin a new cycle of civilization in a higher dimension. So, there's quite a lot of people, including Greg Braden, David Wilcox, Romolo. These are all colleagues of mine, Edward Casey, that believe this is true. Again, I can't really tell you how it will happen, but it's supposed to be followed by 1,000 years of peace. And so that sounds pretty darn good. Yeah. This is an image I'm sharing with you that over 20 years ago, Rigel, my guide, asked me to have painted as a book cover. And in it, he told me the name of the book was Beings of Light, Worlds in Transition. And here are the two worlds with man at the doorway deciding. And what's so interesting is I met the artist that was going to paint it, and I, met her in a library. I'd seen her work. It was a happenstance that we managed to find her. I gave her $500 to start a $1,500 painting. And she hadn't moved. It was like months before she got to it. But then she called me up and she said, I'm painting Rigel. And he says that he has to have these winged golden lion armbands. And he has to have a necklace with 9 characters on it. And all I know is the center character, which is the symbol of the sun. And I said, I know what the other characters are. And so this is actually what came out. So this sort of in the spine of the book and so forth. But I haven't done that book yet. But I find it very interesting that, 20-something years ago, this is the image they gave me. And now we're hearing about this splitting of the worlds. So it could be that the Kachina is a spaceship because it's said that it will land in the village plaza. The Blue Star Kachina will reveal to the people who they are, and this will mark the end of the 4th age. And the Star Children, people like us, are ones to prepare humanity for that Kachina. And they are known as the warriors of the rainbow that are basically fighting for those who cannot fight for themselves. They are strong in their love and powerful in their compassion. They will be imbued with the willpower to save the voiceless ones, the plants and animals, because they understand our earthly relationships and will impart the value of life, not of death, of relationship, not violence, of peace, and not war. And what we choose to create, of course, is in our hands. And we all know this, and this is why we come to conferences like this. Everybody sitting in this room is tuned in, okay? And if we all need to kind of get this message out at a greater level, I think the truth would have an opportunity to awaken more people. And that's why I think by going into the heart and remembering, this is the trifold flame of the Sacred Heart, the divine masculine, the divine feminine, and the middle path, the fleur de lis, that leads us to unity within ourselves. So I know this was like a waste of time. Come back, I've got brochures you can pick up for free in my card. And if you put yourself on my mailing list, I'll let you know when I'm doing webinars or anything like that, where we can take more time and we can have questions. And I'll be here today and tomorrow. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
So it's going to take about 5 minutes for Stands with Bear to get set up tech-wise. So if you'd like to take a quick little 5-minute break. Tricia was truly phenomenal. Oh my gosh, okay. Fantastic. And you got your books, you know, I mean, people can watch your videos and buy your books.
Or not you, I have much.
How do you want the mic? Yeah.
You know, I didn't say that. I said, well, what you interactive. Comes out of place. So,
Better ask Doc. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, it was a lot.
I saw the stream.
All right.
So I would use this to think I hardly ever see anything like something like
Take it off. Take it over. Tuck it in.
and then I'll have that just like put in the rules and let's do the I was going to do 2 songs, but I was just going to do 1 song. No, this would be right.
Oh, you do want this?
Okay.
All right. Get a fresh letter, so you're stacking.
They have a floor. Wow.
All right. But I need to know the live stream. Okay. This is the camera for the live stream.
Okay.
So.
How far can I go?
Over here. Over here. Way you can know where your borders are, because we don't want you to like head chop off, you know, or something like that.
Right.
So you're gonna start here, you said.
So I
and
can
you're gonna go over
go
here.
probably right about.
Well, no. I mean, I got you. You're gonna be over here at all. That's what I'm
Yeah,
asking.
play my flute here, and then I'll just put a room when I talk.
So
Because I don't need the projector.
I know. So from here over, you're good. You're not gonna be over here, right?
Right.
Okay. So then we
So I'll
wanna.
just be like here, and then it looks like.
So we wanna get. So we'll have you off to the side.
So I'll show you where I'll go. Probably.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now go to as far front as you're gonna go to the front of the stage. As far.
Sometimes I follow.
Okay. No, you can't do that.
So how far?
Don't go past the top of the step. Right? No, don't even go that far. Right? One foot from here. You go past that.
Got it.
Okay. But you can go all the way back to the piano over there, the way it's angled.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
So you got your thing. Okay. And we're still live streaming. So.
No, they're sweet. It was very, very. I wish I had this back in the pretty rocky. More fun.
Yeah.
So I guess we got.
Okay. Ready to
round
roll?
people up, yeah.
Okay, let's do this. This Welcome back. You guys won't want to miss Stands with Bear. He's going to play the flute and it will rock your world. So please join us. We got as many people as you could, Stan's with Bear. One last shout out. Okay, those who want to hear Stance with Bear. And good. He's getting okay. Okay, let's pull those doors and stand with Bear. Thank you. All right, everyone. We are in for such a delicious treat. Stan Barrett is an award-winning recording artist with several CDs, and he has got to have the largest range. He can play anything from classical music to Frank Sinatra to Moody Blues to Native American, and now Galactic. His latest CD is Galactic Music, and we're so very blessed to have Stans with Bear here in Sedona. I love him dearly, and I am so delighted to introduce him.
You guys having fun so far?
Yeah.
Yeah. So everything will be fun.
Yay!
Awesome. So I'm gonna do one song for you guys, and then we're gonna get busy. I told Suzanne, she said it has to be interactive. I said never chose Stan's Bear. It has to be interactive because then the elephant will come out and play. So we're gonna have some fun. So this song was nominated at the Native E-Music Awards for Best Instrument of the Year. It's called You're Done. Hope you love it. Okay, you can take out the echo a little more. Okay. I'm not sure what to think. Rock star, pirate, spiritual guy, pick one, right? That's the which one. Make sure you get involved. Okay? So a little background. Before I did any of this, about 20 some years ago, I was actually vocalist of several rock bands back in the day, open with like Molly Hatchet, Watts, like Wayne, Black and Blue, Romantics, remember those guys? And yeah, so if you told me back then that I'd be doing this today in front of all you folks with that instrument, and even speaking engagements, I told you to roll up and smoke another one. Even my rock star friends today are like, "You're doing what? Flute, but you're a singer." I said, "I know. Talk to him, okay? Because see, go ahead and make plans to watch God sit back and laugh. I'm proof of that. Absolutely. So I wanted to engage all of you today and give you a little background about what I do. I had somebody talk to me about 3 weeks ago. He asked me, says, "So what do you do for a living?" And I would normally say, "Well, I play Native American flute professionally." But this time I didn't. I just smiled and I said, "I create superheroes. I create Jedi. That's what I do." Because that's what I do. For all of you. Now, I've done this many, many times. And I got to the point where even the naysayers that don't believe a lot of the experiences that folks have had, I make believers out of them because I want them to see for themselves, which is what I want to do for you now. I figure most people in here probably have a cell phone, right? So if you do me a favor, just put that under your chair. Put the cell phone underneath your chair. Everybody, okay? Awesome. I just want to see if I can make you do that. So, no, I'm kidding. I'm actually going somewhere with this, okay? So, what I want you to do, this is an interactive kind of situation, okay? I want you to hold out your left palm. Hands up. Left palm. And because left is receiving, right, is sending, okay? Now, I want you to hold out your left palm. Close your eyes. Visualize a pinpoint of liquid gold light, which is one of the most powerful energies in the universe. That's the energy I work with. Liquid gold light going down to the top of your head, to your crown chakra, into your third eye, to your throat chakra, and into your heart chakra. Now visualize that energy running down your arm and to the palm of your hand. Now, as it runs through to the palm of your hand, you see a little ball of light. And that light begins to get brighter and brighter and bigger and bigger. The more energy that comes in, the bigger the ball gets, thus creating weight. As it grows bigger, it begins to create weight. When you can feel the weight of it, I want you to say, here. Here. Now, for those of you who've all said that, now take that ball of light and put it into your heart. Close your eyes and feel the energy. Did you guys feel that? Guess what? You did that, not me. You. That's what I call the power of you. Each one of you has more inside you than you can even imagine. Let me ask you something, my beautiful audience, wonderful mighty crowd. Let me ask you, what is the first lie your parents ever told you? Show of hands. Anybody?
What did my parents ever tell me?
Right.
Well, they called me Susie Sunshine.
But they were accurate with that. So that doesn't count. The first lie.
Oh, the first lie.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was the first lie your parents ever told you?
Santa Claus, Santa.
Good. What else?
Tooth fairy.
Another one? Any more?
I made a mistake. All right.
Good. The truth is, the first lie your parents ever told you is coming. That was just your imagination.
Oh.
So here's what happens in the dynamic of that. Honey, that was just your imagination. When you come from the Creator source, you're hollow ground, untouched, unblemished by man's ways, philosophies, idealisms. You know not racism. You know not hatred or anger or violence, because you came directly from the Creator source. I was raised Catholic. I'm a recovered Catholic now. But I know, I get applause for that, I do, because it was nice to get away from. It's very guilt-ridden religion. Like, apparently everything you do is just like wrong. And I used to drive my poor nuns to the penguin suits crazy because I questioned everything that they asked me. Now, with your imagination, what happens is, as hologram as a child, you're told, honey, that's just your imagination. So what happens is that child automatically here creates a little box of imagination that was never there before. So every time something out of the norm happens, you toss it into that little box of imagination. And as you get older and older, you put more of it in that box of imagination because you can't get rid of it. just my imagination. So by the time you become an adult, you are no longer accessible to the very gifts that God gave you. You feel me? No longer accessible to that. And that's why natively we say you have to claim your power, reclaim your power. But it goes even beyond that. This is a stupid question. Obviously you all know about the ascension, right? What if I was to tell you that many of you in this room, you ascended a long time ago. You came here to teach others to do the same. Did you forget? Well, stop with that after sin, because you did that a long time ago. Now, here's my theory on ascension. Most people think you have to sin, right? When I was 3 years old, my mom's babysitter beat the living hell out of me. And I almost died. I realized later on, because I am lack of a better term, demon hunter, I've been doing that for centuries, dealing with the dark and all that kind of stuff. It was an attempt on my life, is what it was. I had many more car accidents, all kind of. They didn't want to take me out because apparently I got something to say, and they didn't want me to say it. But I'm here. I'm here. So what happened is when that happened when I was 3 years old, it awoke something inside of me. Because you see, scientists call our DNA, certain DNA junk DNA. God doesn't make junk. Everything's for a purpose. Everything. That junk DNA is actually something that has not been activated yet. It's all about energy. My star family that I worked with since I was a child reminded me that everything is about energy. Everything in your life is about energy. The food you eat, the chair you sit on, everything. Energy has become form. When you learn how to work in harmony with that energy, you become the Jedi. You become Neo. You become the rock star of your own life. Do you understand? So, this vibrational frequency wakes up that sleeping DNA. And as it spirals up your DNA, awake, that's the true ascension. And it's our job to awaken those things, and not just ourselves, but others. Because here's what's going to happen. When you fire up and you awaken those things within yourself as well as others, it begins to affect others all around you. Boom, 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 boom. And what happens naturally? The national vibrational frequency of the world rises because of you. So believe me when I tell you you're Jedi, you're Neo, and you've been lied to. It's not just your imagination. Those things you saw when you were a kid, the unseen friends that we shall not speak of, those are real. Because children are hollow ground. They see things that we do not as adults. Why? Because again, with the whole imagination thing stuck in that box. You have to empty out the chalice and reclaim your power. And to me, the true ascension is that. As you reach vibrational frequency higher and higher, you affect others around you. That is my theory. I think it's a pretty good theory. What do you think? Yeah. Right? So, I wanted this to be interactive. So here we go. Show of hands. How many healers are in the room? Good. Show of hands. How many feel energy? I'm really good at feeling the energy. Okay? Who in here is good at seeing the energy? Okay. So the reason I'm asking you that, we're going someplace with this, right? So what we're going to do is I'm going to create an energy field, and I'm going to send it out to you, the audience. And then what I would like, I'm going to ask questions of those that see and those that feel. I don't want to know what you saw. I don't want to know what you felt. Okay? No one of this? I'm crazy like that. I do stuff like this. So the language that I speak when I do my energy work is my elephant tongue. And it's very powerful when I work with it. So we'll begin, okay? Now first I'll ask, do I have all your permission to do this?
Yes.
Okay, because universal law states you are not allowed to go beyond another's free will or their field or life stream without secular permission. Okay, so that's why I asked permission. Here we go. This is why I told you to put your phones in your seats so it doesn't affect the energy. Nikieta Shataron Bush Masai Tia Sudosh Topomatis Vivets Hier Sul Osh Ea Dia Lakish Ach Shutu Dir Sa Amish Yara Tia Sundrosh Delia and Swish Ea Syria. Do you guys see that? Okay. The ones that can see, show of hands. What did you see?
Shimmer. Like the warp on a road, that kind of rainbow shimmery kind of.
Okay, yeah, I get that in mind. So she says she sees a rainbow shimmer. I just went through all of it.
Got everybody.
Awesome. I just tagged all of you. Okay. You see the little galactic tagging on your back when you look in the mirror. Shh, stand on the road with your nose. So, okay, who else that saw? Awesome, awesome. Okay, who's my feelers over here? What did you see? Or feel, sorry.
I felt compassion.
Compassion, that's good. How about you?
Being involved in maintaining volunteers.
Exactly, exactly. So, my point being, what I'm trying to show you and prove to you is the energy of who you are and who you've always been. Stop playing small, because you're not that. Many of you have been here in thousands and thousands of years. You know what my favorite saying is? You're wisdom, and you. Because the soul never dies. I mean, you think about it, you're in that great war, you're in the battlefield, you're on the ground, and you're like, oh, that was a good battle, and I'm going to go to heaven now, and I'm good, and I had a good death, right? Time, good. And guess what? You're still here. That's not more about it. I don't know what it is, right? How many remember the past lives? How many? Okay. How many think I'm just completely wet? No. No, we have a lot of people who live in past lives because they did, you know. Some of you are looking at some of the people in the audience going, hey, I remember you. You said you're going to get wood in 1722. I haven't seen you since. In case you didn't know this, I'm a bit of a mischievous elf. I like to have fun. Hence my roots. Thank you. So, I want you to know, I want you to understand fully of your capability. Why do you think when you go see like Star Wars, The Matrix, or something of that nature, why do you think it is that you have such an affinity with it? Because you remember, because you know. You see, this place, Earth, is a great school, but it's also very dense. I've been here over 10,000 incarnations. Not because I'm stupid. It just didn't do it the first time, I guess, right? No, there's two reasons. One is, I've said this at other conferences, but you haven't heard it yet. Nobody gets left behind. That was my agreement with them. No one gets left behind, dark or light. Because everything comes from the love and light of the Creator, dark or light. They just forgot. They did their job to push others to the love and light of the Creator. Each one of us have a job we came here to do. Do you think that your job is to work 9 to 5 at the local market, truck stop, wherever it may be? That is getting into the matrix trap. Beyond the matrix, good time. That is getting into the matrix trap. Because each of us are more powerful within ourselves than you can even imagine. And when you learn how to turn that on, now how do you do that? What's the keys to that? Here, I'll tell you the keys. The first, number one key to empower yourself is believe. A lot of people don't like that word, but even Christ said, all these things you can do will be greater than I, if you shall but believe. Why would he say greater than I? Would it be maybe because you recognize each of the masters that you'll become, and that many already are? Belief is a very powerful thing, right? What did Einstein say? He said, there are more things in the universe that we can conceive of, yet to imagine. Second key, imagination. Remember the little box of imagination? Stuffed away in the little closet. Third key, the child within. That beautiful little child that we all stuffed down into the closet. I'm an adult now. I don't do things of children. I have no time for that nonsense. Well, I have none of that. See now. Right? I always say, never ever lose the pan. Because the moment you lose the pan, Peter Pan, you become old, withered, and boring. Truth. So those are the 3 keys. Unlock, reclaim your power, believe, and know. We've already gone from knowledge, wisdom, knowledge based on the summaries and ideas of others' book knowledge, based on another's ideas, summaries and queries of book knowledge, based again on another's summaries, queries, and ideas of book knowledge. That's where knowledge comes from. Wisdom is based on experience, right? How many have had that experience? Indeed you have. But I believe what we're moving into, which is the 4th and final key to bringing out that gem, is knowingness. Knowingness. What is knowingness? Knowingness is when you set forth and you template what you're going to do in your life and let it go. Let go, let God. Right? I do this a lot. If I'm late for a show, I'll be like, okay, those 2 cars in front of me are going to turn left. That truck's going to turn right, and that line's going to turn green. And I make it to my show. Now, how is that possible? Knowingness. Knowingness is when you have such unshakable belief that the universe has no choice but to bend to your will. Because that's what the universe is there for. To help and assist you grow into your most perfect self, your most empowered self, right? And each one of you has that capability. And you know what? You're going to be going home going, that light's going to turn green right now. Trust me, you will. But that's a good thing. Play, experiment. Prove to yourself the words that I say are truth. By all means, I don't care who's skeptic. Doesn't matter, because knowingness. That's another thing. When you speak your truth. And care not what others think. Because I reside to a higher power. He that is in me is greater than he that is in this world. My guys are always telling me to quit. I need to quit because sometimes it's too opinionated with a little political craziness going on. And they're like, okay, fine. But it's so hard not to, right? Because it's duality. It just makes you just, okay, so here's the thing with we're all in a sane asylum, and all the worms are in here with us. Yeah. How do we get out of the insane asylum is imagination, knowingness, belief. Trust is another one. You have to trust that if you jump off the cliff in that belief in yourself, know that the breath of God will be underneath your wings to carry you where you need to go. Each one of you are soldiers. That's why you're here. I speak of like a soldier would because I've been at many battles. Nice, Spartan. This goes on and on. I've been here a while. So I said nobody gets left behind. That's one thing. The other thing I said, in agreement to being here as long as I have, I want to know every aspect of what it is to be human. All the pain, all the suffering, all the joy, all the love, all of it. No stone unturned. Because only then can I become the teacher that I am to be here. By experiencing all of those things. You cannot teach an alcoholic person or somebody who's doing drugs or anything like that. You can't teach them anything unless you have that own experience in your life. And it doesn't have to be you who are doing it, just being around it. How can you be the teacher of what not to do unless you experience it for yourself and been in the same space, right? So that was one of the most important things for me, is I want to know every aspect of what that is. You know, I used to be very shy. You probably wouldn't believe that, but I was. And it's crazy. Even in high school, I wore a towel around me when we were taking showers in PE. Guess who used to get beat up a lot? This guy, right? Because it was just weird. Right? How many have children here? Like children still growing? I mean, okay. Here's what I would ask of you. These children are sacred. Like I said, hollow ground. Whatever you do not allow them to dumb themselves down. Because that's what we do. When you're starborn, which is what I am, you try to mix with your friends. You try to have friends. The kids are kind of brutal. If they see you're different, if you can pierce right through their soul and see through their heart, it freaks them out. They don't know how to do it. Because everybody puts up fronts, castles, and we just burn right through to the heart. And so, what do? We dumb ourselves down. What I mean by that, you take your energy and go to their level. Now you have friends. Now everybody loves you. Now you're amazing. But here's the problem. Once you do that, it is so hard to get back. Years and years and years to get back where you were. So don't digress. Progress. Right? How many seen The Matrix here? What did you get out of it? Show of hands. What did you get out of it?
Reality.
Very good. Like that. It was reality. That's right. Somebody else.
The difference between those that are living
Very good. Yes. That show, that movie impacted me greatly because, you know, sometimes the Creator allows things to happen. Bad things that happen to good people for a purpose, because everything is for a reason. Nothing goes unturned without a reason, right? The Wachowski brothers are the ones that created, so-called created the Matrix, but what you may not know is they stole a script from the original writer. They stole it, right under her nose, and they made the movie. Now, how terrible that is, right? But here's the thing, here's God's wisdom. They knew that, the Creator's wisdom knew that she did not have the capital, the connections, or the people to be able to bring that movie to the world. But I trusted and understood. So one small act which seemed wrong, was it actually wrong? It actually initiated a wave across the world that's been unstoppable. Every Cosmic Awakening conference that I do, will be our third this year. The first thing I do to 200 plus people is I say, I want you to shout at the top of your lungs, "We are Neo." And then I speak to the audience. Because I want them to understand what that means. The power that you have inside of you is beyond words. You think about one little DNA packet. I call it God's little backpack. A little backpack. Full of all kinds of cool things like memories, abilities, all kinds of stuff inside of it. But we shall serve no one before his time. Okay? You would not give a child the keys to your car. How come? You know what you're going to do with it, right? Nor are you going to open those packets if you're not ready. Some of you even into your later years. I've met people where they just woke. Like, man, what am I going to do my whole life? Right? But everything is for a purpose. Every connection, every person, every single one that you meet, no happenstance. All for a purpose. Right? All for a purpose. Like for myself, I'll give you an example. When I was a kid, I used to be a little kitty and I had my legs like this on the ground. My mom says, "You're not just going to grow that way." And she was right. No, they did. The bone is a little skewed, but here's what happened. Years later, as an adult, I was working for a tree removal company. And I was sitting on the other side, way the heck away from the stump. Big, huge gauge chain. And my boss was pulling it out of the truck. And then I heard a snap. And that chain snaked all the way across the street where I was, behind the truck. And it clipped me right there. It was such a big chain. And at such velocity, a normal man would have just sheared off his legs. But because I sat like that when I was a child, the bone was just a little skewed. So it just went, and it went nowhere. Hurt like hell, but I didn't break one bone. And you see what I mean? There's always a plan. The most minute thing. And even if you take the most harsh thing that ever happened to you in your life, and you look at that, reflect upon it, can you actually say that it was something that bad? Because look who made you today. It was a catalyst. And we have many of those catalysts throughout our entire life. I've had many of those catalysts myself. I've had these 3 lifetimes in this lifetime. You know, with this, and with that. But let me hear. But I'm all you did for people. Didn't see that coming. Like I said, smoke another one, because But I love what I do. I love touching others to the depths of their soul. I go past the heart. I just go right to the soul. The soul listens. And this place is very dense. And in this place, the energy becomes very heavy. And I look at it as the story of like Pinocchio. Him and his friends went to go play in the carnival. Having a great time eating the treats. Woo, this is awesome. Right? Thinking they've been there for like maybe a few hours. A whole year went by. That's what this place does. You forget. Ooh, we're going to pick a better sports car. Ooh, we're good. Well, the football team rocks. The whole team, right? With distractions everywhere. And now more distractions. Because for the first time in centuries, we're winning. We're winning. You hear me? We're winning. Each one of you, we're a part of that. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Men and women of renown were not made or born that way. Men and women renowned throughout history were created by those that when the time came, stood up. And at that given moment, knew what to do. But because they stood up, if you sit in a chair and watch everybody else do everything, you're really taking away from the best part of yourself. Imagine just in this room, if each one of you ignited and awakened that powerful part of you, what you could accomplish just here in this room. Now take it further. Go to one city, and another one, and another one, and another one. Each one of you are divine beyond words. I gotta tell you, man, I am so honored to be right here, right now, in this world, in this lifetime. Because you know how many people wait in line just to be able to see what's happening right now? We get to witness everything we've done for centuries right now. We're here, and we're in it. We get to witness all of it. If that's not a glorious thing, I don't know what is. So when I tell you thank you, I mean it. Thank you for stepping up. Thank you for being that. And if you haven't been that yet, I promise you after today, you're going to know. And by knowing, it initiates action. And curiosity is the most, my favorite word, curiosity. Curiosity carries us to places you can't even imagine. Carries us across the ocean, under the ocean, space, within ourselves, little world called curiosity. One of my favorite words, because it brings change and initiates that. I'm all about that. I'm here to change the world. How about you? So I think I remember probably too long. I want you all to know each and every one of you. I'm honored to be here to speak with you. And I hope you have a glorious time the rest of this weekend. Thank you.
Yeah, my brother.
You just love Stan's there? How much so gifted, so talented, so charismatic, and just full of divine wisdom. And then we have our next presenter, Deborah Thunderbeat. You gotta say it like that. I met Deborah shortly after I moved here to Sedona, and we became instant friends. Certainly we have simultaneous lives in other realms and dimensions going on, because we're very connected in our heart space.
Absolutely.
And she did this thing called 22 DNA activation. And I thought, well, sure, sign me up. So when I first came to Sedona, everyone was saying, oh, look at all these temples and statues, and there's Isis chair, and there's Horus, and all of these temples. And I said, well, yeah, I guess. Maybe I can't really see it. And then I had a 22 DNA activation with Deborah. She lives in West Sedona. I live just outside of Sedona. I'm surprised I didn't crash on the way home, because I was like, whoa. I see all of the beings, all of the faces, all of the temples, clear as day, just popping out of the red rocks. So that's how powerful she is. She's also an award-winning recording artist. She's got several CDs out and DVDs. She made a film, Egypt in Sedona. It's truly my pleasure to introduce my beloved Deborah.
Thank you. You're awesome. It's really good for putting this incredible event on. And all the speakers here today are just incredible information. I'm so glad for that, because of the higher consciousness that we all need. And it's time for all of us to wake up. Because in school, of course, they don't teach us anything. And to me, it was like useless information. I remember I quit school at 10th grade and said, this is useless information. Everybody thought it was crazy. I said, no, what do you use this for? This is useless. I was a straight A student too, I admit. Well, actually, the only thing I flunked was history, because it was a big lie. I thought I hated history. I really did. I thought I hated it. Oh, then I started finding out the truth, and I went, oh my God, I love history. Let me tell you the truth, right? Anyway, so tonight what I have for everyone here is a song I wrote called Into the Portal. I'd like to play that for you first. It's a new visual. I do sound, visual healing, color, light, sound, visual healing. Call it visual sound healing, actually. That's my new name for it. Visual sound healing. And so I want to take you through the portal. This is off my Cosmic Dream CD. That actually, I want to tell you another thing that connected with the Syrians. They said that's my family. And they said I wrote this before I even got here. How do you like that one?
My favorite music ever. Woo!
Wow. This is first, no one's ever seen this one before. Brand new. into the portal. So basically, my family picked me up, Syrians, and they brought me into a ship, of course, and brought me through the portal. And it looked a lot like that. Different worlds, different curves, different dimensions. The portal got changed texture, I guess you could say, and colors. It was actually white, then it turned pink, and then it turned blue. It was beautiful. And after the portal, coming out of that portal, we're hovering above Sirius A, and the sun, Sirius A. And they transported me into another ship. And they said, this is the ship, and we live inside the planet. So they opened up a doorway. It was almost sounded like machinery sounding sounds when they opened up this doorway in the planet of the sun. And I'm like, whoa. And this triangle being came around me, and he was hovering. Has anybody seen the triangle beings that Corey talks about? Corey Good? Just like that, but purple. This one was purple. It was 5 feet high, not 12 feet. And he was saying 3 fingers, 3 toes. He was kind of floating and bouncing around me. And I said, what is he doing? Because they said, or he is looking, or they, or it looked androgynous, so I couldn't tell if it was male or female. They were looking for immoral implants, because they're not allowed to have any negative implants or immoral, that's what they said, that was their words, immoral implants to go into the planet. So obviously, we're getting implanted, not just me. They were telling me from our vaccinations. I hate to say that, but we can get rid of them. We can just get them out, just wish them out. Out, go.
We don't need a triangle beam.
That would help. The triangle beam would help in pregnancy. But I have my presentation. I'll explain. At 4 years old, you can start the video. Yeah, at 4 years old, it's a book I've written called My Encounters with ETs and Angels. And they are different, but we're all one. But the angels do have wings. I think they're the bird wings, Thunderbird, the Phoenix, I don't know, but Archangel Michael has come to me, and he's got huge wings. Huge. Anyway, so at 4 years old, next shot please. At 4 years old, I was playing in the driveway. This is when I first started connecting with the ET beings. And a cloud ship came over. It was broad daylight. I was upstate New York playing on my tricycle. And a cloud ship came over. Next one. And pulled me up, and it was a ship. And I remember coming up into the ship, and it was steam around the ship. I could actually see the steam when you got real close. And then there was 3 colored lights, and they pulled me up into the ship and put me on a silver table and rolled me down this hallway in the ship. And what was really cool was they had these doorways, these archway doorways that were wide open, and every room was a different color. Why I'm saying this, because it all comes to this information of my star family using color, light, and sound. And that's the series. But Arcturians, they all do. It just is so very, very important to know that color is acknowledged. Color is a frequency. Color can heal. And when you put the color, and each color has a sound, but the vibration is so high you can't hear that sound. So we can lower that, and we have our sounds here on the 3D planet, and activate and use the same sounds as those same key or frequency for each note or for each color, and it's profound, and that's the work I do now. For actually since 1997, that's a long time, isn't it? I don't even know how many years that is, but so this was in Phoenix, Arizona, a cloud ship. Okay, that was your friend took that picture. Michael Mann. Yep. Yeah, he gave me that to show. Next picture, please. Okay, now tell me that is a, lenticular cloud, as they call them. Who calls them that? The weather people? No, I don't think so. Next. Look how big these are. This house here. Amazing. It still blows me away when I see these pictures. I don't know what to think of. This is what the ship looked like. Had three primary colors: red, yellow, and blue. Now when you mix like blue and yellow together, it makes green. So these are the primary colors, three primary colors, and pulled me up in the ship. That's what is that for? You guys see this one? All right. So now this is lenticular clouds. They're very different than UFO clouds. So next time you look at the sky, look up. Once you guys start looking up, guys and girls start looking up, because that's the name of my book, Look Up. Because people always ask me, how come you see so many ships underneath? Look up. The answer is that simple. Everybody's down here on their cell phone, they're walking around, looking at the ground. Look up. Just take a look at the sky once in a while. You'll see it, I guarantee it. Next. Check that one out. So usually when they're above the mountains, they have stuff going on inside that mountain. Okay, just to let you know. Something's going on.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Beautiful. Now, here's a regular cloud, and here's a UFO cloud. Come on. Is that look at the difference there. Is that obvious? Now it is. So that's what I'm saying. This is my favorite, right? Meditating on the mountain, looking at and see the regular clouds, and all of a sudden this one cloud out of the middle of nowhere. And these are actual shots. Mount Shasta has tons of them. They have lots of ships going in and out. And by the way, don't move that. When I was there, first time being there, I was doing a conference, speaking at a conference, and I have a friend that lives 30 miles north of there. And I'm in the summertime, laying in her backyard, and I'm going, you know what? You got these balls of light going all over the place here, very low. And she goes, oh, those are just the ships from Mount Shasta. Like it was common, you know. Oh, okay. She goes, oh, those are just the ships from Mount Shasta. Well, this is them coming in, many ships. And they're always coming in and out. Not going out over there.
Is that multiple ships?
Yeah, that's probably multiple. This one is Fiji. Different, I'm sure it's a different race.
Yeah.
And I'm so different. That's gorgeous. Oh, yeah, there's bringing multiples. And so when you start looking at the sky, you're going to see the difference now. You can see the difference, all these clouds and then the UFO clouds. They're disguising themselves. And a lot of them, they told me personally that some of them have to do it because it's too hot for the sun. In the daytime, it really affects them. They're not used to being so close to the sun. Some of them live way out. This, okay, well, I don't think it's going to work. This was, next one. Okay. This is a ship I took on a cell phone in Sedona. flying out of this crevice. I didn't even realize it until I looked at the picture. I'm like, what? And so that's like it's gold. I call it the golden ships. I see them a lot here in Sedona. The golden ones, the golden ships. Next. That, yeah, another one. The Ashtar Command ship. What do you think? Is that the Ashtar Command ship? Sandra there would know that one.
Scout ship.
That's a scout ship, checking out what's going on down here. All right, next. Yeah. They changed to, it's almost cloud looking like on that one. Next one. Okay, this is in Egypt. I saw this, yeah. This,
No, you actually have to have a circle and arrow that really.
I know. In case you can't see it, I remember putting that together like that. I think they do. Go here, right here. But when I was in Egypt in 1997, the plane we were taking off and going to Ascalon, which is 300 miles from Cairo. I'm on the plane, and as soon as we took flight, one of the tires exploded. Boom! So we had to land at a military airport to get, it was the next airport over from the other airport. And so we had to stay in there. They push us, they go, everybody get inside and don't come out. Don't come out of the building. And I'm, very psychic and in tune and that. We're sitting there for like a good hour and a half. I was getting bored. I'm like, okay. And each door has a guard with a gun. Big rifle gun. We're all standing there. And you're like, okay. And so I said, I got bored. So I'm going to go out and talk to one of the guys in the back. Because I actually felt ET energy there. Totally. Felt it. So I'm out there talking to him, looking around behind him at the sand dunes, and sure enough, this came over the sand dune bridge just like this. It was a chrome-looking ship. This is a reflection of the sand, and I said, that's a worker ship. I knew it. And he saw, I went like this, and he saw me, he goes, get inside, get back inside, and don't come back outside. He saw that, he saw it. He looked back, and it was taking, it was kind of a distance at that point. But so obviously the Egyptians are working with the ETs. Yes. I got it mesmerized. That's good. That's a good sign. I like that. That's what it really looked like. Just like that. I don't know how that other one got in there. I think that was an accident. But that's what it really looked like, because it really reflected. It looked like gold in the bottom. The sand dunes just like that all over the place. Next. Now this is the ships in Egypt. Osiris Flower of Life Temple. A lot of people don't know where this is. They see this picture, they don't know where it is. It is in Egypt. And my ET family said this was my ship. I said, I like that one better. No, they said that was mine. They said that I actually came down in Egypt in the ancient times, and was teaching the people the cosmic laws and the ways and the higher knowledge and to the masses, and they weren't listening to me. They were all like, worshiping me, and I got really mad. I said, no, you have to listen to this information. This is why I'm here, to tell you this information. It's very important for you and your life. And they didn't hear a word I said. Does that make any sense? Is that happening now? With religion, not listening to really the truth. So I got upset. This is what they told me. They said I got upset, so I wrote it down for them and left. And it turned into part of the ancient Egyptian scrolls in the mystery school. Pyramid text.
Yes.
That's when I went into that pyramid. It's in Saqqara. And I said, this is knowledge. This ain't no story about the Pharaoh's life. That's what they tell you. They tell you lies in Egypt. You should tell it this. They say, oh, this is stories about the Pharaoh's life. No, this is really cosmic, ancient knowledge, that it's time for us to hear the truth. Don't you agree?
Yes.
Tired of all these lies.
Yeah.
All right, next. That was in my backyard. Just hanging there all day for 3 days. Have no idea. I talked to it, didn't say a word. I don't know. But that's here in Sedona. Next. That's Shakina and I, where she's out there talking with Susan. She filmed this, and these ships, they told me these are Arcturian ships. They're diamond shaped. And because you'll see sunspots, but these were different, Next. See? They kept following us. Say, hello. We like you girls. I think that's cool. So next. So that, I don't know what that is. I don't know. I'm telling you, changing up things up on me. Next. Oh! Oh, he got mesmerized again. That is my Maya and Landing CD, which I've updated it, but this is a prophecy I received. I don't know if they call it prophecy, but the vision and the download information is more what I call it. In 1998, when I went to the Maya temples for the first time, and I kept seeing the pyramids being activated with the ships. And I said, what is that? I asked. And they said, they're going to be activating the pyramids, so to keep Mother Earth from shifting our axis. And that's one of the major purposes for pyramids around the world, is to keep her stabilized. There's many other purposes, but this is what they told me. And they said, this is really going to be close. This is 1998. And they said, this is going to be closer to 2012. What's going to be happening in 2012? And sure enough, it started happening in the next shot. Let me see. Yeah. Here's one in Bosnia. Wow. That was 2011. This is 2011. Go ahead. Next one is 2012. 2011, 2012. That's the same thing. Okay, keep going. Okay, so here's all three of these, all for 2012. And so that was to keep our Earth, because you always hear, oh, Earth's going to shift your axis. Well, this is really to help Mother Earth stabilize, from us flipping the axis, otherwise it wouldn't be here right now. So they are helping us. They're helping us in different ways, not, personally. They actually are helping us in many different ways. Because people go, oh, how come they're not helping us? This is the ones I talk about, all the benevolent ones. I don't talk about the dark ones. Because this is my mission, is to talk about how the benevolent ones they're more abundant than dark. Trust me. We have a little darkness here, and then the whole universe is 90% benevolent, loving beings, okay, at higher dimension. Beings that are just pure love. When I was on the ships and the planet, when you're in those rooms, it's just pure love. It's just, you don't think, you don't have any fear, it dissipates like, it's hard to explain. It's impossible to have it. That's the best way I can say it. It's just, it's beautiful. And they had, in the Syrian Star family, each room they had floating colors. Colors would be floating all over, just floating in the air. It's a trip. So this is a prophecy in Hubatsman. I'm not sure if anybody knows who Hubatsman is. A Mayan shaman, ancient Mayan shaman. He's been around he just passed just recently. But he saw the CD, when he saw that CD in the 11/11/11 conference I was at with him, he was speaking, he went, "Oh my God, that's happening! That's happening! That's happening!" He got so excited. His whole family was there. He was showing the CD to like 20 people. He goes, "That's happening!" I said, "Boston, I met you in 1998, and that's the vision I saw in 1988. And he says, "Oh my God, I gotta hear the CD." So I gifted him his CD. Listen, I said, "You can take it home with you." He goes, "Shh." He had the headphones on. I love it. It's very tribal. I have some of them for sale now today. It's activational, but be careful. Everything I do is journey, activational. Don't drive with some of my music because you'll miss your exit.
I use her music behind all of her videos.
Oh my God, yes. Susan uses a lot of my music. It's like watching her stuff. I even go, woo.
Purpose, right?
Right, perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much for that, sweetheart. I love this girl. She's doing such great work in the world. Yes, awesome. All right, what do we have next here? Oh, these other ships. Triangle ships I've seen. And the military has connected with the triangle ship beings because they got them now, because they got the technology from the ETs. You know, they didn't have that before. They got that from the ETs and the triangle ships. They were kind of like monitor ships. They were monitoring what's going on the planet, and then the military took over and got them, captured them, of course. Anyway, next. Things that they do, other ships. This is one of the militaries. So if you see something like that, that's not an extraterrestrial. Next. Same with that one. That's more human. And that one too. See, the ETs use round, easier to maneuver. You know, into different dimensions and portals. These are kind of very difficult. So, you see these go, oh, it's military. Okay, next. So here's the ETs I've met, some of them. The pink ones, I have only met grays one time. I've met the pink ones in Sirius. They look kind of like, gray formations, but they're pink. The only time I saw grays was when I was in the Mayan lands, and the Chichen Itza, it was March 21st, spring equinox, and 5,000 people showed up for that ceremony in Chichen Itza. So they blocked it off. You can't climb the mountain, or you can't climb the pyramid, it looks like a mountain. You can't climb the pyramid, you're not allowed to go in. I said, well, this is my first time in. It took me, 5 years to get here, at least or more. I go, and they blocked it off. I'm going to walk through that door. See that doorway right there? I told my friends, see that doorway? I'm going to walk through that doorway inside the pyramid. I didn't come this, far enough to touch the pyramid. So I walked in there, it was pitch black. Thank God I had my third eye, I could activate my third eye. So I activated my third eye, and I found a stairway, and I started going up the stairway with my third eye, and 6 grays come running down the stairway. And I said, oh, and well, actually, I was talking to them telepathically, and they said, you can't be in here, you have to go, and they were more nervous than I was. They were like in fear, you can't be in here. They were showing emotions. This is the point I'm making, they were showing emotions. You can't be in here, but they were very kind of robotic too. They were, you can't be in here, no, you gotta go. And I'm like, all right, no worries, I just backed out of there and left. And then my girlfriend, she goes, what's in there? I go, there's some grays hanging out there. Looked at me like I was crazy, of course. It's a true story. So the ones on the planet, they look kind of like grays, but their energy is so happy. They're happy. Next. Oh, that's a gray. See, it looks like, but these were pinks. Next one. Okay, praying mantis. I met praying mantis. They were good. Positive beings. The one I met was a doctor. He was a doctor, very high intelligent, probably about, I don't know, 10 feet, 11 feet, whatever that is tall. And he did a healing on me. I used to smoke cigarettes as a rock and roll band for many years. You know that one, Stand with the Bear? And I used to smoke cigarettes. And they did a healing on my lungs. And I smoked for 15 years. And to this day, doctors said, I don't look like I've ever smoked ever. Ever. They said, no, you didn't smoke. I said, yeah. No way. They did a healing on my lungs. I remember they came in and put some tubes in here, and he telepathically said the doctor had even like a white shirt or cloak on kind of thing. Very gentle and very loving. Next. Yeah, and that's what they look like. Except they're actually, I don't have a picture of what they really look like, but they're very similar to this, but their hands were real. Real hands with 5 fingers and a thumb, but the thumb was this long as their finger. Next. Yeah, more fingers like. That's my friend Celeste did that one. Celeste did that one. Next. Men in Black. I have met them. They're real. They're not from this planet. I don't know what they are. They're met them in Egypt, by the way. Saw them in Egypt. We were at a temple that was just being uncovered. It was a Hathor temple, and no one has excavated it yet. And the group I was with, we wanted to go do ceremony around it. And they said, okay, you can do ceremony, but do not touch anything, because it hasn't been uncovered yet, you know. Well, we're forming a circle, and all of a sudden I felt this like nice energy in my back. And I turned around, I look up, and the Men in Black was standing there, full suit. This is 99 degrees out, full suit with gloves on, hat. And he's like telling, don't touch anything. And that's how selected me, of course, you know, telepathically. And I went to my friend, Everett, there's a Man in Black behind us. He turned around, he went, oh, there it is. Don't go to him. And I found out from later, from a friend of mine, I told him that story. He said, that's because it has not been excavated, and they didn't want you to find any of the power tools that they've been hiding from all the Egyptian temples. All power tools. Those ones you see in their hands, they're not in the museums. They are not there. I was in the museum 3 times. Not there. And he said, yeah, those are activational power tools. They don't just look like stabs and wands. No, they actually can do powerful things. So they didn't want you to know anything about them. Okay, next. Yep. Men in Black. And it's hard to find any pictures on the internet of Men in Black. They really want to keep that one hush hush. I don't know if they're government or ETs or a combination. They felt very authoritative, that's for sure. Their energy. Next. Okay, this is, does anybody know what this is? A royal draconians, they have the wings. Well, this is the only picture I found. I have met the draconians. And they don't look like as mean as that. They really, the ones I met, the royals, there was. What I found out was they have artificial intelligence, very, very negative. If they have artificial intelligence embedded in them, then they are negative. They are controlled by another race called the Chimera group, not reptilians, not the royals. I should say there's many different reptilian groups. Some of them are very negative, but the ones I met 14 of them. They asked me to do a heart activation on them. And I told them, only if you don't have artificial intelligence. And they said they didn't. So when they got out there, I brought my friend with me as a witness, and I activated 14 draconians, royals. They have a place, well, I'm not going to tell you about that. How's that? That might scare you, but no, they were very positive, loving, or they were negative, and they didn't look evil like that, but they were huge. They were 14 feet. Their feet were about this wide, their claws about this big, and I, thank God, I was not scared for even a second. So I did this heart activation. I was honored, actually, that they called me to do this activation. So I took my crystal out, and I actually drew a rock circle, so they would step in one at a time. I said, one at a time, step in here. They got in line, and they stepped in the circle, and I put the crystal in, your heart is, and then all of a sudden, Spirit guided my hand and started going like this. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to go with it. This is not how I usually do the heart activation, I did them all like this. I found out 3 days later that they had 2 hearts. One here and one here. Not here. And that's why I was doing it like that. Like this. And I'm like, okay. Thank God I didn't fight Spirit telling me to do this, Don't fight your guides.
And this was around the time the Inner Earth Lemurians moved here from Mount Shasta.
2014, or 2016. Mm-hmm. This was in 2016. Was that the same time?
Remember we had that conversation around that might have been
yes.
one of the reasons they wanted to protect them?
Maybe, okay. I think it was 2016. Yeah. Let's go. All right, well, now they're my buddies. Actually, 1/3 of me. He went like this. I gotta be serious here. Oh, shoot. I thought it was kind of cute, too. I'm an animal lover, what can I tell you? Seriously. All right, next. What do we got here? Yeah, see that Corey good? It's like you. Oh, so they are that big. They were huge. And their feet were huge. Okay, next. Now this is another reptilian I met, but he was positive. Golden light around him. Now there's good and bad with everything. I'm going to just say positive, negative, whatever you want to call it. Light, dark. This is one I met. His energy, though, he hardly had any emotions. He was very stiff with his emotions, but he came in, and I was sitting outside in Sedona, and he tapped me on the shoulder. And I look over and I felt his energy and I went, oh, this is reptilian. And then I looked at his eyes, but then I saw a golden glow around him and I went, okay, he's positive. And next picture. He brought this woman for me to meet. And he tells me that she is my daughter. Hybrid. And her fingers were about this long. And she blew me away. It was like I recognized her, but I didn't know her from this planet. And I didn't remember where, but then he told me that was my daughter. And he said, now remember, it was, she was probably about 19 years ago from this date. I remember feeling pregnant for a whole year and never was pregnant, ever. 2 tests and everything, nothing ever. And that's what they do. They, use your DNA and take the baby. But she had huge eyes, huge. Next picture, please. The triangle being I met, that's the purple ones that I met. I was telling about removing the implants and floating. They float. How they maneuver, they float and bounce. Float. They don't walk. Next. That's the ones Corey's talk. Corey good talks about. This is one I saw 5 foot. It was about 5 foot. Next. Now this is my buddy, Salu from Sirius. That's his name, Salu. And he's a bird being. He has white feathers for hair. Those are white feathers. And he's got triangle golden eyes. And the triangles are pointing down. Beautiful love energy. 6-dimensional frequency. And this is the symbol that he wears. 7. And he said that he was my left rank commander. He said I was the right rank commander. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. And he says, well, you do have implants, because that's how we communicate, and we get information downloaded from you that you received down here, sent back to the ship to the planet actually, and vice versa. They send me information all the time. So, and love that man. So next, let's see, this is the golden ones. They brought me, when they brought me up into the planet, they brought me into a different room, and the whole room was just this golden glow, and they said, here's the other beings that are here in Sirius, and they're called the golden ones. Beautiful golden light, high frequencies. The Buddha and the Hindus talk about the golden ones, or becoming the golden one. They meditate their whole life to strive to be the golden one, the golden being. And this is what they're talking about. That's what I feel. All right. I think that's it. Let's see. There's Series A and Series B. Everybody talks about Series B with the dolphins. It is more denser. Series A is huge. It's white. It is pure white, like our sun is becoming now, very white. And they opened up the doorway, to the square doorway, and they lived inside the planet. And they told me that most races live inside the planet because it's too harsh to live on top of the planet. So most of them live inside. That's why we don't see them, I guess, or whatever. When they show you pictures of the moon or whatever, they're inside. They're hanging out in the planet, inside the planet. So, planet or star? Pardon? Planet or star? Well, it's a star. It's a sun. It's a sun. Yeah. Series A is a sun. They live inside it. They live inside it. It's unbelievable what they do. It's not hot in there. They had rooms in there. They had hallways. They had a kind of like a electrical, I don't know what they call it, kind of like almost like a conveyor belt that you walk on and you walk, that they kind of guide you. And yeah, it was. Well, hopefully have air conditioning. Well, they were 6-dimensional, so you don't need it. When you're up in their higher etheric realm, you're like translucent. So you don't really feel any, it's not like we're breathing, you don't feel density of heat or cold or anything like that. Yeah. So I think that's it. I think check the slide out. A whole story I have it for sale here in my book. I'll look up, and anybody music, you can experience that too, or not too, or how to. Thank you so much.
Emily, ask Dr. Corey, please sit.
How's everybody doing? Having fun? Yay! We are now waiting for the amazing Dr. Louis Torrey, and he truly is amazing. He is world renowned for his predictions. So he's predicted many catastrophic events that have happened, not just weather events, but actually terrorist-related events. In fact, he was detained by the CIA and FBI at one point because he knew so much about a terrorist attack that was going to happen. So I interviewed him and I said, how do you know these things? Do you see it in a vision? And he said, no. He can read it in the stars. And just based on the alignment of the stars in the solar system, in the greater galaxy, he can predict what's going to happen here on planet Earth. And so he was born in the same town in France as Nostradamus. And he doesn't claim to be the reincarnation of Nostradamus, but he innately understands the concepts that Nostradamus used for predicting. And he was a very accurate predictor. And he also understands quatrains. On top of that, he is a hypnotherapist and an astropsychologist. So without further ado, the amazing Dr. Louis Torrey.
Thank you so much for allowing us to have such a beautiful gathering.
Thank you, you are so welcome.
And having all of these beautiful people together, information and to share this information. Thank you, and we appreciate it. Now, I was born and raised in the south of France in Provence, like the great prophet Nostradamus. I have nothing to do with Nostradamus apart from that I was born in the same stars. Believe what I believe. And I spend much of my life. I'm 69 years old. Recounting is astrology methodology. I have also been with extraterrestrial since I'm 7 years old. In fact, I'm going to be on George Mariko's course on March 28th, where I'm going to be explaining what is the reptilius and the draconis. The information you're going to get from me, just mind-boggling because they're going to technical quality of what you have ever heard before. It can be scary, but at the same time it can be also a blessing. Draco is from the constellation of Draco, is a draconis. He entered my body, mind, and soul on June 12, 2012, in solar eclipse. I have proof. And you can go to drtui.com and look at the orbs coming to me slowly, entering my third eye and coming out through my heart, which is me now serving you from the higher order. Now let's go to the basics, because you know the beautiful thing is very simple. It's all about positive, negative, open and black and white, front to back, God devil, the yin and yang, male, female. And you symmetrical, you have 2 eyes, 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 feet. You like about it. The reptilians can only survive with fear, with chaos, negativity. The preferred tools is legal or illegal drugs, alcohol, leading to depression. You cannot survive without your fears. Negative. That's that. Then you have the draconis. The draconis are very different. They are the governors of this world. They are the ones who stimulate the minds of people, or engineers, scientists, to create wonderful technology that can heal your heart, fix your eyes, help you with healing the skin. While the reptilians are stimulating the mind of scientists to create nukes, poisonous gas. You follow me so far? It's only 2 forces. The name of extraterrestrials are endless. It has to do with whomever you have heard, whatever you read, whatever you watch. The attribution of those entities are endless. Names are endless. And vice versa for the draconis. You cannot begin to survive without the positive thoughts. They've been fighting each other since forever. The draconis are able to do some serious blessing to humanity, and the reptilians some serious damage, and it starts within the womb. But the mother, who is not smart enough to take drugs, legal or illegal drugs, body too much, and she gets a baby. Then they go down to the genes of the fetus. And they manipulate the gene that creates gays and lesbian, that creates Down syndromes, that creates all sorts of physical and mental disease right at the very start. And science is a big problem to understand that. So, as I said, my connection with extraterrestrials is undeniable to the point where the FBI visited me twice because of my predictions. I give exact dates for terrorist attack. And next thing you know, you come in my house and think I'm sleeping cell. You never get it. You know that I show them how to do it. Pretty scary, so I don't do any prediction of terrorist attack anymore. Sad reality, I was on Edge of Truth TV a few weeks ago, and I said to the guy who was interviewing me, I said, on that date, it'll be the beginning of the end of important phases of life. And he said, what do you mean? I said, the beginning of the end of important phases of life. This is what Draco tells me. And on that day, I lost my mom. And on the same day they died, was refused a visa to go to Australia, meaning thousands of people have suffered my prediction because it's an ending for them. David's not going to be there to talk. I get a very specific data prospect, always above 6.0, always. I sent certified mail to the Science Institute in Pasadena, NASA. I got NASA students wondering their big educated head, how the hell does he do it? I tell them yearly for prospect about 7.0 on those 2 dates. On those 2 dates, 7.0 took place, 2.73. Are they going to knock at my door and ask me for help? No, they would rather be caught dead than to deal with somebody which dealing with the stars. Let's talk about the human DNA. You have the physiology, human physiology, that's the DNA, and then you have the spiritual DNA, and that's what you don't know. And what's the difference, you're asking? Let me tell you. You are 150% connected to your mom, to your dad. If you have kids, they're not going to look like you, including your brothers and sisters. So, physiology, the DNA is unarguably real. You're connected to your family. However, on the spiritual DNA, that's what I call the UCI, or unique celestial identity, because this family member is your biggest treasure. Because you're never going to think, behave, create, or have the same fate that your brother, your sister, your mom, and your dad. The gathering cosmic consciousness allows you, like any of my students that I teach right here in Sedona, to do exactly what I do. Knowledge is power, ignorance is evil. So when people say astrology is bull, well, J.P. Morgan says billionaires don't use astrology, billionaires do. And whoever made history, including Reagan, use the stars. And all those disappeared civilizations during the old time, during the old day. There were no astronomy. Astronomy is a byproduct of a much older science called astrology. Mayan Inca Sumerian used the stars. They were directly connected with the extraterrestrial. Earlier I was listening to this lady talking about the timing, the age of Pisces, the age of Aquarius, the eternal timing. The reptilians are all cosmic conscious, and so are the Draconis. Okay? Last 2,000 years, the world was under the regulation of a planet called Neptune on the sign of Pisces, which is incidentally the symbol chosen for Christianity. So the reptilians knew fear, chaos, and trouble that they had to do with that. They had to do something, and they created all the religions. Now, where you were born, I'm Christian because I was born in France. If I was born in the Middle East or in Asia, I'd be a different person. So when you look at it, religion is always set to separate, create chaos or ISIS and the caliphate. That's pretty obvious, right? Well, astrology, regardless of what color you are, what nation you're born, what follow or not, what you believe about, you have a set of stars, you have a UCI, you have a unique celestial identity. And once you are cosmic conscious, there is no room for lie. You give me your date of birth, you become an open book to me. In fact, I just finished a TV show in Beverly Hills, and I was in the street talking to people like you. I shocked the hell out of all these people. How the hell do you know? You're going to see the TV show, it's going to be interesting. So, I understanding how God speaks to His children is what's going to reunite us together. God came down from no books, but He created the stars. God created the stars and He had this more for the sake of beauty. He gave it to us for interpretation so that we may lead a more safe, productive life. Now, it is important to realize that you have a physical being, you have a spiritual being. Anytime you're negative, you discharge your battery. And the reptilians are going to use every single thing in their power to make sure that they charge your battery because they want this piece of real estate called Earth, which is a strategic place, pretty much like what China is doing with these little islands or what Putin is doing with Ukraine. Annexing all this because it's strategic. The reptilians travels in time and space through black holes. They live in dark matter. Their main base is on Pluto, planet Pluto. They have a refueling station in the Bermuda Triangle. And they really operate much more if you pay attention to the show I'm going to do with George Norrie. I'm going to give you all the details because I'm a little bit stuck at this time. Cannot elaborate on all of my incredible UFOs experience and incredible experiences, really incredible people that have incredible wisdom to share. A magnet will attract a piece of wood. You want to see UFOs? You have to believe. It's just as simple as that. Now I want you to repeat after me. My future is nothing else than the reincarnation of my thoughts. You have to be very careful. You were made in the image of God. You like it or not, you have the essence of creation. You're a God and goddess as an existence physical world to learn how to create. I've got a question for you. What was your car 200 years ago? What was Los Angeles, New York, Paris 1,000 years ago? Nothing. But it's Him. Do not ever separate yourself from God. You're not less than God and God is in training on this dense physical world. But you cannot be born unless you die first. So when the doctor cuts the cord that connects you to the warm returning life of your mother, you die. You die. A smack at the bottom of the cord in the room, the bones, whatever. And you get another cord that comes down to you. That's not really scared. You're very afraid. Stay right here. That umbilical cord is made of high intense energy that you can't see. That's connected to the superconscious, as we're going to discuss in a minute, in time and space. And then you become an independent entity and you start your process, your journey to create. You have absolutely no limit of what you can do. But there is a very specific timing. You have been taught to stop at the red light in the street or the stop sign in the street. These are the laws created by men. Okay? Nobody taught you the laws of the divine. There is rules out there. See my hand? That's the physical world. You see this hand? The other side? This is spiritual world. Now you mess up any of these laws, you're going to pay the heavy penalty. Being cosmic conscious means that you are understanding the face and the tools of God. And you can read the signs, because God doesn't speak to fools, He only speaks through the signs. In reference to the UCI, or the spiritual DNA, it is based upon the 12 signs of the zodiac, which represent the 12 apostles, the 12 seeds, the 12 children, the 12 children of Israel, the 12 notes of music, the magical number 12. It's all connected. You need to understand that Jesus is very real. He was very real, but his ministry was also very real, but has been changed. The initial ministry of Jesus was cosmic. All he wanted to do is to introduce humanity to our Father in the heavens. And that's why we have 12 apostles. We turn out to be the 12 sons of the Zodiac. Again, 12 hours of the day, 12 months, 12 apostles, 12 scenes, 12 tribes of Israel. We need to keep that number in time. We need to keep it in mind. It's mathematics. It's logical. Let's talk about the superconscious. Again, I'm very limited. I mean, at this territory, I was to really raise you to a higher level, but I can do a good job in the time that we have. Let's talk about the superconscious. When I was a kid, sent me to do my 3 days orientation in the Navy in the south of France, and I was there, I was studying fine, I was a kid, I was studying. And all of a sudden, I felt like a tornado of pain coming to me. I couldn't help myself. I went and hide because I didn't want to cry, I couldn't hold my tears. I went in the bathroom and I was crying, looking, what's going on? What's wrong with me? And I had my name to the speakerphone. So the jury reported himself immediately to the captain's office. I went to the office, the captain, he had his telephone in his hand, I'll never forget. He said, "You're here to not do your name, boy." I said, "Yeah." He said, "You better be strong." I said, "Okay." He gave me the phone on the other side next to my older brother, Joe. He says, "Louis, I heard about you." I said, "Yes, I know something terrible happened." He says, "Vance is dead." Vance, my younger brother, was 15 years old. He got killed by John Trevor. But before that, I remember just before leaving Vance, we used to go to work in the back of the truck, and my stepdad and my uncle were in the front of the truck, and we were outside cold in the elements. And every night he was saying to me, "Louis, one last day to leave. One last day to leave." They didn't pay attention to it. And I said, "Vance, what's wrong with you? Stop saying this." After every night he was saying this. At the subconscious level, he knew he was going to go, and he was saying to me goodbye, but I didn't know better. I was young, I was stupid. So what happened? What happened is 300 miles more. My entire family is crying. My friends, the neighbors, everybody is looking at Vance's body laying down. And there's one person missing, that's Louis. But all those light turned to be like a laser beam that reached me in time and space. They made me aware of what really was going on. You can't invent this, it's real. I felt it all the way through. When I was a kid again, my mom and my stepfather, he is an Aries competitive, my mom is a Scorpio, so they were fighting all the time. And they used to say to them, "Is there any way you guys can talk?" Instead of screaming all the time. And then I started to develop some serious trouble to the point where they had to take me to the hospital. And the doctor says to my mom, "Well, we stuck his little butt with 18,000 units of penicillin, we cannot stop the infection." So mom said, "What happened to me?" "Well, you can take it home. The infection is going to go to his head and he's going to die." Nothing you could do for me. I went home. And then I didn't want to stay home for some reason. I went to my grandma's house. Guess what? Grandma never raises her voice. Grandma never screams. The next thing you know, God, what happened? What happened is I was making a wish. And God doesn't think, doesn't rationalize, doesn't care, because he would kill a innocent baby during an earthquake, a tornado, or volcano. Okay? Doesn't think. He says, "Okay, I'm going to help you. How can I do that? Well, the only way I can help you not to hear your parents screaming is to make you deaf." Well, another story. I was working in a bar in England. It was time to close the door. It was 10 o'clock at night, last order. And I had the door. My girlfriend said, "Don't open the door." I said, "I heard what's going on." So I went there, there was this guy fell on top of me. Big beard, smoking cigarettes, smelling terrible. We go back now, like 2 months earlier. I was walking the street with my girlfriend, and for the first time in my life, I saw a red Spitfire convertible. And I said, "Oh my God, how could this car? Oh my God." And I saw my girlfriend sitting next to me. 2 months, 3 months later, there you go. This guy just fell on me literally. He's crying, complaining that he saw his girlfriend with this guy, whatever it is. And he was from London, and he drove to Eastbourne, and he caught them together, and he was really, really upset that he got drunk. So I said to my girlfriend, "You know what, I'm going to take him with me because he's in a bad state." And the security guard came and says, "Oh my gosh, I'm going to call the police here." I said, No, it's okay, it's okay. Anyway, the next day, this guy woke up. "What the hell? Where am I? What's going on?" "Oh my God, did you call the police?" I said, "No, I didn't call the police." He says, "Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I'm an attorney. okay? And they cut. Well, I don't know what happened. I just know I think I had an accident. I can't remember. And he goes, yeah, thank you very much. You don't even call the cops, okay? He threw me the keys. Keys of his car. I had no idea. The car was still impaled in the wall. And it was red, comfortable, Sci-Fi. And it took me, what, $250 to change the radiator, change the headlights, change the belt and the fan. And I was with my girlfriend. But you know what? My book, Beyond the Secrets, this book has not only all my great experience since I was a child, but it has the keys on how to use the subconscious. It is very important to understand how to use that subconscious. The power you're born with can heal you. Remember, Monday when I tried a piece of wood, this power can lead you to the people that have the answers you're seeking. And then attract a piece of wood. It's only when you're ready that you're going to attract the people that have the information for your next step. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's pretty simple when you look at it. Now you need to tell this power. There's many ways to do it. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to do just that with you, for you. So the first thing I'd like to do, of course, is to dim all the light. It is if at all possible. Can we dim the light? Dim the light, please. Then you're going to have some music going on as I speak to you. I will guide you into that. And when I'm done, I will guide you also. Keep your eyes closed because I have a little surprise for you, okay? I like surprises. Can I sit on? Can I sit on? Yeah. Can I place like everybody? I love
You gotta use the mic. You have to use the mic. You need to be strong.
Alright, now I want to relax you, okay? Don't feel very comfortable. Just doing a few things to myself to ensure I can deal with the subconscious problem. Specific rules to maintain. Because I want you to be hypnotized, but at the same time, I need you conscious to work with me. Okay? It's a process. So in a moment, I'm going to start to count backwards from 10 to 1. Okay? So first, I need to take another deep breath. Relax. Okay? Just relax. Now, when I say number 10, you allow your eyes to turn closed. At the moment I say number 10, you know the eyes see yourself on the top of a small set of stairs. Take a deep breath. Exhale. Let your music suit your soul. Number 10, your eyes are now closing on the top of those stairs. 9, just relax and let it go. Please, just relax, trust me. Each negative thought was a tension you don't need. You don't want anything negative, anxiety, fears, or anything to try your mind and let the routines bother you. You don't want those activities around you. And you can't stop it. Formidable guardian angels that are going to work with you. 8 are seek to a more comfortable, calm, and peaceful position. Relax. Take a deep breath in again and let it go. At that moment, you can feel the angel. All be always watching over you. Do not let any negative thought or fear come to you. We're aiming for the power of the subconscious. We're aiming for God. waiting for Jesus, waiting for the guardian angel. So each and every time when you get difficulties in any little point, he'll be removed from your body by the secret flame of light and love. And God is your witness. Jesus is your guide. And I am the servant. Take another deep breath and relax, please. Exhale. 6, going way down. Relax. Let the music soothe your flow. You're like a river of light and love, endless, unlimited. And those waves are blessing your life. Life moving down stairs, relaxing more completely. Take a deep breath now. Otherwise, please. But now aware of your own magical power, you're becoming more and more relaxed with every breath that you take. More and more peace with yourself, and more and more powerful. The divinity of love and light, and the jurisdiction of God and His Son Jesus are all around you. I see guardian angel all over. 4, you are at peace and totally relaxed right now, and my voice is guiding you into total peace. Yes. 3, breathe in very deeply for me, very deeply. Then relax. Relax. 2, on the next number 1, sink to the bed of light as you become calmer, more peaceful, more relaxed, and much more powerful than you have ever been before. 1, sinking to the feather bed. Let every muscle go in and loose as you sink into a more calm, blissful state of relaxation. I'm going to give you just a few moments of silence to let the divine work around your body, mind, and soul. Relax. Relax. Work with me. You're going to heal. You're going to get every one of your wish your way. Trust me. I am God's servant. I am with you. I see that your guardian angel is not alone. He's with someone you know, someone you know very well, someone that you miss, someone that you loved immensely, someone that is already gone past your heart. This person is walking with a pet, also over time, also giving you so much love and so much comfort. Go back to those days. See those loved ones. See those beautiful animals that you meet all the time. You always share so much. I don't want you to cry or feel sad. See the light, the glorious and light on the face looking at you. More than ever, those beyond, far beyond, want to hear you. And now, they can hear you.
surrounded by a divine looking light, which is flowing through all your cells. It's even quickly, completely to everyone remembers. You have the power and ability to accelerate the healing of your body. Body's battery is filled with positive healing energy. As you listen to my voice, your healing is now accelerated and supported by all of those that are already gone, that watch you, that love you, that support you, even if you do not know. Relax. Just relax. Try to moment. And incredible power is working through you right now. Each breath of air you take goes into your body. It contains the divine healing prana that is all around you. Your mind is all powerful. And now you are using it to heal yourself of all imperfection accumulated in the past. You need to become a golden diamond. You are a golden diamond full of power. There's nothing that you can't be. There's nothing that you cannot have. You are healing. You're moving into a perfect state of power. From this moment forward, you choose only perfect health. Mentally, physically, and spiritually, you are as wonderful as all the life being surrounding you. As the blessing of God and His Son Jesus, you're moving into a healing power. Relax. Just relax. Perfect health is your divine right. Then you manifest this perfect health with every one of the words that comes out of my mouth. Each moment, each second, each hour following this meeting today, you will move rapidly towards total healing and reaching all your wishes. You're already healed. You now need to focus more on the universe power and share that healing, that love, that light to all the people that you care for. We are a big human family. We need each other. All the blessings are around you. Nothing is missing. Love, light, security, money, health. You need to delay it. Praying is beautiful. But now you need to delay it. Power is all over you. You are power. You are God. You've been made in the image of God. Do not separate yourself from the creation itself. You are learning every single day to create. So once you go in time and space, you're going to join yourself. You're going to join God and all the people that are making one, because all is that, and that is all. All that you have learned to create on this dance physical world will become your reality immediately on the other side. That's why you need to be aware. Do not let any negative vibes surround you as you exit this world in a few years from now. Open your heart and ask for all those that have gone before you, all those you trust that are gone to come. Imagine a golden door
In your hand is on that door. Behind that door is paradise. Nothing else but paradise. You will create a new butterfly with incredible colors. You will create all sorts of new lives that hasn't yet been created. Your imagination is your limitation. You create new animals, new sea lives, new stars, new solar systems. Because there is no beginning and there is no end. There is just it, you, and God is you. Prayer is much too big to come down here to learn how to grow. So he sent his arm and his hands are the millions and billions of people living on planet Earth. So we are connected. You know, we are not, you are here not. We are all connected. And this unification is your power. As you move towards the age of Christ, the world is accelerating drastically. There is no more distance with technology. You can talk to somebody on the other side of the world. And one day you'll be able to go anywhere in time and space. Omnipresence. There is so much more awaiting us, and we are at the verge of such an incredible experience. And you are the builder, you are the current superhuman building that for future generations. Be aware of your thoughts, for they are things. Be aware of your thoughts, because they alter the atomic structure of your body, of your heart, your eyes, your ear. You can use the power and knock out years out of your life by being your teacher. The secrets are real. You have access to it. You start with the depth of your soul. Do not separate yourself from creation, from God. Every woman here is a goddess in training. Every man here is a soldier of the future, a superman working for that future right now. You are made of billions and trillions and quadrillions of universes. You are the God of those universes that are you. Do not repeat myself. Do not infringe our lights in your soul, in your heart. There are billions and trillions of life being in you. You are so much more than you think you are. Oh God, give me the power, give me the words to help my fellow being to realize how divine they are. Let go of all fears-based emotions, such as blame, jealousy, guilt, anger, possessiveness. You're free. These negative emotions are not part of the past. You are independent and self-responsible. You fully realize your potential. You are unlimited in your ability to create, not just for you, but for the future, for the present, and the past, because there is no time and space. You may have a need, decide to go back and help others. You may have a need to prepare to where is the divine.
so that at the end you shut down the reincarnation principle and you don't go back on hell because you are on hell. There is no hell, this is it. But you can make it paradise if you follow my instructions. Don't fear the lie. Your love, your light, your power. Keep your mind like calm water. Remain centered a long time. This means physically relaxed, emotionally calm if you face any obstruction or difficult situation. Be mentally focused and alert. Be forgiving, be loving to yourself. You're confident, you're secure about everything, because you are everything, because you know everything. The power is there with you, for you. Maintain it. By keeping a calm mind and think only positive thoughts, all you can do is recharge this magnificent battery that is you. You no longer worry about things you cannot change. That is what they want you to believe. You can change. You will change. You will make the change, and the change has to be only progressive and positive for all human beings and for all beings in and outside of the solar system. Relax. The ladder is down. You're nearly ready. You're nearly ready. Relax. Visualize now. What is your biggest wish? What is your biggest wish? Visualize this wish. Is it in your home? Better health? Your car? More wisdom? Just ask, and you shall receive. The power is in you now. Gently, I want you to take your left hand and I want you to turn it facing the stars. Let it rest on your knees. Let your hand rest on your knees. Face up. Power is now going through your hand. You will feel a little bit of a hit. If you don't feel it now, just relax if you will come in a second. The energy from the universe is coming through the middle of the left hand, all the way up through your arm, your elbow, coming up to your shoulder, around your neck, and down to your heart. Get that energy around your heart, because it's all about love and light. Love and light, peace and happiness. You're receiving the love right now of somebody that is gone, somebody that is finally able to connect with you now. It could be a mother, a father, a child, a close friend, or your pet, an animal. Let the energy go through your heart. It's all about love and light. Relax. Now I want you to close your hands, close your wrists. I want you to open your right hand
Open your right hand and rest on your right knee. Now, this is the offering hand. Knowing that God is blessing you and His Son Jesus is working with and through you. I want you to imagine the world that you want to create. I want you to see the oceans, the mountains, the forest. I want you to imagine birds. Anything that you don't want in this world doesn't have to be in your world. Create this world. Because that is the next step. You have to create a world of your own so you can run it. This is so divine and so powerful. You are God. You're creating a world. It's a thought. You gave life to a world in the middle of your right hand. And every single day, I want you to go into this world. And I want you to be the king, the queen of this world. And I want you to serve all the servants because you are their God. As much as you have a God above you that is doing the same thing that you're doing right now, but you are under His control, you are under His love, you are under His power, you are under His jurisdictions. Now you have created your world. Every single day, I want you to go and give more life to this world. And I want you to share it with all the trillions, billions of worlds that have always been and will always be, including yours, the one you gave life today. Relax. I want you to imagine the face of the person that is now gone, that you love the most. Like me, my mother is gone. She visited me a couple of nights ago in my journey. She was beautiful. Light was emanating from her eyes. Her hair was golden. The skin was white and pure. She was smiling. I want you to smile, looking at that person, because that person is seeing you. Just smile. Tell her you love that person. Tell him you love that person. And if it's a pet, tell the pet you love him. Caress his head. This is real. You are creating energy that is now coming forever and ever and ever into eternity until you join that light, that emotion, that energy, that universal spirit, and that blessing. You need to finish your homework on this earth. Your mission is your mission. You're a servant of light and love. Ultimately, you have guidance. Pay attention. Just relax. See other people who have already gone as you choose to connect with them and to realize they are here with you right now. And they will always be there to help you. They don't know what is negative emotions. They are spirits. They are disembodied. They are encouraging. They love you so much. Don't be sad. Do not send them fears or sadness because they feel it.
send love, they will send love back. Send hopes, they will send hopes back. Now I want you to put balls of your hand face down on your knees. I want you to take a real deep breath in. And now, let it go, let it go, let it go. All that you don't want. Take another breath. And let go of all that you do not want. Here. Right here. Peace. The music is going to stop. Keep your eyes closed. Keep your eyes closed. Just relax. Keep your eyes closed.
this is how I seal this meeting. I want you now to slowly but surely come back to this dense physical world. At the sound of 3, you will start to relax a little bit more. 1, 2, 3. When I say 2, you're going to open your eyes. When I say 1, you're going to be just back here, all happy and blessed by the forces of light and the Drakha is to wake up.
Do you want to do it?
Oh, sorry. It's very funny.
Thank you all so very much. What a glorious day. Did you have fun? I feel energetically shifted from all of that beautiful love-light energy, all of that sound frequency and the valuable teachings. So bless each and every one of you. I hope to see you all tomorrow. Have a lovely evening. Get a good rest. And may the divine light of love bless you always.
No doubt. After that.
Oh, yeah.
I just wanted to say.